The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest the table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
The sanctuary of Delphi is probably the most extraordinary of all ancient Greek sites. Delphi amazes all who visit it. This place is the center of the world. The ancient Greeks called it the omphalos, which means the navel of the earth. Zeus, the father of the gods, wanted to find the center of the universe, so he sent two eagles flying from the opposite ends of the universe, and the place where they met was Delphi.
Welcome to Delphi, Indiana, where our storied past is fueling a stellar future.
Whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation, sometimes we must interfere. When human lives are in danger, when human dignity is in jeopardy, wherever men or women are persecuted, that place must, at that moment, become the center of the universe.
I'm going to go on the record right now and say that they are trying to kill Rick Allen.
Yeah.
They want him to die.
Yeah.
It's like always like in and out, in and out. They don't want us to see it.
Because he's my size. Chains and collars and leashes all over.
It's all about optics. You don't have all of those people around Rick Allen because they want to keep everybody else safe. They don't want us to see Rick Allen. They don't want us to look at Rick Allen. They don't want us to see his face and his eyes. Remember when he came in June and he was all doped up and he was dissociative and he was experiencing psychosis from being tortured and starved and sleep deprived and probably withheld his medication. All of these things that they were doing to him so that he would show up looking like a zombie and couldn't protest or assist in his defense. Guess what? The eyes of the world are on them. They're not allowed to do that to him anymore, and they have tried to break him. And Rick Allen, he's not going to break. Look he has done a year in solitary confinement. A year.
He's on the upside of things. Like if he's still alive, he's getting better every day.
His attorneys get thrown off the case, and he turns to his wife and he says, "It's okay. You didn't break him. You're not going to break him. He's not guilty. Whatever they're trying to do, you're hip to it. It is not going to happen."
What is corruption? It is dishonest or fraudulent behavior, usually perpetrated by those in a position of power or authority. It is a betrayal by those entrusted to protect and serve all, to show favoritism to none, and to safeguard and uphold our inalienable rights to liberty and life. Corruption destroys trust, erodes goodness, and hardens the innocent, who suffer as a result. By its most basic definition, corruption is a departure from what is pure, what is correct, and what is true.
In Fahrenheit 451, novelist Ray Bradbury wrote about what we leave behind when we leave this world. Everyone must leave something behind when he dies, my grandfather said. Something your hand touched some way so your soul has somewhere to go when you die. And when people look at that tree
or that flower you planted, you are there. It doesn't matter much what you do, he said. So as long as you change something from the way it was before you touched it into something that's like you after you take your hands away. The difference between the man who just cuts lawns and a real gardener is in the touching. The lawn cutter might just as well not have been there at all. The gardener will be there for a lifetime. Greg, he was that kind of gardener. His legacy will be what he touched and what he left behind, long after he took his hands away.
So when it comes to corruption, there can be no compromise. It must be exposed and rejected at every turn. We cannot tiptoe toward justice, knocking once or twice, hoping that someone is home. Justice is a door that, when closed, must be kicked in.
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense?
Am I the only person in the world talking about attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline, attacking the timeline?
Do you have any idea what their defense is going to be, given the fact that the judge has basically taken away their defense? Taken away their defense.
Like, am I in crazy? 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 Like, am I in crazy?
Challenge the timeline of the murders.
Talking about attacking the timeline.
What's the strategy today?
Winning.
Winning.
Whose motherfucking hair is that?
What's the strategy today?
Winning.
Winning.
The consensus has been challenge the timeline of the murders. Challenge the timeline of the murders.
What's up, y'all? It's Monday. I got like 7 hours of sleep. It was awesome. How's everybody doing? We have 261 viewers. Welcome to R&M Productions, where we kick in the door of justice. I love everything I'm seeing in the chat. I'm so grateful for all of you. I'm feeling very emotional today, but like I'm in a good mood. It's amazing what sleep will do for you. And our most recent update of the morning is that the defense attorneys arrived a little bit after the jury who arrived a little bit after 8:30, I want to say. And not long after the defense attorneys were seen leaving the courtroom, the jury is still inside deliberating. I needed it. I needed that sleep. I was like, I was a little delirious. Good morning, Steve, and good morning, Angel. Everyone say, good morning, Steve. Good morning, Angel. How am I feeling? On a scale of 1 to 10. Well, I'm cold because my ceiling fan is about to take off into space. I'm probably like a, oh, I'm like a 7 this morning of nerves, I guess, if I had to guess. Hi, Christine Beck. Source. LB, my love, my life. Hi, Wanda. Yes, that intro makes me cry too. I have to like leave the room when it's playing. I usually like get Boone his a snack and keep myself preoccupied because I cry every time. I make myself cry with that intro. It's a self-own. Do they even tell the jury any way to structure their deliberation and decision making? Are they on their own? I think that, oh my gosh, Boone, say hello to your friend Janie. Janie has met Boone, believe it or not. Intellects, I'm a 7 and my ADHD meds just kicking in. Put a 1 in the chat if you are a neurodivergent hun. You got your meds pumping through your veins, getting ready to do some justice. I'm going to put 1 in there. Here I am. Let's see. I'm going to put up a poll to see what the consensus is about when the verdict will come. But first, I want to show y'all something that blew my mind. I just saw it. It's really not like terribly important, but since we're here and we have time to kill. So I'm sure many of y'all know who Jen Coffindaffer is. Controversial Coffindaffer, coffin trespasser. Jen Coffindaffer, for better or for worse, has questioned the arrest of Rick Allen since day one. And I think that's important. She's wavered. She's gone back and forth. She's pissed me off. She's pissed us all off. But she said something important. Quote, I woke up. I visited my mom. I gathered my gun and a box cutter because I was planning to and kill little girls. I have been a CVS clerk for over a decade and have no criminal record. I served my country as a National Guardsman without issue, but on 2/13/17, I just got the urge to kidnap 2 little girls. Take them to someone else's property and slit their throats after undressing them. Yes, I am 45 and have never looked at CSAM or inquired about how to commit a murder or cover up such a murder before. I know I'm only 5'4", 5'5", but I think I can likely control 2 teenagers if they see that I have a gun. I was just lucky to stumble upon 2 girls that I could attack in public. This is what you must believe if you are willing to convict Richard Allen. If his saliva, hair, blood, touch DNA, a fingerprint proving he was at the scene would have been found, then I would believe that he did this. If his confessions had not been made after months of solitary confinement in a maximum security prison, they would hold more weight, but they weren't. There's only an unspent cartridge bullet purportedly linked to Allen's gun, but that evidence is subjective, refuted, and no other guns were tested. I think maybe no other guns were excluded. I don't know. Ballistics goes like this. Firearms examination goes like this over my head. That's baby girl DB's. That's my baby girl. That's his forte. But no other gun was excluded definitively. No witness described a short man. In fact, one even said that they saw a tall and young and beautiful man. Witness accounts were all over the place in terms of mud and blood. He was at the bridge, no doubt, but was he on Ron Logan's property committing these drawn-out, sexually motivated murders? Struggling with this one. Broken clocks, right, twice a day. have to mute and look away or something's going to get broken. Look, she makes a good point. I think that it's really important that we think about exactly what we are being asked to do by the state, which is we are asked to suspend all logic, suspend all reason, suspend the most likely scenario, suspend all rational thought, and adopt the state's theory, which is the least likely, dare I say, impossible scenario. Michael Osbrook, good friend of ours, brilliant habeas attorney, Professor Osbrook says the absence of evidence at such a complex crime scene is, in fact, evidence of absence. That's really good. That's really good. Hey, Adrian, I love you. Damn, this should have been the closing argument. Hi, Mandy, I love you. Good morning, all. Thank you for being here with us. Truth and justice are so important. Rick could be any one of us or our family or friends. USA Libertarian, hello, friend. You are correct. No other gun could be excluded. They tested Brad Weber's, as we know, and Ron Logan's, I think. The only guns that were excluded were guns from the river, which couldn't even load it. Yes, Steve and Angel got their Mountain Dew ready to go. This is not water. It's Coke Zero. I don't drink coffee. Coffee puts me to sleep. But I did drink water. I got my daily water quota yesterday. You should suspend reality when you're watching a fucking movie, not deciding a criminal case. I believe that they have hidden the fact that they do have a DNA male profile, and why would they ask Westfall for DNA in 2023? I think they have a lot of things that they're either waiting to test, didn't test appropriately or adequately or competently. Michael, you should definitely look into being a lawyer. You would make a really good lawyer, Michael. My Mountain Dew, Diet Mountain Dew. Nice. So I'm going to put up a poll. What should our poll question be today? And I will leave it up till lunch. We've asked already. We've asked the guilt or innocence or not sure question. We've asked the verdict question. We've asked the time for a verdict question. What haven't we asked? Put it in the chat what you think our poll should be this morning. If the Rick Allen is guilty, are cherry picking the words of law enforcement and Rick Allen that they choose to believe? Oh, the Rick Allen are guilty, are cherry picking the words of law enforcement and of Rick Allen that they choose to believe like gospel. Yep. Okay, ask again. Not guilty or hung jury. Okay, verdict question. I think that's a good start. Keith, this is a good question. I will probably abstain just for now from asking. That's inviting a lot of people into my life that I've quite successfully yeeted into the abyss. Maybe after a trial. I was kidding. I know, but it's a good. I mean, this is a pretty close. I mean, this is probably pretty close. Although this is the most concerning to me, considering that this person likely there's some Walla. There's some Walla evidence of Walla. Kelsey, I already clapped at the family once this morning. Trust but verify. Law enforcement verified almost nothing. They want us to take their word for everything, and they haven't even, though they brag about being allowed to lie. Yeah, they do. Crypto tax lawyer, good morning. I'm so glad that you're here. I love your insight. Thank you for your generosity and for caring about this case and for supporting both this channel and all the other channels that we have seen you supporting. You are amazing, Ange. Thank you for all you've done. Solidarity, new friend. Likewise, back at you. This has been the coolest experience, certainly, of my life. It's been the coolest. It's been the most heartbreaking. It's been the most stressful. It's been a period of growth and learning and despondency and hope. I hope that everyone is feeling grounded this morning. Yeah, maybe after there's a verdict, we can have some fun with. I kind of wanted to do. Oh, here's something to think about while I put our poll up. I want to do I want to do like superlatives. Michael says, I hope that y'all know we are in the presence of and being hosted by one of the awesome shamans of crime QAnon, as the other side likes to call us. So it is an honor. Michael informed me last night that I've been promoted from a crank to the shaman of QAnon. Crime QAnon, true crime QAnon. It's an honor. Michael, thank you for carrying the message, and thank you all for carrying the torch, and I appreciate it. Hi, Steve, and your amazing continued support. Steve has been one of the most awesome new friends that we've made here. Steve and Angel. Angel is Steve's awesome cat, the mascot of the chat, with one blue eye, Steve, and one green eye, or brown and blue. I don't remember. But it is an honor to be a shaman of true crime QAnon, which is really funny considering, like, I don't know, I'll just speak for myself. I have changed my mind a dozen times in this case, truly. Hashtag not a cult. Hi, Kira. Good morning. Kira is also a very, very beautiful, loyal, kind, brilliant friend who has also been through a lot. The other side, and even people known and unknown, have just been vicious to really good people. I mean, I'm sure they've been vicious to really bad people too, but they've been vicious to really good people. And Kira is one of the most loyal, kind friends that we have. And we appreciate you. Here's a poll. Is Nick's hair a style or a way to hide what his head looks like so far? Of course. The answer to our question. The mascot of R&M Productions, Angel, has one blue eye and one hazel eye. There is a word for that. Do I have to apply to be in the ADHD group here? You don't have to apply. All you have to do is either have ADHD officially or unofficially, or at least appreciate the ADHD of the chat. If you are a stickler for structure, organization, and taking oneself seriously, you might get frustrated, but we encourage you to give it a try. Ems, good morning, Ems, my Brazilian wife. Criminally Focused says, I was too afraid to cover Delphi on my channel. Well, Criminally Focused, new friend, we have your back. If you do decide, I totally understand that though. I really do. Heterochromia is the word for one colored eye and two different colored eyeballs. Eyeballs? What is it? The iris that's colored? There is no evidence to actually convict anyone, so they will retry Rick. If he's acquitted, then the case will be closed. The case will be closed, unfortunately, meaning they will cease to keep investigating, I think is what you're saying, Missy Angels. By the way, welcome. Good morning. Happy you're here. Hey, nobody, nothing. I hope that you're doing okay. If you have any updates for us from on or around the ground, you know we are always excited to hear from you. I think a verdict could come today or tomorrow. Then again, if the jury's really digging in, it could take longer. It feels like it's been longer, I think, than it has, because they got started late on Thursday. Friday was a full-ish day. Saturday was about a half day. And yesterday no one was, the courthouse was closed. They had the day off, which they should. So it feels like it's been a really long deliberation period, but it really hasn't been too bad. Good morning, Matt. I love you. I'm happy you're here. You're probably working. But look at your mascot's current thing on X. Let's see. For some reason, like, all of the Indiana news websites always freeze my shit. It's weird. Stephen Angel. Stephen Angel said, Angel said, oh, Monday, not again. Look at this little precious little bean. That's kind of how I felt this morning. It took me a minute to get out of bed this morning for sure. For sure. No updates as of, oh, here we go. Nope. Just Angela Ganote. I don't think she's on the ground today, so. The jury's back deliberating the 4th day. Oh, happy Veterans Day to all of our veterans. We love you. We appreciate you. We are happy that you're here. We are grateful for your sacrifice and for your service. And if you know or love a veteran who's no longer with us, I hope that their memory brings you happiness and joy and peace and comfort. Hey, good morning. Good to see you. We're getting close to the end. Nobody Nothing dropped some hand warmers off, talked to Snay and Noe and said hello to Lana, working today. Thank you for taking care of our friends. The amount of kindness and consideration that has been shown has been really cool. There's been a couple, questionable incidents. I believe a friend of ours got attacked by a poster board. But I mean, for the most part, it's been relatively chill. Chelsea, rest in peace, Robert Kyle Fortson on this Veterans Day. Amen. Holding Kyle Fortson in our thoughts, holding his family in our thoughts. Oh, I was going to do a poll. Sorry. So the question of the day. What will the jury decide? Not guilty. Guilty. Hung jury. Start poll. I can also do a Q&A. I vote for a poll that trolls Nick McClellan. Don't boot me. Rest in peace, Jesse Snyder. Thank you, Ems. Thank you, Just Deb. Considering Luttrell's history of deception, you think it's appropriate for him to be on the prosecution team? Definitely not. Maybe I'll make that our Q&A. Considering Luttrell, how do you spell it? I always get it wrong. Luttrell. History of deception. Do you think it's appropriate for him to be on the prosecution team? I gotta make it a little shorter. I've never done a Q&A before. I don't know how they work, but I just put one up. Make sure you vote. Also, make sure you're in live chat and not top chat. We tend to get stuck in top chat around here. You have the prettiest hair. Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate that. Drives me crazy. Hard no, not appropriate. Manifesting and not guilty. Good morning, Erica. I hit the wrong button. Oh no. Totally appropriate. Totally appropriate. Latrell. I voted not guilty because I'm trying to manifest it. Or no. What was your question, my love? You asked. Yeah. Or nah. It's 10:20 a.m. I just drove for 30 minutes in the sleet to get to Taco Bell. What did you get from Taco Bell? Do they do breakfast? I think they do breakfast. I just asked something to the Q&A. I don't know how to do the Q&A. Not appropriate at all. Weircat.
Good morning.
Good morning, Weircat. How's it going?
Oh, okay. It was weird having a day off with no deliberations.
It was, right? I thought so too. I didn't love it.
Laura says, OMG, I love Taco Bell breakfast.
What do they have? I'm not
Dude,
familiar.
the AM Crunch Wrap is if it's made correctly, it's a top tier breakfast food item.
Okay.
It's like a Crunch Wrap Supreme, but it's got a hash brown in the middle of it. So if they get the hash brown crunchy, it's really, really good.
Nice. Love that. Criminally Focused says, I do not think it was appropriate. I think a lot of the things the prosecution's done, a lot of the things that the prosecution were allowed to do were so inappropriate and unethical. 100%. Yes, evil exists, but how does a human with or without knowledge of this case be okay to just lock someone away for the rest of their lives? I just can't with that. The treatment of Rick is horrific. Heidi says, today, is it appropriate to wear hard jeans? I got my hard pants on today. We're doing big things. Fiend, are you wearing your hard pants? Are you in your comfy pants?
I don't know what that means. I'm definitely in comfy, though.
Hard pants, like jeans, slacks, anything that's not loungy, anything that has like a button, anything that's not like that has a waist that's like fixed, you know?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
no, I'm not wearing hard pants.
Okay.
I am wearing pants though.
Oh, excellent. Good. Well, as long if you want to be wearing pants, excellent. Mandy says, craving unlocked. I'm so making hash browns this morning. Some people believe the state no matter what, and they lack critical thinking, unfortunately. The power of the state and the power of law enforcement and just the inherent disadvantage that a defendant is faced with once arrested and charged with anything, you know? Man. I'm freezing. Fiend, what's your prediction for today?
I'm not good at predicting things.
That's okay. Do it anyway.
I kind of want to just say that there's another day with nothing happening. I think whatever will drive people the craziest is what will happen. So I'm gonna go with no verdict all week, and no reaching out from the jury to be like, hey, we're deadlocked. Like it'll just keep going.
Just total radio silence.
Yeah. I think that would be the weirdest thing because typically, if a jury gets deadlocked, you know, they reach out about it.
Yeah.
If they just stay deliberating, I don't know if there's actually a protocol for that. Like, does the judge like reach out to them and be like, "Yo, what's going on?" And like, at what stage would you do that?
Yeah. I hate that, Fiend. Jury's going no contact. Where are the reports written with the over-recorded interview videos? I don't know,
They're in the filing cabinet.
They're in Krebin. Please let today be the day. Are they even still deliberating or just enjoying each other's time? Or so this is a great question. I think they just they must really enjoy each other's company. You know. Just James is not wearing any pants, Fiend.
I didn't need to know that.
Well, now you know. Worst case scenario is hung. If the verdict comes back guilty, it's most likely because they were intimidated. Somebody said something, Delphi's loony. We'll likely do have a situation. Things will go on and on. One of the things that has been posed by most everybody who's discussed this case is for a juror or the jury as a whole, what will it be like if, I mean, independent of whatever verdict they issue, being dismissed from their jury duty, fulfilling their duty, going home, resuming their lives, and starting to Google and research the Delphi case. And seeing all of the things that have gone down, all the things that have transpired, all the things that they were not allowed to see, 3 phones in the vicinity of the crime scene at the time the state says that this crime occurred. Like the Franks memo. other viable confessions. A child predator who says that he was talking to one of the victims the morning of. Like, what? The landowner falsifying an alibi and pinging on top of the crime scene at the time that the phone is apparently being messed with. I mean, how would you feel, Fiend?
Well, I think it's even more than just all of the additional stuff. Like, sure, all those things would easily contribute to reasonable doubt and how you might render a verdict. But I think beyond all those things is to look at the lengths that the state and the judge went to prevent them from seeing those things. And that speaks volumes by itself.
Yep. Right. Yeah, the obfuscation and the eliminating out things and the trying to get the attorneys thrown off the case, the attorneys that you just sat and watched for 17 days. You know what I mean? Like all of the behavior, the conduct, and the drama that has kind of been attached to this in itself would kind of be mind-blowing, because you've sat in a courtroom with all these people interacting. I mean, it's not like it's not coming to blows, you know, there's relatively professional, at least in front of the jury. And then you find out that there's this like long history. That would be confusing for sure.
And it's very unilateral in this case. Like if they render a not guilty verdict, I think that they'll leave and they'll, you know, look into the case and they'll see that there wasn't anything else pointing towards his guilt, and they'll feel good about that.
Mm-hmm.
The exact opposite if they render a guilty verdict. I think that you would be assured to hear from some of these jurors,
yes,
that they feel
validated,
like a bad decision, you know, that they wouldn't have given up on it. They you know, there's the thought that maybe there is more out there, but like, you know, the truth is there's not more. Like the state they presented everything that they wanted to. If they had anything else, they didn't think it was helpful for their case.
Right. Yeah, for sure. I think that's fair. Well, and I like what Adrian said here, because I think that I agree. If I was a juror, I'd be devastated, even if a not guilty verdict. All the info I didn't have access to and how I had a man's life in my hands. Michael says if they do come back with a guilty verdict, some will be outraged. Mm-hmm.
I think that outraged might be putting it lightly.
I even was like, is this like this is an outrageous question. Obviously the answer is no. But, and of course, you know, there I go again, always talking about a lawsuit. But like, could the 12 jurors, if they issued a not guilty verdict, or I mean a guilty, if they convicted him, if he is found guilty, and then they get out and they see all the things that were kept from them as a jury, could they do like a class action for like emotional distress? Or could they do like, I mean, I guess they could lobby for, I don't know, like what recourse, what remedy, what would happen? Like, because this could be pretty unprecedented.
I don't think that there is any recourse. I think the only thing that they could do is, you know, make themselves available to media, and hopefully they'll be, I don't know, like that seems like it'll be directed towards the mainstream media, which is culpable in a lot of the shenanigans that have happened up to this point. So hopefully they have some better discernment and maybe look at talking to somebody more credible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is a good question. If they do need to, if they have to do a second trial, would there be a different judge, and would Rick get to keep his attorneys? You want to take that one, Fiend?
Hashtag not a lawyer. I think that I've heard that it would be the same judge.
It would be, yeah, unless she.
And then I'm not sure about the attorneys. Obviously, if they wanted to represent them pro bono, they could.
Sure.
I'm not sure whether. I think it would be unusual to not retain the same attorneys, is what I've heard in the past, and that you would keep the same attorneys, just because it would be very odd not to.
Mm-hmm.
But right. I don't know that it's an absolute requirement.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they would have to still be willing to do it.
Sure. Yeah.
I would think that they would be.
At least a year to get it briefed, 18 months for a decision. Michael, are you talking about an appeal? Are you talking about a retrial? I think you're talking about an appeal. Wanda says, I do appreciate that the jury seems to be really looking at all the evidence. They're thinking if it makes any sense, and the wait is maddening. One of the things I hope they're doing is really making a timeline, you know, because for the state, again, they're asking the jury to suspend all belief that this happened between 2:13 and what was it, 2:36 or something ridiculous, like when the phone stopped moving. I mean, impossible. I just hope that they're doing what a lot of us have been doing for the last 7 years, and like sitting down and actually constructing or trying to construct like a somewhat linear, I don't know, just outlining all the things that have been told to them and given to them, because that's one thing that the state didn't do, because I think that the state would really be self-owning by like laying out the like specifics of how the timeline, you know, in their, according to their theory, which we still don't really know what their exact theory is.
I think they really failed with their. I think that the state should have either provided what they thought like was a reasonable timeline. I mean, I understand why they can't, because there isn't a way to make it make sense, or they should have left it a lot more open-ended. Like, I think I don't know whether it fell flat or whether it really resonated, but I mean, I think that there's something really significant about the cord being plugged in and unplugged. I don't know how much that hit them, but you know, it's damning for the state's case, because they didn't want to leave it open that there was any way that could be Rick Allen doing that. Like, you would think them knowing this from the very beginning, that there was this event and there's this period of time where someone's manipulating the phone, that they would want to leave it open that the defendant could be the one doing that, but they really closed that off. And, you know, I mean, I think that says something about their case. Like, I mean, presumably is what I would guess is the problem with that, is that if they tried to leave that open, that would have been something that could more easily be refuted with identifying Rick's location during that time. And then you're just kind of done, you know?
Yeah. Yep. Someone asked, I wonder if any jurors are thinking their decision could result in the death penalty because it was talked about in the interrogation video of Holman and Rick. I suspect that would be. So does the jury have, I mean, is the jury informed of whether or not something is a death penalty case or life without parole? They are.
Yeah, they know it's not.
Okay. Can Rick go straight to federal court for intervention to demand civil rights regardless of the jury decision and outcome? Longest deliberation in history, 11 years, 6 months. Hopefully they're not trying to break a record. Mandy, say more. I'm not sure what that is referencing, but I'm interested.
That sounds insane.
Yeah.
Certainly those people were not sequestered.
Maybe, can you imagine? Maybe you mean like hung jury resulting in retrial. I don't know. I will literally come and be a cheerleader for you and Kara if she's up for it to do that, Michael. Oh, yeah.
EB says that sounds like people who hate their family.
The state didn't know how to interpret its own phone data extraction. They sure didn't. Or they just were like, we don't really need to worry about whatever.
No, they did. They're liars. Like, it's not actually. They got up there on the stand and tried to say they didn't know what audio output meant, and that's because they're lying. Like, they damn well knew that was significant. That you only have to have a brain to kind of figure out what it is. You don't have to be some sort of tech expert. But they got up there on the stand and lied and said, I don't know what that. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
One of the issues with I almost called her Miss Gull with Judge Gull, is her record keeping is both problematic and protective. Because much like exactly like DB is saying, the other issue for her appeal rate is that Judge Gold never puts her opinion or her analysis in her rulings. Like, it's almost like the less you say in your rulings on the record, the better, because then they can't, raise a specific issue on appeal. She's not stupid. She's just, and I don't necessarily think she's lazy. I mean, she is. But I also think that she's like, she knows what she's doing. She's been doing this a long time. I suspect there's a puppet master pulling Fran's strings. Perhaps she desperately wants to accuse but can't. Just James, I've considered this. I think if anything, her motivations are self-interested. Like her motivations are ego and not self-promotion, but like she's very self-interested in her decisions and her behavior. I no longer believe that she's thinking she'll get a seat on the Supreme Court bench, but maybe she is. I mean, someone like her with no awareness, or rationality or whatever. I mean, maybe she really is still holding out hope that she'll become a Supreme Court justice, but they don't want her. She's tried 3 times.
That's why they wouldn't want her, because, I mean, it's a different type of mind that like does that job. Like, you have to be like digging into the case law and providing analysis and being very thorough in your explanations of everything and writing up very complicated legal decisions. Like, she doesn't do any of that. Like, that would be a ridiculous like position for her to have. She's the exact opposite of the type of person that does that type of thing.
Yeah, I think so. Michael answered a question asked earlier. So a lawsuit about prison treatment can absolutely go ahead, like a civil suit. And I suspect that is, I mean, IDOC is going to be facing, at the very least, IDOC. I don't know what other entities could be involved. I don't think can you sue the Attorney General in Indiana or anywhere? I don't know how any of that works.
I mean, I think you can. I'm not sure it would be relevant in this case, but you could.
Bill Cosby shams, they were sequestered? I don't think I knew that. I guess that makes sense. I don't think I barely remember that. 2017 feels like it was forever ago. Does anyone know if the photos of Abby on the bridge was admitted into evidence?
Yeah, they're admitted into evidence.
What, DB?
It was admitted into evidence.
It was?
It was.
Hello, good morning, QAnon Shaman.
Hello, good morning, everybody. How you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty
I'm
good.
on 0.2 speed today.
I love that. I love that.
DB took double the ADHD meds this morning.
Yeah,
I don't have ADHD and I don't take my ADHD medication.
In a hope that it would speed up literal time. That would be nice. That'd be nice.
I'm just kidding, guys. That was a joke. Speaking of jokes that I tell sometimes, I didn't really think it was Lawyer Lee who said that. I just opened my Twitter and realized I caused a little bit of a kerfuffle on Delphi.
Well, not everybody's familiar with your brand of humor and satire and sarcasm.
Did you see what Bob said?
He was concerned that you really thought so.
He's like, I text Lawyer Lee to confirm what we already knew. It was not Lawyer Lee.
He was so worried. Michael, have you seen this clip? I think you were here last night. Let's play it, shall we?
Run that shit again, dude.
It's outrageous. Especially, he says, okay, never mind. My jaw will drop again when this outrageous thing is uttered.
Lawyer Lee's in the house.
Yeah, he threatened a CO at Cass County. They didn't bring that up, but that's probably because it would have been
sorry you feel that way, Lawyer Lee. You haven't been in this case long enough to understand anything, so you ain't in no room trying to talk like that in my chat. You've been in here a couple months, and some of us been on this case since day one. You don't know shit about this case just because you're a defense attorney, because you don't know how to be a prosecutor and prosecute anybody. All you know how to do is lie and try to get a murder off. That's what
and
you
make money.
You guys
all
know
about
that
making money and building your YouTube channel.
you guys
and
know for
Andrea.
a fact that Richard Allen did this, and you're sitting there backing all these fucking people just to make money. That's all you're trying to do.
I think you should take Lawyer Lee. I think you should take Rick home with you and let him babysit your grandchildren.
Yeah,
That's the goal.
Do that.
We're trying. We're literally trying to do that. We're trying so hard.
That Lawyer
threaten me
Lee
with a good
instead
time.
of
I'll have
running your
grandkids right
cocksucker
now.
on my channel.
Oh, wait. This is so vulgar. The Lawyer Lee is a nice
You
woman.
should take Rick home with you and let him babysit your grandchildren.
Yeah, once you do that, Lawyer Lee, instead of running your cocksucker on my channel.
Yikes! I don't even think Lawyer Lee's done that before. That's
Instead of running your
beefy.
Gritty. Look who's here.
Morning, Gritty.
Obviously,
What do you
that was an
think about that clip?
imposter. They really both adults in that video think that was really Lawyer Lee. How is it possible?
I mean, maybe they're just not that good of a judge of character and people's intentions if they think that was really Lawyer Lee.
Michael says it's likely there are at least some jurors thinking like these people. You really think so, Michael? I feel like that would
Absolutely.
be that bad.
I'm not. No, not that bad.
I think that they'd be pretty quick to suss that out in voir dire. I mean, at least try to. I mean, at least maybe flavors of this, but I don't know that they're pretty out. I feel like
I'm not saying they're doing like this, but like they don't look at stuff that deep. Like
true,
right?
True.
I saw some takes that some like they thought that actually was Lawyer Lee, or no, they thought that it wasn't Lawyer Lee and acted that way anyway. But I think they really thought that was
They 100% did. 100%.
that they really believed that.
Absolutely. Just
so you're saying, Fiend? Oh, go ahead, sorry. So, Fiend, you're saying that they knew it wasn't Lawyer Lee, but they wanted to get out their feelings about Lawyer Lee, so they went in.
I've seen some people with that take, but I disagree. I think they truly believed it was Lawyer Lee that was coming in there to clap them.
100%.
They're just in their own world where that sort of thing happens, like, and have no like awareness that like Lawyer Lee absolutely would not do that.
And yet they see Bob on the street, and Bob walks up to him with a mic and goes, "Hey, how's it going?" And they're like, "Hey, how's it going?" Dude, you said you fucking hated this guy and that he's a piece of shit, and you would spit on him if he got close to you, you know? And you're like, "Oh yeah, I'll do an interview with you."
Yeah, it's bizarre.
What's our poll doing? Let's see. I can't see it on StreamYard. StreamYard is not a great, like...
It's not great, dude.
It's really not. It's not even just basic. It's like it doesn't even have the basics. Lawyer Lee's kind of... Yeah.
But see, as soon as Rick Allen's found guilty, I'm out of here, dude. You know?
Uh-huh.
I'm never showing my avatar around here again. So...
Yeah, right.
There's a sinking ship.
You could just change your hat.
Dude, what do you think I am? A Avatar factory over here?
So 388 people have voted in the poll. 57% say he will be found not guilty. 7% think he will be found guilty. And 36% believe we will see a hung jury.
I was thinking today, man, if he does get found guilty and then he wins a direct appeal, is that better? And I was like, you're fucking stupid.
Mask says, if I'm going to get banned for just saying I think Rick is guilty, I'm going to tell you how I really feel. You guys are a bunch of sick people. Rick 1000% did this, you absolute losers. Mask, I don't feel like we ban people who think Rick's guilty here, do we? I've never banned anybody for saying that Rick is guilty. A lot of people aren't sure about Rick's guilt or innocence.
I'm sure.
I know, but a lot of people here, 555 people, I'm sure there's people watching who are not, who aren't sure or who think he's guilty.
Well, we know everybody's opinion and we pre-ban them.
I see. I used to talk with Marvin Frank too. Gosh. You're allowed to voice your opinion. Please be respectful if you must respect your opinion. Yeah, that feels fair.
If
Hey,
you
young
say,
black economist.
I think the state of Indiana has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And if I were a juror, I agree. That's okay. You can think like that. However, don't say Rick Allen farted at Walmart, therefore he's a serial killer probably, and he probably did Flora, and he's a cunning criminal that Jerry Holman was able to figure out during an interrogation because he's a liar.
Yeah.
There's just some things that are stupid, and you're gonna get
TB,
made
they
fun
called you stupid. Of all the
You're sure because you're stupid.
of all the things that DB is or could be called, that one is silly. That is silly. I think he's not guilty, but I don't know what the jury will say. The state is the one with the burden of proof. Thank you, Freckle Joy. Good morning.
Dude, that's true.
It is.
I think that's something that's
USA Courage.
I hope that the jury really internalizes that the burden is on the state, because I think it's not nearly as complicated a decision if you just really accept that.
Yeah, I was in Lawyer chat. Lawyer is my twin, so I had to support him.
Yeah. Hey, Hoosier. Good morning. Waiting is torture. Hi, Lead with Love. Welcome. Good morning. Love you. Hi, Christine. Hope the puppy and kitties are doing well. Prosecutors often try to burden shift. The state deserves a fair trial too, you know. That right goes both ways. No, it doesn't.
Shake my head.
Absolutely doesn't. I forgot to give Boone his meds, so I need to go do that. I'm not going far.
Hey, Fiend, how's it going, bro?
It's going okay.
Did the Colts win yesterday?
They did not. They got trounced.
That's too bad. I do appreciate a good trouncing, but usually when it's Max Baker, doing the trouncing.
Right. I saw Bob. Bob did two videos, the live videos. We saw parts of them, but I highly recommend just the street interview. It's like it's kind of frustrating because like you'd think like any of the like supposed journalists there could go around do the same thing, like do something useful with their time, go interview people, but no, they don't. But Bob does, and they're fantastic. Like he talks to everyone and anyone and everyone, but he also talked to Max Baker's parents, and that was really interesting to get their perspective on what was happening.
Yeah, what'd they say?
Well, they were very proud of their son, and they both think that this is a travesty, and that they believe in their son, and their son's been telling them for 2 years this guy just didn't do it. Like, he has the inside perspective of being very, very intimately involved in this case, and he knows that Rick Allen didn't do it.
Yeah, and that's not proving something beyond a reasonable doubt or a third party. They just know, like Max has been there, done that through the evidence a million times probably. So
right,
and probably as smart as Andy and Brad are, Max Baker's probably pulling some docs up. You know what I mean? Like he's got that. He's in there.
Oh yeah, I mean, you need the people that. I mean, the amount of discovery in this case is just like monumental. Like it takes. I mean, the lead attorneys can't do all the nitty gritty stuff and comb through everything. Like there just isn't enough hours. There's not enough time to do that. You have to have manpower, and Max is one of the people that's doing that stuff.
And Max is a man.
you talking about my boo thing?
I think you're gonna be fighting for that man.
That's okay. I know how to fight. I can
I heard
fight.
him and Lawyer Lee. Oh, sorry. I'm not gonna start rumors about Lawyer Lee because people will believe. What do you think that's like today? You think homeboys walking up to Lawyer Lee today? Well,
Oh,
fuck
God.
you talking shit, B.
I hope not. He is too young for me. I was thinking about that.
Frank Meister?
No, Max Baker is too young for me. I'm too old. I'm one of those creepy older ladies now, thirsting for a. You can't be doing that. Can't be doing that. Young Black economist always keeping me in check. I so appreciate it. Love you, girl. Everyone is too young for me too, Ange.
Not that corn cob or whatever the fuck you holding there, dude. What are you doing, Jane?
I love Janie.
What's the
You're
corn
not
cob
that
for,
old.
girl? Where you going with that?
I'm not that old, but I am too old for that. Defense daddy in the making. Because Ange is ancient. I mean, I'm not, but I mean, I'm a little, probably got a decade on that kid. So.
Is he in law school or is he in undergrad?
He
Or
did,
is
I
he just-
believe. But I'm not sure what I don't know. Good question. Ange and Frank Meister. Frank? Yeah, so it never happened.
Oh, yeah?
Janie.
Whoa, there. I'm not brave enough.
Mike.
You guys are absolutely disgusting, Mike. Okay.
I would love Rick Allen's defense team to defend me. They've been fighting the fight. Tap in, Andrea. What are you? 25? How old am I?
90.
Can someone block Mike? I really tried, Mike. Now you're just being really
You
mean.
fuck you. You fuck you. And the horse you rode in on fuck you finger sign.
You fuck you and the horse. I don't ride horses. Horses terrify me.
Is that right?
Hey, Mar. Good morning. I love you.
Dude, Mar. Biggest comeback story of all time.
How old am I? 34, 33. Young, I know. I'm just saying. Too old for.
Somebody have dreams.
You
can have dreams.
Dreams?
Yeah, of having a relationship with Max Baker.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Right. Absolutely.
Not that big of a deal.
Road. Enough said. DB, you shut your cocksucker about my girl.
Oh, shit, dude. That is a very sexualized description of my ability to speak. It's almost as if you only think women, when they speak, use their orifice. Seems a little misogynistic, bro, but you know what? Seems kind of par for the course.
They're obsessed with dick sucking. They're obsessed.
Well, that's fine, but like, do your perverted shit in your own time. Don't bring a nice woman like Lawyer Lee into it.
I don't know.
Dude.
So I put this Q&A up, but I don't know where it goes. Now what do I do with it?
What?
Q&A I put in the chat, right? I don't know if you can see it.
Q&A?
Yeah.
You mean poll?
No. I did a poll and I also did a Q&A, but I don't know what it is or where it goes.
Just ask me to figure it out.
Can you figure it out?
I'm on it.
Thank you. Thank you, baby girl. Horses scare me too. I used to have a cow that I would ride as a child. That's cool. I like cows. I worked at a farm very briefly in it was between my freshman and sophomore year of college. I didn't last very long. They had me doing like administrative stuff and I was like, it was so boring. But in the mornings, I had to when I got there, I would park my little car, and then I would like help get the what are they called? Edinburgh? No. What are the name of the cows? They're like they have long hair and they're brown, really
Kristen Bell the
soft.
Kind Bear.
What?
What? Nothing.
A
I know
bison?
someone in here knows what they're called.
Buffalo.
No, they're different kind of. They're cows. I know. I can't. I don't know how to crypto taxler. I know. I'm trying to figure out how to get Highland cow. A Scottish Highland. What did I call it? An Edinburgh. An Edinburgh cow. I knew it was something Scottish adjacent, Irish. Highland cow. Yes. Yes, they're so cute. And I would help get them across from one side of the road. All you'd have to do is open the gate and then just kind of like shoo, and then most of the time they would go. Sometimes they wouldn't. Hey Todd. Hi Jarrett.
But did you ever ride a cow?
No, I
That's
didn't know that was
fucking
an option.
illegal.
Not illegal. I didn't know that was an option though.
Have you ever seen bull riding? They ride cows.
That's fucking illegal. That's fucking illegal.
There you go. Yeah, they do. They ride them?
Yeah, bull riding.
Oh, bull riding. Duh. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know. I was thinking like matador.
Bulls are cows.
That's a great point. And Sorensen, welcome. He says he's ridden a cow, a bull. This is lawyer, you know.
I'm a bad guy.
Yeah, what if people will actually think that lawyer, you know, is on here and stick around? That's a good picture of your.
I'm DB Tregos, dude. I'm his twin brother.
Yeah, he looks real good. Save a horse, ride a cow. I don't know if I can handle it. Someone said orifice in this chat. I think that was DB.
I'm sorry, I did use my daily allotment of that word.
Lawyer Lee is leaning guilty and is the nicest person. Prosecution bootlickers are ignorant and rude. Yeah, you can think that he's guilty, or that he'll be found guilty and not be a POS. You know,
dude. Did you see Lawyer Lee's social media? She took like 20 people out to dinner for line sitting for her.
Yeah, I saw that.
I saw Truth Seeker posted a picture. It was really sweet.
And they're like, shut your cocksucker. Like, this lady's just a nice lady, bro. Like,
imagine saying shut your cocksucker to anyone, let alone a woman you've never met, who's just
that's not your mom. Like, you know.
Who's just a nice lady.
No, the problem is he probably has met her. Like, they've been in line.
Yeah, exactly, Fiend.
He's probably been like, hey, Lawyer Lee. Like, every day. And then out of the blue, he pulls that.
She's sweet. She's sweet.
Well, like, she took everybody out, and then he's like over there mumbling that she does YouTube for the money. Like, dude, she literally, that dinner, she didn't have to do that. Like, also, she's a very successful attorney. So's her husband.
Seriously, she's literally, her channel used to be called Harvard Lawyer Lee, and then I think she was like, she's very, very smart. She's brilliant. Lawyer Lee leans slightly towards guilt. She just understands law enforcement, Nick McClellan, and Gull's malfeasance in the case. It is very ironic to call her uninformed. It's batshit banana cuckoo bananas. It's ridiculous. She's lovely. She was doing a live when that happened. Yeah, imagine her just like, what is she, hanging out in the most insufferable place to hang out that exists? Like, get real.
Oh, dude. And you know what? Whoever sent me that clip, my clip plug, keep them coming. You're doing great. And I did complain that I couldn't download it. And I did make fun of Fiend for sending me those clips too. But a literal dead person, like, I think they get dug up to go live.
Oh my God. Can I play that clip?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll play a little bit. Give me 2.5 minutes to clip it. Y'all entertain.
I got a clip.
You what?
I have a clip.
Okay.
tendency to do that. The day that I was in court, I noticed
everybody
around did the same thing and just stared right into you. And that made me wonder, how often was he watching YouTube and watching all of us? And the reason he stared is because he had that instant where he recognized us from something he had watched.
Oh my God.
You know what's funny? They have his fucking YouTube history. He wasn't watching your fucking YouTube channel. They know everything that he was doing online, and it was not remarkable. And it certainly wasn't watching that. So
that was a really great panel, though. Their mock jury, where they all said, let's start this off by going around, and every single one of them said guilty. It was like, well, then you probably don't need a lot of time to deliberate there.
Yeah, we would have figured that one out.
Yeah, it would have been. We could have been done Friday morning, right?
Can I play my feminine rage video?
Thursday morning.
I was gonna clip a little part of it, but I kind of think I want to play it. Can I just play it? It's like 2 minutes.
I'm all about feminine rage.
Yeah? What do you think, DB? Is it gonna turn people away? Is it gonna turn people off?
No.
Okay, maybe I'll play it. I haven't watched it in a while. Yeah, right? Huh? Shut the fuck up. Rick don't know who these YouTubers are. Right. Seriously. All he's doing is Googling scary movies on Netflix. Like, give him a break. Stop and
He's in a horrorcore, dude.
Stop what? Oh, the clip. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be liable for damages if we keep playing the troll farm. It's okay.
Did she really, Royal We?
Oh yeah, I seen it. She walked out because of a comment on the screen.
Damn, I gotta get with my clip plug. Why are you so mad, Susan?
Well, I have a theory about why these people are so angry, and
go ahead.
I don't think it has anything to do with Rick Allen or the murder. I think I think they're just angry because they're wrong. Like they thought there was going to be all this fantastic evidence, all their rumors were going to come to life. Like there's going to be this like slam dunk case by the prosecution, and they were all just very, very wrong, and now they're mad.
You think so? Because that's so. Here's my only problem with that. Because I think you could be right. My only problem with that argument is that is the same argument that people used to say about us. They're just mad because they were wrong about their theory. I think maybe there's some people who really are, who just like don't like to be wrong. But I think that these people genuinely believe the state. They genuinely believe that he's the guy. It's like,
right. That's why they're mad.
Oh, because they didn't get to see any of the evidence, or because there's no evidence of it, or
no, like they were telling everybody just to wait. They believed the state, and there was nothing. And now they're like, he just fucking did it. Look at him.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna play a feminine rage because there's a funny Frank Meister clip. Do you think it's okay? It's like 5 minutes. Do we have 5 minutes? I can
for
fast
feminine
forward.
rage. Yes, I have 5 minutes.
You have 5 minutes for feminine rage. I thought you might. I did just check. There's no new updates yet, so I will stop the video if anything of note happens.
Is there a porn star on the Unraveling, you guys?
Well, a low grade one.
I fucking wish.
I don't think you should use the word star in that. Miss Persevere, banana split. That porn star on Unraveling likes the banana.
Talked about Angela Sadlowski today or yesterday, like the whole time. Her, what a psycho she is. I guess
True.
she did some shit. Did you ever hear that somebody gave nude pictures to someone for information on Delphi? Like if Angela Sadlowski traded nude photos to somebody? Have you ever heard this or no? I don't know if it's true, but I'll just put it out there. She gave him nude pictures for parts of the discovery or the evidence. They're in cahoots with each other big time. Remember that? You should look it up. You didn't hear it from me, though.
What are you going to start off with? Nah, Yellow Jacket is too easy. Because you know Yellow Jacket is a porn star. Do you guys know that? Doc treats as well, and it's kind of funny. Because it kind of totally corroborates what she wants to put in her mouth, right?
Angela, you should be ashamed of yourself. By the way, you do not look good on camera. For a clinical advocate sociologist or something like that? Oh, really, Angela? I would rather watch Desperate Housewives instead of that CW documentary just because you are in it. Then we have Courtney. She's already in a video. Something to do with a banana.
I mean, did you get nudes from Angela or Tara or Courtney? Because I can send them to you too. Well, from Courtney, since she is a former porn star.
We're talking about Angela and Courtney. You can be a pretty blonde with fucking big tits and plastic surgery all over your goddamn fucking ass.
The Unraveling. I mean, come on now. We could have had like a whole bunch of kids together. You know, I could have had a whole bunch of kids with both of those chicks from Unraveling. Okay? Granted, they probably would have paid for, but...
Tell Angela Sadowski, what did y'all drop this in your Discord? Is that why you're over here, motherfucker? That's what these little bitches do. That's what they do. I'm besties with Angela and blah, blah, blah. And y'all are some sons of bitches. I scrolled through the whole fucking thing on a video recorder so that way you couldn't say that I put them out of context, you retard.
I just want to kick this shit off by saying, fuck y'all. Every time I get mentioned, one of y'all bitch ass niggas get 24 hours of attention. Let's go. I feel like Mariah Carey.
I was just thinking that there's probably so many people in the chat right now, or at least a good amount of people in the chat that have no idea that, like, for how long did this go on? I mean, it still goes on, but nothing.
A couple weeks.
No, DB. Are you being sarcastic?
Of course.
Oh, okay. I mean,
like, why is this
literally,
little blonde chick so fucking angry all the time on the internet?
she's so angry. What is she so mad about? This went on for a year. Probably, well, 6 months, 6 to 9 months, incessant. Yeah, Jamie said a couple of weeks. So, yeah. And I mean, I have thousands and thousands of clips and screenshots that people have sent me like this. They fucking hate our guts. Hate. So anyway, that's all. We made a video. I think it's halfway over.
Say he'll play up here in his feelings, but I won't give up the pussy again. Shit, add it to his friend.
I just think we should talk about this. Fuck these dudes. Like, I have
Frank. So I'm hearing that you brought up the comment about what I said in the Unraveling Live the other night. There's one thing you need to understand is that before I even made that comment earlier in the show, oh girl, Yellow Jacket had the audacity to call me a predator and I'm as worse as a murderer. You need to think about that stuff that was said before I even said anything. You're playing both sides of the fence, bro, and it's not appreciated by a lot of people.
Micah, play the clip, please.
At least you and I have never interacted. Context. Frank Meister came into an Unraveling live that we were doing, me and Courtney, this night, out of nowhere, unprompted. Neither of us had ever spoken to Frank in our lives, ever. And he just randomly came into the chat and said that called Courtney a whore. Like, I didn't know that's what Streetwalker meant.
Well, also,
yeah.
having admin access
Uh-huh.
to this account,
yeah,
I've seen comments come in from this gentleman And he go, and all of a sudden it disappear. Hey, sir, did you forget to switch your account?
Oh yeah, you do like the you know how like in like when you're trying to like get a horse to cross, I don't know, a creek or a stream or something, you blind, they don't see it, so they're not like, that's like what you do. You delete all of the comments so I don't have to see them.
Yeah, this guy told you that he was gonna get arrested, or you were gonna get arrested.
Yeah, I know.
And then he accidentally deleted the comment.
Well, because somebody then posted a link to like his charges or something, and then he was like, oh. Anyway, so Frank came in and so we basically what happened was Frank called Yellow a whore, pinned it on the screen, and the chat dragged this man for filth. And then he got all upset about it, and he called a friend of ours to complain, and he said, they called me a predator. That's the only reason I said that. No, sir. Micah, play the clip back, because that is not at all what happened. And they lied.
The thing you need to understand is that before I even made that comment earlier in the show, old girl Yellow Jacket had the audacity to call me a predator and I'm as worse as a murderer. You need to think about that stuff that was said before I even said anything. You're playing both sides of the fence, bro, and it's not appreciated by a lot of people.
Micah, play the clip, please.
At least you and I have never interacted with Frank, except occasionally maybe like...
I don't know him.
And this is a case where 2 young women were murdered senselessly. I'm curious why somebody like Frank Meister will turn around and come onto a live on a channel that's predominantly women and will harass and attack. And
Degrade.
I want Frank to know that comments like this and the other shit that I've seen said to us and about us, it's not upsetting to us personally because I don't fuck with you. It's upsetting because you're the kind of motherfucker that would murder 2 girls and leave them butchered and naked in the woods. You're no fucking different. You're a predator. You need to take a really hard look at yourself, because then to turn around and pretend like you give a shit about 2 young...
Somebody check into
They
this?
called my father, like family.
always call
It
his
was
father.
weird. Why are they always calling your dad?
When you're loading a clip for that, so that one's slightly different.
Yeah, that's very, very, very fascist.
Yeah, I'm a political operative.
Can I just one thing about Groundswell? It was cold as fuck. Every single person was wearing a winter coat, boots, hat,
Yeah.
mittens. Like, I mean, that's obviously something he just said just to say it. It's not like grounded in any reality. Like, we were bundled up like fucking Eskimos, man.
Courtney was wearing. I watched her put on fleece lined leggings, and then clothing, a fucking jacket, a hat. Like, what are you talking about? Hi, Mandy Duckworth. Welcome to membership. Welcome to the Crank Gang. Welcome to the True Crime QAnon. Has anyone been paying attention to Sebastian Rogers' case? Same weird shit happening. I don't know much about that one. Do y'all?
That's the one where he's missing, right?
I think he's still missing because didn't the FBI I think they just passed like the 6-month mark of him being missing, and then I think the FBI passed.
I've seen Michelle do some updates on that, and she had what I thought was a pretty terrible but plausible theory, and basically that he fell through one of the grates in a neighborhood or something, and just that's that.
Oh, DB, you asked if you were worried that those were text messages. That's that Carroll County Comet Karen woman. Just
Carroll County Comic Karen? Okay.
yeah. I'm gonna stream Lana, who's live outside the courthouse. What's she doing?
I want to give you a hug.
Again, mainstream media down over here. We have signs. I said I was going to count these to see how many we were at. If we meet our goal, I am going to interview Anthony Greeno. I told him he could interview me, and we would go back and forth with our questions, 5 apiece. So,
oh shit,
he's watching. He's usually sitting right over here, but he's around here somewhere. It's warming up. It's definitely warming up. It's really cute. Look at my little dog bowl there. How great is that?
What?
Yeah. Absolutely, Sherry says, way to go, Lana, on the Veteran Day tributes. Absolutely. I have no idea where people are getting that from. Sorry. As far as the verdict wouldn't be read today, I don't know what that means. Heidi says, tell Rick. Heidi in Missouri says, wish I was there. I think there's Heidi in Missouri here. Heidi from Missouri. There you go. I knew I saw that. So we're doing it over and under on our counts for the signs. What do we think that we're at right now? How many total signs? Well, I asked the chat to go over or under 100. I know it's got to be. You think under 100?
Yeah. Because we got
even all these doubles.
We got doubles on some of them. Those are
Me and D, they got doubles, and me and DB still don't
somebody
have.
else grabs it. They can also have one too.
Oh, okay. So okay.
That's fucked up.
So I'm just gonna do a.
Y'all do need signs.
You can do it, and I'll let you reveal it. All right, so then we'll go over under 75. Yeah, no, just every sign,
Shout out to Gigi, thank you.
Over under 75. We'll go over under 75.
Matt. Yeah, go.
Yeah, just everybody that has a sign out.
And look at his community thingy.
So, again.
True, there are colder places.
Never forget the lives taken too soon.
Probably would be cold if I was.
Class of 2021. Aww. You know, when you think about where the girls would be today and how old they would be and what they'd be doing, and look, everybody's got their little hand warmers. can more.
Can somebody sponsor us so we can get more storage in our overlays?
If anybody has any good ideas for some signs, I'll write something up.
I've got an idea for a sign.
Thank you.
What is it? Electric Weircat Truther Network?
Hell yeah.
Oh gosh, let's start counting. I can't wait.
Well, right here on this one
Is that radar? Radar. What the hell are you doing, dude?
Is it not including the doubles?
No.
And none in this stack?
No.
Yeah.
not in that
See.
stack either.
Radar
See.
sends me
So
hearts and kissy faces, but didn't make me one. Come on.
55. So I'll be like, oh wow, there's 2 more there, so 57. But we haven't even counted these.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm telling you, it's close to 100. I don't care what nobody says. I could eyeball like a mofo. I guarantee you it's 100. We're doing a bet of over and under of signs of 100 or more. I think it's over. You don't realize how many there's out here, but
They're in jail until they
when
make
you
us a
see all
sign.
the doubles underneath. So let's talk about what the jury is talking about now. You know, we'll play if you guys were the jurors and you guys were in that courtroom. You know, how do you keep it peaceful, respectful, that you're still using all, you're listening, you're also providing information. Does everybody have their notebooks out? Do they start with a big old whiteboard and say, let's start from the beginning?
Okay, so we'll count them all. There's 26, including all the doubles there.
Ooh, 26. Oh, it's gonna be so close to 100. So you guys are the jurors, so what things you'd probably ask yourselves is, if you're leaning which way, one way or the other, why? And so they're probably putting up on a board. It's not gonna be what do people think? And then
Doesn't really look like there's a whole lot going on, huh? Rick says that Rick in the chat says they might be heading that way late this afternoon. And I said, be careful, let us know how it goes. And he said, I'm not a creator, though I can let you know. That's okay.
So, I mean, with their weird 2-hour stipulation, I mean, at some point it could be that they have a verdict one day, but it doesn't the next day, right? Like once we get to 2:00 in the afternoon, we know that we're not going to hear the verdict today, probably. Maybe. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, Fina was typing really loud. What did you say? Could you repeat that?
I'm just saying with the weird 2-hour stipulation, like the delay between a verdict rendered and when it's read, like at some point today, we're going to reach a point where they could have a verdict that day, but it won't be read till the next day.
I don't think so. I think that they would stay.
You think they'd stay?
Mm-hmm. I do. What is your time zone? I am in Eastern time. So it is 11:25. Monday says not today, I don't think. Posting surveys on these polarized channels is kind of useless. I don't disagree. I don't know that it's useless, but I don't necessarily disagree.
Sure about that?
I think if you're asking a question about guilt or innocence, it can be pretty biased, but asking what we think the jury will decide, I think that a lot of people are thinking that he'll either be acquitted. I mean, they're not that different.
This is Sleuth Intuition's channel.
Mm-hmm.
This is this guy, ready? And I think Rick Allen worked at CVS so you could look at people's pictures. What kind of a creep would do that? That's that guy, right? And his channel was 49% guilty.
I mean, I think that all of these polls really kind of say the same thing, is that there's likely to be a split.
Yeah, for me, on a poll, if a poll says 10% not guilty, that's reasonable doubt at least. Like,
Hey, Four Pits. Four Pits, I sent you a message yesterday. Yeah, good to see you, Four Pits. Lily Shaw says, hey guys, this is getting so tense. I got myself timed out for the first time ever. In Tom Webster's chat, I got annoyed at Susan Hendricks.
Yeah.
I've been banned from Tom Webster's chat for a long time, and there's no rectifying it.
I filed an original action for you. I filed an interlocutory appeal.
Yeah. No, I've had a number of advocates try to get me unbanned, but to no avail. It might have. Tom says it wasn't him; it's his mods. But I think that gets to the root of the problem. There's a couple mods in there that I think will not allow me to ever be unbanned.
Oh
Well,
my god!
he actually split with a lot of his very polarized mods.
Sham says 2 hour delay because Goal is in her soft pants.
I gotta find it. Okay, this person right here, Lady Claymore.
Mm-hmm.
This is the person that came up with the criminality meme.
Really?
Yes.
Love that. There's so many smart, like hilarious people here.
You wouldn't think that if you just watch these other channels.
Why would because of everything they say about how dumb we are? How brain dead we are.
Yeah, there's been no 2-year Allen instructions on the record.
I'm freezing. No one asked, but it's cold here. Criminality.
Yep, that was you. You fucking rule, dude.
Bye, Indy Cindy. We love you. We'll see you later. Every day it looks more like a hung jury. Have the girls' families interacted with Richard Allen? I doubt it.
I mean, it depends on what one you're talking about. Did they interact with Richard Allen? I think that a lot of the everyone knows everyone in town like narrative is kind of BS. Like, I mean, I get that it's like everyone knows everyone more than in like a larger town or a larger city, sure, but like I don't think it's literally everyone. But I do think that plenty of people had interaction with Richard Allen. I mean, I think like a huge percentage of the population had interactions with Richard Allen, which I think is weird to never hear about.
I did hear that Carrie Timmons hugged Kathy Allen at the 3-day hearing this summer.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I heard that. If you've heard that, please bail me out and say you heard that too in the chat.
I mean, I just heard it from you right now.
Yeah, so put it in the chat. That is true. Who just said that? That's true. And that's all I needed. Carrie Timmons hugged Kathy Allen.
I hugged Alex.
You hugged Alex? I'm going to give him a hug.
Virtually. Be careful, Ange.
Where's
Why?
Alex at?
You're stealing.
I'm going to play the Krebin clip really quick because people asked about Krebin. It's only like 30 seconds. Okay, here we go. Did I credit it? They would love to put me in Krebin. Krebin?
Krebin.
Straight.
Fuck. Keep fucking it up. Okay. What am I doing wrong here? Why is there no audio? Can you hear that?
I did for a second, but
Yeah, what happened to it? Hold on. Something happened. That's annoying.
it's probably Freckled Joy.
Be careful, Ange.
Why?
If you're stealing, you can go straight to
No,
prison.
I credited. They would love to put me in Krebin. Krebin?
Krebin.
Straight to Krebin. Do not pass go.
Corral.
No, it's happening.
Angie's gonna die in Krebin.
Is it?
It's happening.
RT. Maybe it's a tea time. I don't know if it's tea or cappuccino time.
Stereotypical. There you go.
Oh no! I got the fucking.
Working his sources.
Where's
Yes,
Ashley?
Kevin.
She's been gone. So Krebin could be a place, it could be a thing. It's usually destination.
Mm-hmm. It was muted. Yeah, it's basically I did a misspeak and it keeps happening. Favorite law enforcement. Wait, where is that comment? I want to find it. Did I hallucinate? Oh, favorite Delphi law enforcement personality. Whomst. Krebin is all. The Krebin origin story. It's a state of mind. I'm probably gonna need a night of decompress into Krebin soon. Yeah, we'll do that. Depending on what happens today. Like Kira says, I Googled Krebin the other day because I thought it was another word for prison or labor camp.
I mean, you're pretty close. It's part of the Krebin industrial complex.
Correct.
The Krebin, oh yeah. The Krebin industrial complex. Where's my meme? You deleted my meme to make room for your meme, is what happened.
Yeah, we don't have enough storage. We need more storage, guys. We need more.
Why don't you delete one of your memes? Like, you don't think that this one could
I
stand to
used
be deleted?
Meme replacement.
That's
Or
the
this
criminal
one?
Rick Allen. That's for when Fiend talks over somebody. That's just for Mandy Bay.
Okay. I want to add my text message. It was so funny. I did a meme. Wait, no, I know what I want to play. We got time to kill. Look, there's me and Rosie. You can't see me because I'm in a backpack. Oh, man. Crazy. Crazy. I'm going to play my voicemail with D. Sometimes I send me voice memos. Once in a while. Infrequently.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Joseph Scott Morgan can kiss my fucking. Well, you can't be an expert in everything now, can you? No, you can't. But you know what? Damn near close, my friend. You're not even a fucking doctor. And he says, this man has the audacity. He says, well, you know, she's not even board certified. Get fucked, Joseph Scott Morgan, three-name bitch. What the fuck does that have to do with fucking anything? I'm so that just tells me that he doesn't know shit about fuck. You know what board certification means for somebody like her with all of this experience and credentials and education? Bupkis. Fucking a waste of fucking time and money. Get the fuck out. Okay, bye.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Shut the fuck up, Joseph Scott Morgan. You fucking dork. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. Just because you have three names doesn't mean shit. You're just fucking jealous because this lady has more experience and credentials than you, and you're probably a fucking simp for the state. Actually, I know for a fact he's a simp for the state. What the fuck is he doing here? Bob! I'm in a rotten fucking mood.
Chelsea says, "Oh my God, Joseph Scott Morgan made me so mad with the Karen Reed trial. He was so mean to that doctor who testified for the defense." I'm pretty sure that I was watching. I think Bob and Allie had him on and interviewed him at one point during the Karen Reed trial, and he was being so ridiculous. He was being he was being so outrageous. Like,
he kind of suggested you could do a bite mark analysis to see if it was a dog or not.
He did. I think that's what set me off. And then, I remember, because the expert on the stand, like, I think this is who Chelsea's referring to, was like brilliant. Like, her CV, like when she was going through her experience and they were trying to like establish her, whatever they call it. She was going through all her experience and everything she's done. It took her like 5 minutes just to finish. Like, she's done it all. She's brilliant. All these credentials, all of this experience, all these letters after her name. She's worked in, like, I think she was the one that worked in the emergency room, did all the research on, right, the dog animal, but yeah, and he was like, well, she's not board certified. What the fuck relevance
Like,
does
she
that
was in
have?
an emergency room.
She literally doesn't need to be board certified. People have this fundamental misunderstanding of what it means to be board certified. Like, it literally might not fucking matter. It does. Like, some people need it and want it, and other people with their expertise and what they do, it literally doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. It's just like, you don't know what you're talking about, dude. Why are you here? Shut the fuck up. Oh no. You verbalize feminine rage so well. Do you get fired up much? No, never. Never, never, never. Board certification is really just a formality. Yeah, and it's cool, and it's an accomplishment, and it's something to be very proud of, but it in no way speaks to a person's knowledge or legitimacy of their expertise. Like, what does that have to do with anything? It's so annoying when people like him come up and just like try and pick, like, you can't attack the argument. So go over to Marv's channel and please tell me what the hell is wrong with that guy's head. What is Marv's channel?
Uh-oh, is there something wrong with somebody's head? Oh my.
They drag him into that. Am I right, Marv?
I can't. Thank you, Freckle Joy, for being here, and thank you for your generosity. I think I was trying to say I credited them and also say prison. So I said there, and then I was like, they'd love to put me in prison, but instead I said they'd love to put me in Krebin. And it made everybody laugh very hard because it was just ridiculous. And it was also late. Weren't we doing it was like a late night live. We were all past our bedtime and we all got the giggles. That was pretty much it. I asked if you got worked up a lot because I do and would if I judged you right. Oh yeah, I'm worked up. Although I get worked up, but I feel like I get worked up because I like to. Like, it's fun. I'm a New Yorker. My family, we just bicker and argue for fun. It's like we like to, but it's not like legitimate worked up. I'm trying to think of the last time I got like really, really worked up.
I think we should all get Krebin tattoos.
We should. Where should we get them?
Like, on what?
On our face?
Bodies, or like what tattoo parlor?
We should get Krebin rune sets are almost real. We should get like a in Alexa's Me Too, it's a New York thing. Yeah, like that. Like those voice memos that I played that I sent to DB. Those are probably like half of them are like that caliber, right? But I'm never actually like mad. Well, sometimes I'm mad. I get legitimately worked up over this case. Same.
I mean, this is a cult, so we all have to get the same tattoo.
Okay. Ashley! Ashley's here. Oh, thank God. Ashley, we were worried about you. We were making sure you were okay. We missed you. It hasn't even been 24 hours. We are so codependent. Krebin. I retired very early, just sharing time with like minds, tattoos, and our teams. Bamboo toupee. Krebin patches. We could get Krebin patches. Tattoo shop right next to the courthouse. Yeah, I noticed Barbara McDonald posted a picture of like the downtown strip of like shops in Delphi yesterday. And wouldn't you know it, Odin's Den, the tattoo parlor, is no longer Odin's Den. Now it's just tattoo.
No, I noticed that when I was there. I looked at this and I'm like, that's the tattoo parlor. Why does it say? I think it says Black Flag now or something.
I wonder why.
But it's not like it's not actual signage. They just like put up like a poster board and
Yeah.
painted the window maybe.
Just covered
like,
it in black.
I don't know if they like just temporarily changed the name, or I mean maybe it was sold, but it kind of seems like they're just like, hey, can we get you to change the name of your tattoo parlor for a month or so? Just kind of a bad look. We don't want the jurors being influenced by Odin's Den.
Yeah. I have my entire left ass cheek tattooed. Is that true? That's pretty. I mean, it's pretty sick if it's true. Kayla says, I feel like a total weirdo lurking in the shadows for the past week, but here I am an hour away from Delphi. We love lurkers. We appreciate lurkers. We're just happy that you're here. You are welcome to lurk.
I believe the spelling thing is like, it's like a pun on like someone's name or something.
Yeah. Well, that's what yeah, sure. That's what, but it's still weird. It's weird. It's weird. It hurt the worst. I bet it did. Ash cheek tattoos hurt. Yeah, I hear that. I don't have any tattoos, but I love tattoos. I hear that like the DB, you could probably speak to this. I hear like the softer parts of your like body hurt the most. Like you're like you're like, I don't know. I could see
I think that's probably wrong. I mean,
oh, do you have any, Bean?
Yeah, I've got one on my leg, and the part they like is close to my shin. I'll tell you that hurts the worst. Like getting it right on your like bone is
on your bones.
Yeah, like right on your shin, or I don't know. I'm sure there's spots that are more sensitive.
No.
No, Kate, no.
Who supervises the playing of the videos during deliberation? I believe that the defense and the state are both allowed to be there when videos are played. And I think that's why the defense attorneys were there. Like they were seen coming on Saturday. They were there for a couple hours, I think, watching. So I'm pretty sure that the state and the prosecution are allowed to be there. And I imagine the judges as well. But then wouldn't that be a public hearing?
Is what a public hearing?
If the jury wants to review evidence, and they want to watch a video, and so the defense, the state, and the judge and the jury are all convened in the courtroom reviewing a video, wouldn't that be open to the public? Shouldn't that be?
No, I think the only thing that's going to be open to the public is the verdict.
But is that?
I don't think it's a hearing of any sort. It's just like an extension of the deliberations. Like, I know the defendant has the right to be in there and the attorneys do, but I don't think anybody else does.
Heavy Metal Rehab is covered in tattoos. We love it. Rib cage hurt the most. Top of my hands was unpleasant. Interesting. Yeah, I could see that hurting. One on my hip. So it sounds like the close to your bone is what I'm hearing. Top of feet. They all hurt like hell, says Ashley. Julie Melvin is a bae. Sure she is. Did someone say something about Julie? We love Julie Melvin.
So I've got a question.
Go.
The hell is up with this original action?
Nothing. They're gonna ignore it, I think.
I mean, it was filed November 1st, and I think they should start getting on it. Like we might be sitting here a little while. Like, well, how about we get us some audio, some transcripts, some public access to these exhibits? I'd still take it now.
Look at this comment, Deadpool. Hello from New York. It's funny how an innocent American was held captive in solitary, getting forced antipsychotics before being found guilty in a country where you're innocent until proven guilty. Totally. Thank you for sharing your perspective, and I couldn't agree more with you. It's abhorrent. Sorry, go ahead, Fee.
I think that was it. I was just I would like to see the Supreme Court stop being lazy and get some action going on this original action.
Do you think it's laziness?
Not sure.
I only have tattoos from 1991. I was 13. I made the tack gun, and my loser friend was the worst drawer. Can't be removed because it's too deep and some in the shoulder bone. Ouch. That's gangster.
When I was a teenager, a couple friends tried to pierce my nose with like a earring gun from Claire's, and it was not strong enough to do that. So it just kind of got stuck on there, and then it had to be pried off.
Ouch. You ever see The Parent Trap, the Lindsay Lohan version?
I might have, but it would have been a very long time ago.
Well, there's this scene that I remember very vividly where she's piercing the one twin is piercing the other twin's ears, because naturally, if they're going to do a Freaky Friday Parent Trap switch, they have to have their ears pierced, both of them. And she heats up. I tried it once, is my point. She heats up like a pin, a needle, like a needle, and she like lights it lights a match and like sterilizes it. She obviously doesn't sterilize anything. And then she takes a lemon and like puts it behind the ear and like stabs the lemon. Anyway, I tried it. It didn't work.
It didn't work.
No, because it's like what was I gonna? It's like as soon as it starts to hurt, you stop. You need someone else to do it for you. I tried to do it to myself. Didn't work.
Oh yeah, you need somebody else to do it probably.
Anyway, I don't know why they would use a lemon. Here's Michael. We had OA questions, Michael. He heard the bat signal. Oh, there he is.
Michael still has questions about the reports that are in the filing cabinet.
I have to ask Miss Kathy Shank. I'm about to piss off Frank if anyone wants to watch. Where? Freckle Joy, where? Tell us where and we'll be there. Coventina used to be a body piercer. That's cool. There's a scene in Rockstar where Jen Aniston pierces Mark Wahlberg's nipples. Saw the original Parent Trap. Thomas Scott, I have also seen the original Parent Trap. It's good. I am a fan of the 90s version because, after all, I am a basic millennial, but it's cute. Coventina, what is the strangest piercing you've ever given?
Oh, I don't know if we want the answer to that.
Fiend, put your earmuffs on. Doesn't Luttrell have a criminal record? Not a criminal record, but he was found. What's the word? Not liable. The federal courts found that he engaged in serious misconduct, right? At the very least. Right. Our case. L's channel has live people in front of the courthouse. That's where he is. He was my friend in high school, got a corset piercing What's a course? What is that?
Is that
Lana's
is that in the back?
I don't know. I got both sides of my chest done at the same time. I didn't want to have to do it twice. That makes sense. Yeah, because if it hurt really bad the first time, I would probably chicken out and like won't stop after one. So Luttrell was found liable for falsifying evidence and engaging in conspiracy to do so. I did not do some of the things I was asked to do. I was very tame. Safety first always. Ankles pierced the upper part of my ear. Ankles pierced. I think you mean I pierced the upper part of my ear. Or maybe you mean your ankles. Angel has a new picture on X. Let's check it out. 20 piercings on your back that you tie together with a ribbon. That's a lot. Yikes. Nick has coke dealer hair. You don't say.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair.
But the dude has coke dealer hair. Coke dealer hair.
Anyway, let's see. Lana is Bailey's added to my coffee. Good, lead with love. If the prosecution had any evidence at all, aside from their damning evidence, they wouldn't have made so many restrictions and demands when they presented was already known information from the start. 100%. What happens when you get a tat and then get, oops, where did your comment go, Kate? What happens when you get a tat and then get fat? I don't know. Yeah, Deadpool, they wouldn't have. 100%. Totally agree with you. I got a face dermal before I realized how you remove them, so I had to rock it. So I shall rock it as an old lady. What is a face dermal? I did do branding. Okay. As a responsible practitioner, as I have no doubt that you are, how would you do that? I'm so interested.
Don't tell her. She's gonna try it at home.
I will not. I've outgrown that. I no longer try and cut my own bangs. I no longer try and pierce my own body. Did anyone other than Sarah Carbaugh say the person they saw was Bridge Guy in the video? I don't even know. Michael, did Sarah Carbaugh even say that? Or is the prosecution making that leap for her?
I think the other people did say that, like, they thought the person they saw was Bridge Guy. The problem with the entire case is that nobody said that Rick Allen was Bridge Guy or the person that they saw was Rick Allen. So I think it's questionable because all of their descriptions are fairly different. So Bridge Guy can't obviously look like all of those people. I think that it's an easy explanation is that a lot of people saw a lot of different people. I don't think there's a lot lining it up that there's a consistency that they all saw the same person.
And I'm just a firm believer in our Constitution, because if we wrong one person, we're wronging us all, because it's all of our rights on the line too. Yeah. And that's one thing that and at the end of the day, there's also victims, and you want to make sure that like this doesn't happen again, you know? Yeah. And so transparency, I just think that we could have had some more transparency in there, that it would help a lot of people. And unfortunately, we weren't given that opportunity because Gall said no cameras. And
you know what? Even if it wasn't Gall, it would have been here. They would have done it too.
I think it's good no cameras, because then they'll have it right and not be like the old Jay Simpson bullshit.
Yeah.
Is this Greeno she's interviewing? Was that Greeno?
Sounds like it.
Should I play it? God, I just don't want to hear what he has to say. We've spent 6 years having to listen to him. I'll play it.
And she denied it because she says not mainstream media, right? But I also asked for, okay, there's a security camera in here. There's a place online that you can go to on the Indiana court website that actually plays live footage from courts.
Yeah.
And every court's on there. And I said, well, how come you don't just turn that on and we can watch it through the security feed?
Yeah, why not?
That would have been perfect. We could all watch it online. We could watch it, not the best quality, but we could all at least.
Yeah, I'm saying, see, hear. Definitely hear. You just want to hear what's going on, because that's the whole purpose of our, it's for the public. The public is supposed to be open.
So Rose said, I heard that
But thank you so much. I'm gonna head that way. I have to go eat lunch, but thank you, sir.
I was going to eat
Appreciate
lunch
you.
soon too.
I'll talk to you later.
All right.
I just think that.
Okay. That was Anthony Greeno. In order to understand somebody, or whether you want to criticize somebody or you want to, you have to hear somebody's position on something before you can ever speak on something. I don't even know who any of these people are down here. I'm getting to know people for the first time being down here. And hey, what's your, if you feel so passionately one way or the other, what's your why? That's the question I always have.
I did receive a Greeno invite to be interviewed while I was in Delphi.
Yeah, did you take him up on his offer?
I did not. No, I went about my business. I politely declined.
Lead with Love says Greeno's a stopped clock twice, right twice a day. Gino has threatened me on multiple occasions. Same, Michael. Same.
But I
I want to talk about this. But by the way, here's our mascot. Look at Angel's eyes. Drop a 1 if Greeno has threatened you. Anyway, go ahead, Fiend. Thank you, Steve, for sharing.
I was going to say that waiting in line the one day, the Gritty came and sat behind me, and Greeno was also there, and they started getting into quite a heated discussion, and I had to start inching away from them so as not to be associated with.
Oh, Gritty could totally wipe the floor with Greeno in an argument and just in general. Yeah, it's because he's there's a name for people like that, I think, that where you can be very charming and on the surface and quite glib. I don't know if we're gonna get a verdict today, Fiend.
That was my guess. I should get some credit.
That was my guess. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Jennifer Hiney-Hole. I agree. The nips were easy and fast. The toe, you got your toes pierced? Oh my gosh, like the tops of your toes? Whew. That's badass. Had them for 5 years before one started injecting many little things feet stepped on. Yeah, I was just going to say, getting something caught on a piercing would hurt. Hopefully the police have an eye on Greeno. I don't think the police give a shit about what he does, unfortunately. I wish that they did. They were letting him sit in line in front of the courthouse while he had I think he had an OFA or bench warrant or something. I don't remember. Who cares? Give that man no attention. That's my theory. This is literally, that's it. Boring. Would make sense to get an announcement of verdict about now and then re-adding after 2-hour lunch. And then reading it, re-adding, Angela, and then reading it 2 hours. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen to you, Michael.
Re-adding?
I meant reading. My brain did a buffer, and for some reason, I read that as re-adding. Anyway.
I think I don't know how long they're going to go. I mean, I'm going to go with my original thing and be like, they're going to go all week without even asking.
It's scary.
I don't know, man. I think that there's a split, that's a substantial split.
Anyway. Oh, man. It's frustrating. Waiting,
Couple bucks. I'm sorry. I just, it'll blacklist them across the community with what they do for a living. So if I was in a jury deliberating room, I would never, if somebody tried to say like, well, didn't they get paid? Everybody got paid. Guess who paid the experts? The state paid the experts. Richard Allen didn't pay them. Everybody got paid that walked into that room and talked about evidence. Every hour that those police officers were in there, ISP, anybody, they were getting paid.
Right.
They're not in there.
Jay and Dan paid them.
Muffin?
I was gonna say, right. CJ and Dan paid them.
CJ and Dan paid.
They paid the experts.
What? Can't hear you, Fiend.
I was just being a smartass.
Oh, okay. Well, we love that.
I mean, it's also true, but
Yeah. Where's the verdict clock? Let me get our verdict clock going.
are we keeping the verdict clock accurate? I feel like
I don't
we
know.
dropped the ball on it.
Let's find out what is the official count now. Does anybody know?
I believe it was 14 and a half before we started today. So
Okay.
plus 3 hours, so 17 and a half.
Okay.
And I think Alana, she was saying there was something significant about the 17 hour. Of course, you do have to back out some of the breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Because, they got to stop at any time anybody has to go to the bathroom because they all have to be in the room at the same time.
Oh my God, that's so frustrating.
Well, I mean, that's just the rules. You have to all be there.
Cheryl McCollum has a very insightful.
Oh, yeah? What does Max say?
Interesting that they have no briefcases today.
Oh, very interesting.
Oh my God.
Let's do a deep dive on that.
It's fascinating. What could it mean? What could it mean, Fiend?
Maybe they just left their briefcases inside. Or they were going right back out to their cars and they didn't need to bring their briefcases inside.
Right. This is what I think you were thinking of, Fiend. A lot of people tend to apply that one day of testimony of trial more or less equals 1 hour of deliberation. I don't know how, I think that it probably is really, really hard to predict anything with juries. It's super random, but where is DB made a verdict clock, but I have to update the I don't think that there's a way to make it start at a certain time, though. That's the problem, Oh, here we go. Stopping myself. How many hours are we at, Fiend? 17.5?
I think so, yeah. What does that mean, Michael? There's a kind of an iron rule that 1 page of legal writing equals 1 hour. So how many pages of legal writing is the trial? I feel like it's thousands. The time in Indiana is currently 12:05 p.m. This has been a public service announcement.
Thank you. Okay. I think I did it. How's that?
I think that'll work.
Okay.
It's got the seconds on there, which is really the most important part. I don't even care if it's accurate. I just like the seconds counting.
We just like watching it go by. It's something to look
Yeah,
at.
yeah. Because I'm not worried that it's maybe stuck or something. Like just
It's only 9 in the morning. It feels like noon. Oh, it's noon where I am. Your 8-page contempt thingy took 20 hours. Hey, Travis. Welcome. Now
Wow.
we've got both our lawyers in here, Mr.
Oh.
Travis Williams and Michael Osborne. How do I make this? I think there's a way I made it like a little bit smaller last time. Let's see.
No, make it bigger.
Bigger. Okay. I don't like the colors.
There's not really that many colors. You don't like the red?
I guess it's Veterans Day chic. I kind of like. I wanted it to be like darker, like night.
Yeah, you should make it more red, white, and blue.
Okay.
Or make it camouflage.
Yuck. Really? I hate camo. Ooh, I'm freezing. Hold on.
Maybe you just hate camo because you can't see it.
Maybe.
Mandy Joe doesn't like the way the 0 looks. When we reach a full day, we won't have a 0.
I don't like it either. I'm gonna fix it.
Can we put it through like some cool AI filter or something? Give it like an electric Werecat theme.
I can't make the background what I want to make it though. Yeah, I'm gonna put a sweater on. Flip it. Flip it.
Flip it like upside down.
How many veterans are in the chat? If you're a veteran, put a 1 in the chat. If you want, you don't have to, but we would love to hear from you. Happy Veterans Day. Thank you for fighting for our democracy. Yeah. Hey, let's talk about the video, the Bridge Guy videos. I
think it's hard to talk about the Bridge Guy videos unless like we've seen what they saw in court is the problem. Like, I don't know. We've gotten some like differing verbal accounts of what people saw in court on the Bridge Guy videos. Gritty saw the video.
Get on here, Mama. Yeah, I don't understand the video. Everyone go vote in the villain tournament.
Is DB doing a Twitter?
Will you let me talk about the Bridge Guy video? Yeah, Michael, link in the chat, man. Come on up. I got to get rid of some of these things I got here at the bottom. Ah.
Oh, this is a whole tournament thing.
Hey, Michael.
Hey there, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Good morning, Michael.
Hey, Dan.
Or good afternoon, sorry.
Good night.
Good day. Let's talk about the video, Michael.
No, in baseball, radio baseball announcing, there's the thing for the strikeout on 3 pitches. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. It would take an expert, but after the testimony about the bridge guy video, here is the enormous problem I have, and there are enormous problems with saying it's faked too because of the timing. I mean, they released the blow up. My understanding is on the 15th, and who and how that would have been fiddled with in that short of time is really hard to figure. And there may be an answer. But here is the problem I have with the BG video, at least the blow up of it. And that is, at least, by both. Now, I didn't listen to Lee's account of this, but I did listen to Bob and I did listen to Andrea. And everybody seems to have said that BG was pretty far away. I mean, it sounded like 20, 30 yards, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they blow it up. And if that's right, the angle on the camera in the blow up of the picture cannot be the same as the angle on the camera with the thing 20 or 30 yards away. It just can't, because the angle on the camera, and I haven't done it. If you look at it, you can actually figure out exactly where he is, because there's a forked branch behind him and a platform. So you can place him exactly on.
No, we lost your audio, Michael. He'll come back. He's buffering.
I think the main problem with this video and the audio is, they've really got a singular. I mean, I've seen a lot of people trying to make this really complex for what the jury's trying to decide, but I don't think it's that complex. Is it Rick Allen or is it not Rick Allen? Is there reasonable doubt or is there not reasonable doubt? It's hopefully they're not making it more complicated than they need to, because they've really just got that singular thing to decide. And I don't think that they're going to be able to look at there's lots of information that we want to get, and I'm sure there's information that they want to get from this audio and video, who did this, how many people are there,
Right.
But that's not the question that they're needing to answer. They just need to know, is that Rick or is that not Rick? If it's not Rick, then I mean, and I have a hard time believing that they're going to see something that really convinces them that it is. If it was so straightforward, there's his face right in the camera, look at the two guys, is that him? Yes. It would be easy, but it clearly isn't. So, I mean, a lot of this information, I think they have to kind of set aside in their deliberations, because it doesn't help answer the question that you're trying to answer,
Which is
whether it's Rick.
right. And then, but I think that is the question. And in order to answer that question accurately and responsibly, I feel like you first need to figure out, is that video even, how much enhancement, right, did they do to that video? Because we're hearing people say that the video was released in 2019. So the photo of Bridge Guy, they released 1 or 2 stills of Bridge Guy on the 15th, I want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure it was the 15th of February, 2017, but it wasn't until April 19th or whatever during that press conference in 2022 that they released the 1 or 2 second video of him walking on a loop. So 2 years later, they released it. I just don't feel like that video makes no sense. Like, how do you?
But if it doesn't show Rick Allen anyway, then there's like whatever you're looking at doesn't tell you, like, inform you as to whether it's the defendant. That's what I'm getting at. Like, it's almost something that's not really relevant into what you're discussing. Like, if you just can't tell, you just can't tell.
Right, but if the video, if they're going to be making any kind of like determination of anything based on that video, we need to first figure out if the video is even like real, not real, but like how much alteration or enhancement, like what did they do to the video? Because if that is an interpolated AI bridge guy that's not really an accurate representation of him or what happened, like. And by the way,
well, I understand that, but if it doesn't show Rick Allen anyway, then that doesn't really matter.
Right, exactly. I agree with that. But like Twitter DM, okay. But like prove that Bridge Guy killed them. Prove Bridge Guy killed them. It's like you can't just because he says it doesn't make it so.
Well, my phone literally died. I thought I didn't realize StreamYard was going to suck me down from 4% to nothing and nothing.
It does that.
Oh yeah, it will.
So does my observation or thought about the angle make any sense to anybody? I'm happy to be told I'm being silly.
No, you had posted that on Twitter or tweeted that on Twitter, and I think that there's definitely at least some problem with the angle and how you can get that angle that's more than just the way that they've rotated the image, which is weird, and I don't know what the explanation for it is.
It's kind of it's almost a 45-degree angle in the blow up. And
Right.
If you're just blowing something up, you're not changing. A blow up doesn't change the camera angle.
Right.
Michael, can you repeat? A couple people didn't hear the full thought that you shared earlier. I think you cut out at the end. Could you repeat it?
My thought is this: so everybody's been looking at the blow up of both the video and the still of Bridge Guy, since the blow up since the 15th of February, I think it is, 2017, and it's made to look like Bridge Guy, even in a blow up, is pretty close to pretty close to the girls. Well, pretty close to whoever is taking the picture, taking the video. Then it comes out at trial that you can hardly see him, and only for a second, something like 20 yards or 30 yards away on the bridge. And we know that, I believe we know that Livy taking that video, or whoever was taking it, was standing on the last platform down at the side of the bridge. And the angle to somebody 20 or 30 yards away is going to be way different from somebody who's up close to you. But a 45-degree angle, about a 45-degree angle, maybe a little less, to Bridge Guy in a blow up cannot be the same camera angle as to somebody 20 or 30 yards away down the bridge, or up the bridge, whatever you want to say, towards the north.
I mean,
So
I think that speaks to the level of which they had to manipulate it, and I don't think that they were considering putting in a realistic angle. Like, obviously, like for the angle that they show, even if they've rotated it like slightly incorrectly, it's not someone standing out to the side on just the platform. Like, they're way beyond they'd have to be way beyond the platform to get that angle, which they're obviously not just sitting in a tree, or I don't know if like maybe there's a,
I don't think I don't think you can rotate it unless you're going to move.
yeah, I'm agreeing. I don't think that you can correct for it just by rotating it. I think there's more wrong with the angle than just rotating it.
But at the same time, I have a problem with like who did this and who did this in such a quick, short amount of time, and why?
I mean, those are the types of answers that didn't come out in a trial. Like, we were never going to get the answers to exactly how things and why things were done.
That's a good question. Really thought about it. Oops, we lost Michael again. How do I change this?
Like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff as far as the investigation and how they interacted with the public and the things that they said. Like, those things just didn't come into trial. They weren't ever going to. Like, we didn't get the explanation. Like, even when they're highly relevant things, like how and why did Rick Allen get cleared? Why was there a cleared stamp on his file? Like, that would be great to know, but they certainly weren't going to give us the answer to that.
Well, and how many other people who were cleared shouldn't have been? I mean, they've been saying, "Well,
Yeah,
we cleared this."
but were they
cleared
really? Did their file also say cleared? Like, I don't know. The only one that I know about is the one that they clearly stated it, and that's Rick Allen's. His was definitely cleared.
Well, theoretically, the defense has the tip file, so they should know.
Well, I mean, there's been a long history of the defense not getting everything, so who knows if they kept back some information.
What does everybody think? Everybody's been after Cecil for his Googling, etc., and the state not understanding their own phone evidence. It sounds to me like the defense didn't understand the phone evidence. If it's true that iPhones only record ascending steps,
I don't know that is true. From what I've looked into, I don't believe that is accurate. I know I've heard it stated, especially by like at least one person, many times, that it only shows going up. From what I was able to look into, I don't believe that is accurate.
Well, Michelle After Dark, who sort of fronted this, and
Right.
I don't know either way. She said she did it on her phone, and it was only ascending steps.
Right, and I mean,
So
I haven't done the practical
no
testing of that, but my understanding is that from what I was able to, do my Cecil Google researching, that it does record descending. Like, it
Well,
did
we'll
have
just call
that
you Cecil
capability
from now on. Well,
Right.
you've got a new name. You're Cecil.
I mean, I'm just not going to take what one YouTube, like, regardless of it's somebody that I typically agree with or not, I'm not going to just take one YouTuber's word as though that's like something that's reliable.
Yeah, no, of course. But I also I really haven't seen anybody saying anything that she's wrong. I mean, that's the kind of thing that, like, people who know things, I mean, there are enough people out there. It's just crowdsourcing stuff, but there are enough people out there who would know. And I haven't seen any pushback on that.
I mean, I think that this, especially the way the state did it, but conflating the step counting, and then over an extended period of time, kind of lumping it into like between this time and this time there are this many steps without showing like the breakdown of that, and then also conflating the steps like universally means movement of the phone, like somehow it's the same as like GPS, like it's not. And then also we don't have any record for this phone, the power on off log, like that's super crucial because it shows when the phone is powered on, when it's powered off, when it's put into airplane mode. We have no record of that either for any of this time period. And so there's only so much that can be done with the phone data because they ruined the extraction immediately. Bunner did. He immediately did a logical extraction rather than trying to do a full file system extraction, which he should know to do better. I don't know if he made a mistake in that moment or what he was doing. I feel like that is probably incompetence, that he did not follow protocol for how you should do an extraction, and then inadvertently ruined a lot of the information. But I do know that they knew that audio output event was something, and they tried to conflate that as I have no idea what that means.
Well, I don't know about I don't know about Apple Health, but the step tracker I have on my Android is in fact GPS. Now it's also set so it's GPS, so I get a map of where I've walked, but I also get steps, and the steps going to distance are of course connected to whatever I put in as my step length. So.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I think that the technology is quite different today than it was in 2017 on iPhone 6s.
Yeah, I have no idea what Apple Health did or didn't do, and I'm guessing if there was GPS, they'd have used it. Either side.
Well, there's certainly some information that neither side wanted to bring in. I always forget exactly. I didn't write it down exactly what they said it was, but there was a lot of talk about the AT&T historical precision location report for Libby's phone, and part of that was entered into evidence. And I believe it was a jury question that was like, well, hey, how about the Zing or the Ting, I think, because that was the provider that Rick Allen had. What about the Ting historical precision location report, like for Rick's phone? Like, what about that? And they're like, yeah. And they're like, would you need the phone to get that? No. So presumably both sides have this report that goes into much more detail the location of Rick Allen's phone, regardless of where that phone ended up. But neither side wanted to put it into evidence.
Well, I think more important than anything Ting could provide would have been the cell tower information, because the cell tower information would have had that phone on it if it was on and around.
Well, that's what my understanding of this historical precision location report thing is, that basically your cell phone provider is basically in a constant state of pinging you to keep track of your location and provide you better service. So I mean, essentially that is, I don't know. I don't know that that's better than the cell tower stuff. I think that this is specifically for your phone trying to locate you. So I almost think that this is, they used it to to give some references to the location of Libby's phone. But I mean, I find it interesting that there's no way the state wanted to say, hey, this is where Rick's phone was throughout any point in the day. They just did not want to say that.
5 years later, you know, Ting may not have had anything. What I'm saying is they immediately had all the cell tower information, all the phones that were pinging off of that. They would have had the IMEI. They would have had the IMEI numbers or something. And if Rick's phone was on that, somebody should have shown up without regard to Ting.
I mean, I'm going off of what was testified into in court, and they asked, did you need his phone to get that report for him? And it was very uncontested no. And so like anytime there was information that was like not contested by either side, someone just says the answer and like no one questions it. Like I'm kind of going with that.
Well, I understand they say you don't need the phone, and what I'm saying is that one. So yes, there's whatever he had stored in the cloud, maybe with Ting and whatever Ting had, but 5 years later, you might not be able to get the Ting stuff. What I'm saying is there's a giant spreadsheet of thousands and thousands of phones going off those towers over, I don't know what the period of time is, but if Rick's phone was going off those towers, the IMEI number for that phone or whatever the other ID is would be on that list.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. And it's also just the provider has it. And there's nothing about the answers that they
It's
gave in
not the
court that made
provider
it sound like they didn't have access to it. It sounded like they definitely do have access to it.
So are you saying that if Rick's phone is not on the list, and I don't know whether it is or not, again, I have no inside information. Are you saying that if Rick's phone is not on the list of phones pinging off of either of those two towers, that that's bad for both sides?
I'm not saying that. No, I mean, I'm not saying all of that. I'm saying I'm certain that it is on that list because I'm certain that they acknowledged that the provider has this report that shows, his. I mean, it's pings, so it's
You
not
keep going. You keep going back to the provider, Dean, and I'm making
because that's what was referenced in court as to something that existed.
I don't think it was referenced as anything that existed. It was no.
Well,
It was
I was
only
sitting in court. I was sitting in court watching them say it,
saying that the Ting data existed.
Yes, that was my understanding as far as how they were referencing it.
My understanding was they simply said you wouldn't need the phone to get that information. That it would be with Ting. I don't think anybody said Ting actually has the data.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's.
No, I mean, this is what I'm saying. I mean, it's a very specific
it didn't
thing.
sound like they were referencing something that was hypothetical that nobody had.
I got some errands to run. See y'all later. Thanks.
Bye, Michael. To answer the end of the question, I think that some degree we're saying the same thing and some degree weren't. I'm sure that the list off the cell phone tower has Rick's information, but I'm also sure the provider has his list of information. I think that the state doesn't want to lock into Rick's location because it's problematic for their timeline and placing him there. And I think that the defense doesn't want to enter that, not necessarily because it's bad for them, but it might not all be good for them. Like it could show a lot of things that might substantiate one thing or another that they just don't want to take the risk and show that. They have to be cautious because anything they provide can have holes poked in it. Like what if it shows Rick going to get a 6-pack of beer and you've got a confession that says you went and got a 6-pack of beer. Okay, well, all of a sudden something matches up. Is that an indication of guilt? No, but like, does it necessarily help you? Less than it would have if he hadn't said that you want to get a 6-pack of beer. But who knows what it shows? Like, I know the state doesn't want to show it. It's their burden of proof. I mean, I think that a lot of people would like to have see the defense bring in more, and I know, like, even the Rick's family wanted to see more evidence brought in, but like the defense just has to be very, very cautious and strategic. Every single thing that you bring in exposes you to risk and having holes poked in it, and they have to really just focus on rebutting what the state's case is. You know, the state should be the one that wants to bring in more location information. They're the ones accusing this. I mean, I assume that there isn't some rock solid, like, completely, like, easy to understand piece of proof the defense has access to that just shows Rick didn't do that, because they would just do that. Same goes for the state. Like, they don't have anything that just slam dunk shows it, but they have a lot more than what they did show. And some of that includes a lot of location information. Kevintina Sopri says, does the phone provider have to provide that info if they're asked, or would they have to pay to get it? I don't know if they have to pay, but I mean, it seems like it was something that was accessible. Mayor Adobe says, in opening and closing statements, they can say whatever they want. It's bending the truth if that said that.
Hi.
Are you in Delphi now?
No, I'm just walking the dog, but
Oh, I thought
I
you were going to do
figured
some street interviews.
no, I can interview people in my neighborhood. They'll look at me like I'm crazy.
Oh, you should do that.
Yeah. Have you heard of the
Yeah,
Delphi
ask them if
case?
they've heard about
They say,
Delphi.
huh? They say, ¿cómo? Huh? No, I don't think they would know. So I'm starting to feel like we might not get a verdict today.
Yeah,
I know you've been saying that.
I have no idea how quickly we should expect a verdict. I mean, I assume that they're continuing to discuss evidence, and like that they're still in that stage. Otherwise, I would expect to hear from them about, yo, what do we do if we're deadlocked? Or we would expect to hear a verdict. So, I mean, I think they're just going through everything. I mean, it's impossible to know where they're at.
Yeah, I know. I wish I like to have clear expectations so that I can like manage them. I'm like, I hate the not knowing, which is not like, obviously, it's like a universal experience, but frustrating. Ashley says, my dog's name is Finn, and I've accidentally called him Fiend 3 times now.
That poor dog. He's being called a cat's name.
Did anyone there say that they saw the jury leave for lunch? I'd say they probably make him stay, right? They just probably bring him food.
I don't think they're going anywhere. They can go to the courthouse, or they can go back to the hotel, and like, those are the 2 directions you're going. Or you can go to your mandatory activity.
Your mandatory activity. Yeah, I wonder how that's been going. What do you think they watch movies together and bake cookies? What do you think they do?
I don't know. I have a feeling that they don't show them any movies, just because, like, there might be something potentially prejudicial in even the most innocent of movies.
Really?
Right. Yeah.
Is it possible that Judge Gold's going to make them deliberate until the 15th?
No.
No?
No, I think it's completely. I mean, I'm sure she's loving this because I think it's completely out of her hands right now. The only things she can only have an impact if they come back to her with something, if they ask for to see additional evidence, she can have some influence, or if they ask a question, she can have some influence. But outside of that, like, I'm sure she's like gnawing her paws off, man, like wishing she could have some impact.
Well, my worry is that she does. We're not hearing anything. Like, this has been really very weird. We're not getting any
We
updates.
shouldn't be hearing anything. I'm find it more disconcerting that there are rumors of like, oh,
That's what I mean.
or I saw that. I saw jurors
Or
talking
here's
to
what evidence
cops,
they're reviewing. Like,
or
yeah, you
like,
shouldn't know what they're reviewing.
yeah, I don't know. I don't think that there's a whole lot that can or should be reported to us right now.
Oh.
We got a Bob update.
Yeah, I just saw him pulling it up. It's probably him on the ground, right?
It says Richard
He's so
Richard Allen
annoying.
trial update. Third full day of jury deliberations, and all is quiet on the Western Front.
Thanks, Bob.
Yep, nothing happening. Thanks, Bob. Well, I mean that is the update.
What are they
Update is
stuck
no
on, if you
update.
had to guess? So what do you think the split looks like, and what are they stuck on, if anything?
Man, I cannot guess what the split is. I think that it's a significant split. I think that it's so initially I was like, there's at least a couple in each camp. A couple not guilties and they're firm, a couple guilties and they're firm, and a couple people that are kind of in the undecided and they're like willing to be swayed. At this point, I'd up it to like 3 or 4 on the not guilty versus guilty. I think that there's a firm like divide.
Do you think more jurors than not think he's are going to say he's guilty?
I have no idea.
Oh. You're just saying like there's a solid, like there's like people who have now are very solid in their stance, and it's like the gloves are probably off in there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that because they've gone this long that that at least the people on one side are still open to deliberating and negotiating.
They're not
and talking
gridlocked
through
yet.
it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not at like a
They're saying
gridlock.
like, and I don't know, like I might be that type of person. I'd be like, hey, I'm not guilty. I'm not going to be moved off of it, but you're welcome to try to convince me. But like, am I actually going to move off my position? No. But will I keep talking about it forever? Probably.
Let's see. I like this. Bell Mayhem says, I don't think they're stuck, quite honestly. If they were, they would return to court to declare that, and the judge would tell them to go back. So the fact that we've not heard any juror questions, because they're allowed to ask questions, right?
They can ask.
So they can ask questions. They can say that they're stuck, and neither of those have happened. So maybe they're just.
I don't think that there's a lot of questions that they could reasonably actually receive a decent answer on.
Yeah, I agree, and that's reasonable doubt.
I think that like the type of thing you'll get is like, can we watch the bridge guy video again? And the answer is no. Can we have like can we have Richard Allen's Ting historical precision location reports? And they're like, no, no, we can't. I mean, I think there's going to be like I think there's going to be like the only thing that they can ask is like, can we do this or that, have this or look at this and that? And it's probably the answer is going to be no most of the time.
Keith says that there have been long deliberations resulting in acquittals before. I think they're just very thorough. Yeah. I'm biased, but I also think I'm right. So, which most people do when they're biased. But I honestly, I'm having a hard time seeing the rationale of, oh yeah, the state has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. To me, this is just stubborn, like some personal, I don't know. It makes me kind of
Well,
like,
I mean, so that's where every jury has to decide where their bar is for reasonable doubt. And I think that with some of the jurors, you know, they're probably okay with my gut instinct is I think he did it. You know, I think he did it. And there might not be a whole lot more of that, but like it's
gut
hard to
instinct
get
is
some. I know, but
not,
that
there's,
I'm just
but like,
saying that's how reality works.
yeah. Yeah, that's fucking, well then our system is broken, in case you hadn't thought of that before.
Right, and that's why
But like,
juror instructions can be really important as far as look,
yeah,
like they have to meet their burden. Like it's not beyond all doubt, but it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Like if you have a reasonable doubt, then you must acquit. Like you must. And I
right.
mean
If there's any
that
doubt at all.
discussion of what is reasonable doubt is like a massive part of any deliberation. Is like, where is that?
I think I agree with this. There's one or two that are struggling with yeah, they're putting their feelings before the evidence in front of them, and that's really upsetting. That's just makes me really fucking annoyed. I mean, I want them to be thorough, and I want them to go through everything and be absolutely certain. And if there's questions, because of course there's questions, because this has been the most contradictory, confusing. I mean, the state put on the most contradictory, confusing, outlandish case. So of course they have questions. They can't get answers because all the answers have been eliminated out. So I get that. But like, I just feel like if they're gridlocked, then that to me just speaks to jurors who are unwilling to do their job. I know that's like a harsh stance, but I just don't think anyone in good conscience, if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, if they're following the instructions they've been given, it's not like an opinion that there's reasonable doubt in this case. Like that's not an opinion. That's just the way there's just so much reasonable doubt, period.
I mean, some of the instructions, if they come back and they're gridlocked, you know, they'll emphasize, you know, yeah, we're trying to get you got to come to an unanimous verdict, but don't give up your ground just to agree with your other jurors. Like you need to like be firm in your own conviction. And
Yes.
and that could be somebody on either side, you know?
Right. Yeah, I guess. But like, okay, be firm in your conviction, but your conviction should be to follow the evidence and do your job as you were instructed to do, and set your personal gut. Like, I don't care about a juror's gut feeling. Gut feelings are wrong. Like, I don't give a fuck about their gut feeling. I hope that they're not. I hope that they're able to set that aside, at least to come to like a fair consensus. I'm like feeling a little bit pessimistic.
Well, I mean, a part of the problem is that a lot of testimony and a lot of the case is like what the prosecutor says. It's what these law enforcement
Right.
officers said. And like to some people, that's going to like be given a strong weight, and they just might think that like I don't doubt what they're telling me. Like I believe what they're telling me. So I don't have reasonable doubt because I believe what they told me. They're just going off of what people said.
It's a shame that those people were not sussed out, because that's fucking stupid.
I mean, I'm sure they were sussed out by some people in the jury. I mean, I'm sure like that there was definitely some suspicion thrown at, you know, Mullen and Holman at a minimum. There should have been more, like there should be plenty on a lot of the people that testified. They said silly things over and over.
I think it's going to be the fucking stupid ballistics that nobody understands, so they just assume that it's science. Like I could see that over the confessions. Like that's the shit because there's people that just believe that shit for no reason.
Well, I mean, they have the pictures to look at now, and I think that I don't know, man. I would be all for getting in that jury room and laying them all out there and just being like, let's look at it. Like, what do you think? What do you see? You're really going to tell me that's a match? Because that's not a match to me.
Right, but maybe they're like, well, we don't know what we're, but like, what? You don't know what you're looking at? All you're doing is using your eyes. That's literally what Melissa Oberg did. There was no fancy special analysis. She just looked at them.
Correct. And then said that you shouldn't look at the pictures. Those are just reference for me.
I have special eyes. My eyes are special, and I've never been wrong, even though we know that's not true. They could never hear alternate theories. Yeah. Oberg didn't want anyone to see her work. I
mean, I think that I think it's going to be hard for them to reconcile being split or hung, you know. I think they want to hold out like whoever's on either side, they want a verdict. They want their side to win, and for this to they want to render a verdict. But I think it's going to be hard for them to go back and just be like, man, like I think that you have to acknowledge that like this was a long trial, like this is a high stakes decision, and we can't do it. I think we're close to 18.5 hours now, woman. Minus breaks, I guess.
I like this chart. So Curious Luke says between 11 to 27 hours is right for not guilty. 32 on guilty, two times as likely as mistrial, according to the chart. So we're ripe for not guilty right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say this is a limited amount of data to draw any conclusions from. I think it's interesting to look at, but I think it's hard to really determine anything is likely or more likely or less likely from this alone. We need far more data than a short list. I mean, Suzanne says it may be 11-1, impossible to persuade some people, and that would. I think that if you have like an 11-1 or 10-2, like they're not likely to go back and be like, we're hung. They're likely to be like, look, like we've got a strong majority here. Like, let's focus on convincing these last couple people so that we can be unanimous. So that could very well be the situation, because that I feel like in that scenario you have a hard time being like you don't want to go back and be like, we're gridlocked, we just can't come to a decision. What you want to do is be like, we need to convince these last two people. And then you look at whatever, you focus in on what their objections are, and you keep looking at those things and trying to hear them out and convince them. Yeah, and even though like one or two holdouts, the human nature is to agree with the majority and want to go home, but they're
Majority?
also not supposed to give up their
Not if you're not guilty, though.
position. Oh, dude, I would.
Really?
I mean, I would have no problem hanging a jury on reasonable doubt if I was the only person. Because
Me either, dude. It'd be my fucking pleasure. It It would be my pleasure. Well, so what kinds of things do you think, like, what do you think could be said or done? What kinds of issues could be poked or argued that could switch somebody from guilty to not guilty? Like, what would you be trying to show them and argue?
I guess it depends on what they're really hanging their hat on, you know. I think the easiest thing to probably convince somebody would be like the witness statements. Next would probably be like the police, the law enforcement testimony, and like how they weren't consistent and necessarily trustworthy in what they're saying.
Yeah.
If it's something with the voice or the audio, like I think that's pretty easy to convince somebody to reasonable doubt. Like, you need to get real, man. Like, you can't tell from that. I think with the bullet, I think there was enough counter testimony, and also you get to the look at it to where, like, I don't think that you can be confident. And also, like, other guns could not be excluded. So I don't think that you can really go on that. I almost think that the confessions thing is going to be the hardest thing for a lot of people to wrap their heads around, because they just don't understand why somebody would say it. And hopefully the defense made enough of a point that, like, his mental state is in question for this entire period.
So looking at acquittal rates, it's kind of difficult in Indiana because there's a lot of different crimes that they're putting in there, but probably some research that Luke can do pretty quickly. But I agree that that chart is probably not good for, like, determining the overall, statistical outcome, what is most likely, but it is like showing very common, well-known cases that people think about when there's long deliberations. And it does make you think, like, there's been some cases where people deliberate for a long time and there's a not guilty verdict. The same way the other way. So I don't really read too much into it, but it is interesting to think about the overall outcome. I was looking at some data for all cases, and the acquittal rate is like 20% in state courts. But the acquittal rate for murder, if you're charged with murder, is 30%. I'm sorry. 30% or 70% of all people charged with the murder charge are found guilty, but that doesn't necessarily take into consideration that there was actually a trial or not. So I think it's probably safe to assume that the acquittal rate is much lower than that. So
right.
When you have 12 people and reasonable doubt is the standard, you would think that it's quite easy to get 12 people to agree because that standard is so hard to overcome. Huh?
I said, yeah, you would think.
Right.
I mean, the problem with the reasonable doubt bar is that it varies for everybody. Like, we have a high bar for reasonable doubt.
That, and the state is actually going to get the benefit of the doubt pretty much on everything that they say. And in a state like Indiana, I feel like you're going to have at least some people that are going to dig in and think that, law enforcement is always going to act on behalf of the best interests of the people. I mean, I suppose it could happen in every state, but just thinking about the overall conservative nature of Indiana. But then you think about the people that are hyper conservative that don't trust the government. It's like there's a lot of, second generation Tea Party groups and stuff like that in Indiana, where they're kind of anti-government, but maybe they're a little bit more government last week or so. Maybe they were a little bit more pro-government a couple years ago, but I don't know. I feel like
Oh, I think that's definitely playing it.
Yeah, but those people who are so anti-government are also at the same time so anti-child like killer. Like they're just total. They're like all emotion. They're very contradictory. I don't think they realize. Like you're anti-government and yet you're willing to convict somebody when the state didn't do their job just because you like. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to get like political,
Yeah,
but
India.
it's just it's nonsense.
I think it's something that you see in like the true crime world, or at least Delphi communities. Like, it's not as intuitive. Like people's political stances, not just like their specific politics or who they would vote for, but like
Oh no,
it's just not.
no.
It's just not black and white. Like you see a lot of people on both sides that have very different like viewpoints, and like it's a
For sure.
it doesn't all fit into one camp or the other at all.
Thank you, Luke. He says, in the stats, only 5 to 10% of juries are hung. Across the U.S. conviction rate, it is 70 to 75% in states cases. Acquittal rate is 20 to 25% in state cases. These are not Indiana stats. Indiana doesn't do stats.
Dude, Indiana doesn't report fucking anything. It's infuriating.
Except for confessions in their media. They be
True.
reporting that.
They be reporting that.
Yeah, I think retrial would be interesting if it was a hung jury, because you got to think. I think if they get this is me Monday morning quarterbacking, obviously I have no fucking clue, but I would think one thing that they could add as a new expert that would be really powerful is a forensic video analysis expert, because that video, as it is described, and as I have heard it described, it don't make a fucking lick of sense to me, dude. I don't
It makes
understand.
no fucking sense. It makes no sense.
I mean, if there's a situation with a retrial, the thing that I would think that would be most impactful is that you double down, triple down, quadruple down on getting Gull gone, because I
Out.
think you
They
see
have
a
to. They have
totally
to.
different case on both
100%.
sides if some of the pretrial shit doesn't happen.
She literally made this an impossible case to argue, not only with her rulings pre-trial, but her conduct and her behavior and her bias in the trial, the objections she sustained, not letting the defense impeach any of the witnesses, not letting them do any offers of proof. Like she handed the state, you would think at least, that's how bad their case was.
Well,
She
I mean,
handed the state.
The state has the state has a huge problem having brought this to trial if it's hung, and that is that it came out in trial that everything that the Franks requested, it like it was substantiated. The search warrant and the PCA are just filled with lies, and now you've got a record that backs that up. Like, it's not even in question now. And if you go back and you do a Frank's hearing and you've got all this evidence that, like, obviously these things were lies, like, and you throw out the search warrant and you throw out the gun and you throw out the confessions, like, well, what can they do? They're gonna have a huge problem because they have nothing.
Yeah, it definitely would make the timeline more of a centerpiece, because that's really all the state would have left is his statements. But then you have his statement the one time that Mullen fed him 133.30, and then you have that's it. And then you'll have him denying it 1,000 times. But then they're not gonna, I just don't think it's. I don't think the state will put his demeanor and his quote unquote confessions with Holman as such a centerpiece in his testimony, because I think the
No.
defense really tricked them into. Huh?
Mm-hmm. No, I'm agreeing. Sorry.
I think the defense really tricked him into putting so much of that evidence in the record that they were able to get those in, and it wasn't a statement, or it wasn't required that he testified.
Right. Yeah, and I think that the state lying so heavily on the confessions really they fucked themselves, because all of his pretrial treatment in DOC and his state of his psychosis and everything, like I don't know what they thought, but I don't think that helped them. I could see them trying to make a case, really trying to get their witnesses on the same page and their ballistics shit. Yeah, I don't know. Just make sure Cecil's done a Google beforehand. But I don't see them doing this the same way again. And if yeah.
Well, and one thing to consider too is like a lot of the false confession testimony is usually based off from expert analyzing an in custody confession to law enforcement. And the difference here is that this was really something you could have a mental health counselor or a mental health professional really break down, because it was a prolonged thing where there was actual, signs of deterioration. Whereas it's usually just like, yo, they're in the interrogation room and they're getting berated and stuff, but it doesn't have there's no long-term impact that is actually causing them. It's usually just, fuck games by the cops.
Well, the length of the psychological coercion, I think, is, because it's like the same process playing out, but over a period of 5 months versus like 17 hours. I don't know. I just can't see how anybody would take anything that Rick said. I don't know. Also, can I just say, choosing between Gull and Walla, and then choosing between Dan Doolin and Randy Jones were the two hardest things I've had to do all day.
Where'd you come out on that then?
I said Gull was more evil, only because she has the ultimate authority in that scenario. Like, she could have just not allowed any of that shit to be admissible. Therefore, Walla is moot. I'm more personally offended by Walla, but in terms of like scope of evil, I think Gull wins that one. Same with Doolin. If it weren't for Doolin, he never would have been around bitch-made Jones. So Doolin won. Always the government. Always the government going to be the most evil.
So we think of Doolin's taking this one over Randy Jones, chat. Yeah, I thought so too. I think it's safe to say most people are going to say Doolin here, but you guys can do this on your own too. So this is just the chat consensus. Let's see who's up
Can
next.
you see M's?
Oh, can we talk about the defense's?
Can we talk about the defense's opening statements in which we're both fucking with it?
Go ahead, I won't click.
Can we talk about the defense opening statement where they say that phone evidence will show Rick leaving by 2:15? They never mentioned it again, did they?
I've been curious about that as well. It seems as though perhaps that was something that they thought they would need to provide to maybe rebut some of the state's case, and then maybe the state didn't present very much at all, and so they maybe backtracked on that out of an abundance of caution. I think that maybe they were prepared to provide something to that effect, but based on what the state provided, thought that they didn't need to, and that maybe there would be something that would have a hole poked in it, and it's not ideal. It's not ideal to promise that and not deliver on it. I will say that.
Yeah, and I don't think they're that unskilled of litigators. I think that what they thought they were going to be able to do is to get more more testimony from the prosecutor based off location data, but what they did was just totally ignore any mention of location data, and they only used the metadata from the phone's photos and videos. And so I think they were able to argue that, and that's why they said that they got the Snapchat picture. It just, I think that they were thinking they were going to get a better shot at getting the full geofencing and cell site information evidence in.
Well, they knew the geofencing had been eliminated out, and this almost part of what we was talking about with Michael and these the historical precision location report things. Like, I think that the defense thought that they would try to show where Rick was at throughout at least some of the day, and they were ready to show how that actually helped their case. But when the state didn't play that card, they didn't want to play that card either.
Well, I think the motion in limine is, it's just a preliminary ruling, and I think that they thought they were going to be able to make an offer of proof to be able to establish why it's relevant.
Gotcha. That could be well the case as well. I mean, I think that there was something they had locked and loaded, and the way the state's case played out, they thought better of actually having to show that.
Well, there's a part of the testimony that I you were there that day, so feel free to correct me. But looking at Andrea's notes about that day, she said that Nick McClelland asked Stacey Aldridge if she's ever worked at AT&T.
Correct.
And I think that's because she was going to talk about some timing advance reports from AT&T. And I think Nick objected, or whatever happened to where they did a sidebar or something, and it was pretty clear that they were not going to be able to bring up any of the historical cell site information, because I don't see why she would have mentioned AT&T if not for doing that.
Could I say something about the opening with the phone? The way that the defense kind of laid out their case, I wonder if Andy wasn't saying, like, phone doesn't lie, but he wasn't talking about Rick's phone. He was talking about the fact, like, Libby's phone. So because they were able to say, well, Rick's car wasn't there, Betsy didn't see him, the state says he left at this time, yet Libby's phone data shows that the killer was there at whatever time, 10, 5 and 10. That's kind of how I interpret it. Not that they were promising that they were going to show anything significant on Rick's cell phone, but that cell phone data would make the state's theory impossible. That's kind of, unless they were more specific than that. I don't remember them being more specific, but they may have been. I kind of just assumed, like, what? Something's going on in the live. Can you go back to the live cam, DB, please?
Oh, go ahead. Oh.
I do think that 215, like, Easter egg in the opening was a little bit loose, and like, it can definitely be interpreted different ways, as though there's nothing that the state's going to be able to show that he was there past 215, and they certainly didn't. They didn't show anything. They didn't really show anything about him being there that day at all. In terms of harder evidence, it's just Rick's statement that he was there. Ideally, the state would want to show Here's proof that he was there. I mean, I thought that they were going to be able to provide that type of evidence and show, yes, Rick Allen was definitely, like, not only did Rick Allen say he was on the trails that day, here's the proof that he was on the trails that day. No, not anything like that, which I think is not a great. Someone says we have a verdict. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and can you unmute the video?
Yeah, I'm not upstairs. Let me go upstairs. 1 second. On my way. I was doing spaghetti. I got distracted.
Yeah, Lana's going live right now. I wonder if this is a reading of a verdict.
Attention patients exposed to urologist Darius Paduch. Paduch has been criminally convicted for exploiting
What the
male
fuck,
patients.
Paduch?
Right here.
I mean,
Max Lewis says verdict.
What was that, a dog?
Yeah. The whole line.
Dog's yelping.
I said the whole.
yeah, there's reports that there's a verdict. So I'm very curious of what's going on here.
I'm with you.
The defense team just went in.
Oh, not right. Yeah, that's what I'm like. What else would I? Max, are you? That's all I know. I'm not. I'm gonna wait. I'm not.
You're not?
I'm not. Until I see him here.
Alright.
No. Sorry, Max. Not that I'm not talking. That's my thing.
Hello. Hey, what's up? I'm not gonna, I have not put that in.
There's so many rumors. So.
Max Lewis, I think, tweeted it.
Because I'm like, I wouldn't go yet. I mean, it's definitely, I think it's definitely happening, but I'm not going to do that.
Okay. Now, where's the line for the public?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, they said they was going to do it. So,
Whenever we go. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand what's going on here.
This right here.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand.
well, that's
what's
media.
happening.
They got their credentials. But just still, I don't want to. Put it on silent. Well, do not be certain on silent.
Probably still going to be a little bit. I mean, like 2 hours, right?
I think so.
Yep.
Maybe he didn't tweet it.
Where's
Julie's coming. She's coming. She's
How do they know to line up? Who tells them?
Well, I'm like, because I can hear from others. I know, and I'm like, I don't.
Put me up. Put me up.
No.
Grab one.
Don't. No, nobody's in yet, you guys.
I need to see who's all here. We'll do a check off.
Yeah, what's going on? How is this working? Yeah, are we gonna be?
Yeah,
Are we respecting?
They
this
said they
list?
were honoring the list. So she needs to bring her ass back here. Amy, we got to line up and they're gonna honor our list.
Make sure they're gonna honor it.
Yeah, they said they was. They're gonna honor our list.
Get the frick out.
Like that's what we've been doing this whole time. So
Who's all? We need to see who's all here. I need to check everybody off. But who's all here? So Amy's here. Julie's here. Sean's
I'm here.
And here. Lana's here. Andrea's here. Laura Lee's here. Raphael's here. Lauren. Lauren.
Lauren's here.
They're honoring our list. So everybody good.
Now, listen.
where's Julie? Julie. Sign here for 2 hours. We've been staying here for 4 weeks.
Okay.
They said no.
Ran back.
We'll see.
Yourself in the gas station. Or go to the gas station.
I was literally walking out of the gas station. I'm number 2. Yeah.
And I'm number 3.
5. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm up there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Truth Seeker's number 1.
Yep. Let me.
Please
Yeah, let her through. She's number 1.
Please
Just-
let Jenny
I'll
through.
let
Please
Amy
let
go.
Jenny through.
Yep.
Thank you, Amy.
You're fine.
Thank you, Amy.
Yeah.
You're fine. You're fine. Here.
Okay.
I don't
We've been working with this list, so.
Julie, you're behind me. And I'm behind you. And then there. Yeah,
And then
there's
the
our
comment,
list.
whoever's part of the comment, they're
Amy,
Amy. Okay, there she is. Okay, no,
Yeah.
you're good. You're good. I'll just follow you. Okay.
2 hours. Laura, Tamika, after Raphael, Lindsay, Carrie, Joe, Grayson.
It's 2
Karen
hours.
White,
When are they gonna let us
Reno.
in though?
We have
You have to seat everybody.
Well, usually like the media
Okay, you're Raphael.
knows about it
I'm
2
Raphael.
hours prior. Are you?
Yeah, Raphael.
And Truth Seeker is Lauren right after Raphael or before?
Truth Seeker's number 1. I feel like.
I'm 1, Julie's 2,
I feel okay. I feel hopeful that it's not hung. I feel hopeful.
I don't believe that they'd announce it as a verdict if it was hung.
No, absolutely not. I really doubt that as well. I can't. Yeah, that would be.
I guess I don't know that for sure, but I think a verdict means it's
I would expect they would say they had like an announcement, right? If anything.
It would be unusual, but I guess it's not impossible that their firm decision is that they're hung, and that's it. But I typically the judge goes back to them with that.
I'm muted, but I'm not real. I'm also not saying anything at the moment. Lana is still. Oh, you mean Lana? Yeah, I muted Lana because I don't know that they're
Otherwise, it's gonna be mass chaos.
they're just doing line stuff.
Not here. Yeah, so that's like 30 minutes, and then get him here, get him to rest.
But thank you, Kira. There's always a very good chance.
Jennifer,
I
you
am
grab my phone.
muted.
Anybody else look at that poor little man up there thinking, oh, that poor soul.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us.
They know code. They can get in here faster in 30 minutes.
Can I just?
You can still cry at work, Joni.
Mm-hmm.
We give you permission.
I don't know. I can't remember where we got that.
Really, just
As long as yeah, Mitch is inside. Whatever.
Oops, what did I just do?
Oh.
I know most people probably watching this channel are leaning one direction much more than the other direction, but regardless of what the verdict is, I would just keep in mind that, you know, the jurors were tasked with this and got to see a lot of evidence that up close that we were not privy to see, and that they are in a better position to make the full informed deliberations and decisions on this, and just hopefully, you know, they gave it the right amount of weight.
I disagree, Fiend. I'm the best
Yeah, I
person.
disagree.
I know a lot of people want to think that, you know, everybody is partial to their own opinions and things, but like the reality is just that they got to see a lot of things very up close, and like
Do you think that there are objective truths in this case when it comes to evidence and lack of evidence?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, there just certainly could have been from the sounds of it. Like, I don't think that objective like evidence really existed. Like, I don't think that you could just look at the video and just be like, oh, yep, that's Rick Allen. Or if you could look at the bullet and be like, oh, yep, those match. Like, I don't think that those things did exist. I thought they could exist. It doesn't sound from what's reported that those things did exist. And I certainly don't mean that they're that no matter what they decide that it's right, because, you know, and especially from an objective point, you know, they only saw what they saw. So like their scope is quite a lot limited, more limited than a lot of people on the outside. But as far as what was in the trial, they had the closest view of it. I know that like praying on for a verdict at this point, the decision is made already, and we're just waiting. But I would still pray that, especially in the case of a not guilty verdict, that we pray that, Rick Allen's safety, because that's that's something that is very tenuous.
Hi guys.
Hello, beautiful.
How are we feeling?
Like I'm gonna throw up.
No.
How are you feeling?
Same.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah. I mean, it's hopeful, I think, that they actually reached the verdict, right? If they did. So
I think so.
I think there's a very good, I don't know, reason for us to feel good. But it is going to be probably the most stressful next, hour and a half?
Yeah. Yeah. So there is no hung jury. It's either guilty or not guilty, right? At this point.
Has to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. I don't know. I'm gonna chat GPT it and report back.
We'll be ready.
Such a good point.
I would think they would have to hold a public hearing to read the Allen charge,
Mm-hmm.
but who knows in this case.
We have Peter with us, huh?
I haven't heard
We all
this.
know.
Sorry, Oksana. I haven't heard exactly when they're going to be reading. Has anybody seen any like official updates about when? Because
No,
everyone
I
is
think
just saying verdict will update ASAP.
some people say 2 hours, some say 3 o'clock is the most common.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there is a verdict. I'm wondering what time they're going to read it. They're preparing for violence? DB, are you listening to the scanner right now, bub?
No,
Okay. Figured.
They're ridiculous.
they are. It's insane.
Chat GPT says yes, definitely
Violence.
guilty or not guilty.
Okay.
Yeah, I think guilty or not guilty. That's true. Those are two choices.
Well,
Yeah, I don't think there will be a hung jury.
Well, I think it's not possible. Like, yeah.
Do you guys think on Friday, when they met in court and nothing was reported, right? No media was allowed. Do you think they were given an Allen charge or a equivalent of that? Is it
No.
possible? No.
No, I think they're required for that to be public.
You think?
Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking fire and ambulance on the way.
They're so ridiculous. They have to make everything a spectacle. They have to make everything as traumatic and dramatic as possible. Yeah.
I mean, given some of the threats that have been made, I mean, you can certainly see why they need to be on high alert if in the event of a not guilty.
It's going to be a thing. So I don't know what kind of signal I'm going to have here at all. But it's going to be a huge day in that courtroom. And the best guess is if there's this 2-hour window in between, we will probably be getting a verdict read back at 3:15, something like that. So hey, so we'll check it out. So this is what's going on outside the courtroom. What's up, fellows? Yep. All right, so as you can see, it's a pretty massive crowd. Barb's already live on Court TV. So, all right. All right. So verdict is in. You guys want to jump on? All right. So where are you at with this? What are you thinking?
Hopefully it's not guilty.
Who is that, Bob?
Just literally doing an interview with the media saying I didn't think there would be a verdict today.
That looks like one of the jurors, twin
I was
brothers.
pessimistic. So it sounds like we're going to probably have to wait until, sounds like about 3:15 is the best guess. I think they're going to have to transport Alan over from the Cass County Jail, and then, we'll see what's what. But it's like, do you have feelings in your belly?
Kinds of feelings. That's why I come down here, because I've been at home yelling at my TV, and I don't even like having my picture taken. I was like, I don't know if I want to go down there and be on camera, but I'm like, I have to go down there.
Well, you're on camera now.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I can't believe I'm doing this. My kids are going to be upset with me. They're not even allowed to take my picture.
I know it's Veterans Day, and I didn't get to say thank you to all the vets out there that for their service. We owe you the biggest debt possible for allowing us to live the life that we live. So thank you to all the vets out there.
Yes, sir.
So you feeling it, man? You feeling like I've got butterflies like you wouldn't believe.
Hopefully the jury's seen through all the kind of the bull crap that was laid out in front of them. I mean, come on, really? They have not proven anything.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what a jury's going to do, man. That's facts in this thing.
Count out as evidence because you can make a positive identification to it.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. You guys are awesome. Thanks for hanging. All right, so let's keep walking through. So I might lose a signal in here. We'll find out. People are obviously clamoring. Yeah. Wow. So this is the line. Here's Frank.
We didn't expect this today, did we?
We did not.
No one wants to fucking see that. Let's go.
It's way better than a hung jury.
My anxiety is going through the roof.
Shut the fuck up.
Back to normal
How about that,
somehow,
Marv?
you know.
Shut the fuck up.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Joseph Scott Morgan can kiss my fucking. Well, you can't be an expert in everything now, can you? No, you can't. But you know what? Damn near close, my friend. You're not even a fucking doctor. And he says, this man has the audacity. He says, well, she's not even board certified. Get fucked, Joseph Scott Morgan, three-named bitch. What the fuck does that have to do with fucking anything? I'm so that just tells me that he doesn't know shit about fuck. You know what board certification means for somebody like her with all of this experience and credentials and education? Bupkis. Fucking a waste of fucking time and money. Get the fuck out. Okay, bye.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message
That's
system.
hilarious.
Shut the fuck up, Joseph Scott Morgan. You fucking dork. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. Just because you have three names doesn't mean shit. You're just fucking jealous because this lady has more experience and credentials than you, and you're probably a fucking simp for the state.
Lives, one way or another. So it's
You got three names and none of them are doctors.
I want to be on this jury personally.
Upset if I said guilty and I came out and I found out all the things that they weren't allowed to know. That would upset me more than anything. But if they come back with not guilty, that would make the most sense to me.
And you've been muted.
Because I just don't feel like they proved it at all.
Those confessions, you never know how they're going to weigh with them, I mean, they may.
His voice. He's doing the fucking dad filming the Christmas tree on Christmas morning.
Have psychosis, who say things
amplify
that
your fucking voice.
don't make any sense.
Now's not the time to
So,
get bashful.
It doesn't prove
I know, I
anything
was
to me.
muted. I know, I'm
Not
sorry,
this.
I'm sorry.
Right, do you want to come on?
No, thank you.
We tried.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. All right, so you're here. So where are you at on this thing?
Not guilty. Yeah. I think they argued and they figured it out. I think they went over everything, just because I feel they owed it to everybody to go through it. So I'm gonna go with not guilty.
Are you surprised that they came to a verdict?
No.
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 All right. Well, I guess we're going to find out in an hour and a half whether or not you're right.
Right.
All right. You on?
Why not?
Reno,
Let's run it, man.
So we got a verdict, man. No hung jury. I think I'm a little surprised. I'm relieved. I'm glad that they came up with the verdict. Where you at? What do you think's going to go down, man?
Totally nervous, man. I really don't know. It could go either way at this point. I mean, you can see it. The vibe here is just, it's split. There's so many people that think one way or so many people that think another.
Brilliant.
And it's just hard to believe, man. I mean, it's one or the other, but the key is acceptance. No matter what it is, we got to accept.
We have to. I mean, they sat there, they listened to the evidence and whatever they come up with.
Flip it.
You know, I mean, that's the hard thing about these cases is there's going to be people devastated one way or another, you know. So it's like,
I know I'm being an asshole, but like I just so don't want to see these people right now.
I know
you know,
deep in your soul.
I don't care about what they have to say.
So
I don't want to hear anything that they think. I just want them to get out of my face forever in perpetuity.
Will they accept the verdict?
Let's see.
Of course they won't.
I don't think they won't.
Andrea and Lee, have you?
What, Mom? Oh, Gritty's here. Hey, Mama
All
Gritty.
right. Lee.
Beautiful.
come on,
Hey.
All right, so we got the verdict.
Do we definitely have a verdict, or do we know? Could it be they announced?
Lee.
Come on, Lee.
We definitely got a verdict. I got a text. They said verdict, and it's a 2-hour wait from there.
All right. So they just let the media in. All right. So yeah, it's a verdict.
Okay. Nerve wracking. This is the tensest part of a lawyer's life right here. These moments are awful.
It's oddly enough, this is as close to me feeling like what I actually feel like when I'm a lawyer trying a case. Like I actually.
Oh my God, this is
feel
the most privileged
the exact
conversation I've
same
ever heard
way.
in my fucking life.
Maybe to a lesser degree.
I want Andrea.
Oh no. What do you think?
I have no idea.
Oops.
No, you kid.
We need to listen to Fiend reading that Bible verse or psalm, whatever he was reading.
I agree. Good vibes.
Keith. Shot in the dark here, Bob. You a lawyer?
Only on days that end in Y.
No, Max Lewis did, and he was first, I think, with verdict in, and then he deleted his tweet, and then he's now retweeted it. So I don't know if, like, is it still possible that there's just a bunch of misinformation running around right now?
Nah, I got somebody that's like on the inside or whatever. They just texted me like right when I texted Angie that they have a verdict. So I know for a fact they do have one.
Did Bob Siegel have a stroke? What is this tweet? Hold on.
Poor Bob.
I'm not trying to be ableist. Like, what does this mean? We have received word there is a verdict in the Delphi murders case. We will learn this afternoon. I wouldn't even if the jury believes. So that was just a typo. Okay.
Bob's talking to Andrea.
Oh. Oh my God. Why isn't it showing?
Right.
Kristen.
Like a worst case scenario is going to be a hung. So I'm glad that they've made a decision, and it's hard. In a case like this, it's very difficult. So I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. All right. Okay, let's keep walking. All right, so I'm going to probably be short on this one. I've got to go help get Kathy in here when she gets dropped off. So I love you guys. I will, of course, come live the minute that I can when I get out. You'll probably already have the word, but if I can get reactions from people, and there's no guarantee that that's going to be a thing, depending on which way this verdict goes down either way. You know, it's going to be an emotional time when we get out of here. That I can promise you. So, all right, you guys are the best. I love y'all, and you.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. I dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
Amen. Thank you.
Up here. Andrea, you surprised?
No, I mean it's a good development, you know, just the fact that they were able to reach something I think is a very positive sign.
I agree. So are you feeling the butterflies that you felt when you were a child?
Of course. It is. It's agonizing. It's the hardest 30 minutes, hour, whatever it is, of your life.
Sure.
Bob, Mada, Bella, look, bedtime.
Wow, that video. Sorry, I can't handle it.
This is cool. This channel is just doing a live feed. Sorry, Hammy. No, and a lot. You know what? Probably the majority of our folks are not super religious, but it's a beautiful scripture, and being reading it, I just think it's very grounding. I'm sorry if it brings you trauma. A lot of us millennials have a Christian youth group trauma. I know. I like this this feed though. Let me send this channel is oops.
So many people.
Is that when the RS something? I was watching one this morning that I hadn't seen before, and this looks like the very spot that they were sitting in.
Yep. That's it. I think that's the one.
Yeah, they haven't really talked or anything. They've just been letting the feed go since very early this morning, and a lot of people have been back and forth in the chat over there.
I ate cat food at youth group. What?
You know, if there's one person that is for sure 100% that people thought they were a not guilty vote and there's a verdict, if that's right, then, you know.
There's no way 12 of them. No way.
No way. They
would come to a guilty. No way. I just can't find it in me to believe that. I've seen those people. There's no way.
No, I believe you, Oksana. I'm with you on that. I mean,
or not guilty. I mean, if it, you know, I would be very suspicious of something. I mean, no way 12 people can find, random 12 people can find him guilty based on the evidence presented, plus seeing those jurors and the questions they were asking and my strong belief in number 4 and number 10. No way.
Yeah.
I
It's
agree
also-
with you.
They're also not just random people. You know, the defense had a very strong hand in jury selection, so you'd think it'd be hard to not have at least one steadfast not guilty vote in there.
So it might not be, we might not have to wait till 3. If they're letting people in now, I doubt it's going to be that long.
Well, they said that you would have 2 hours from the time that they announced the verdict.
Well, no, they said they'd have 2 hours from when they had a verdict. We don't know.
Yeah, so then they announced it 2 hours later. Is what I got told, like how I understand it to be.
To tell, They could have just not let anything leak for a
Either
while.
way, we know we're going to get a verdict today.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, they were letting people in the courtroom. And to me, like, they didn't let us go up until, close to that, not even right after they left for lunch. I mean, it was closer to reopening the doors. So I would be surprised.
So I mean, we're basically how this is going to go down. They're not, I see a question in chat. Will they show this on live TV? No, there is no TV. Somebody's going to run out of the courtroom and like a town crier and let the rest of the public know.
What do you bet it'll be the Carroll County comment, be the first one out the door? She was the first one out the door while she was over Rossie's neck, his shoulder, looking at those videos that was shown to the jury on the laptop.
I mean, if she's snitching on something, she can be first.
Yeah, I just want to see. I just wish that we could see whatever whatever way it goes. I wish that we could see it, experience that. Just the verdict. It's just so disgusting. Hi, Forensic Fuhrer. You put your whole soul into this. You ain't kidding. Thank you for being here, everyone. I think most of us know Forensic Fuhrer is a friend of the channel. Mods for Andrea, who is our muse, our lighthouse in the storm. What the state of Indiana has done in this case is the work. It ain't good, Fran.
11-11.
Gull gave the parties 2 hours to get their butts in there before she starts handing out contempt. If everyone is there, I can see her doing the thing. Why wait? They're probably going to have to get all their security stuff,
Well, they still got a transport rig too, probably.
Yeah, right. That too.
If you're Rick or Kathy right now, I can't even imagine.
Or Bob.
Or Bob.
Yeah.
Or McLean.
My heart is Catherine, and it's not even me.
All of us. Can you imagine how many of us are just next hour is going to be excruciating?
Absolutely.
No matter what, which I am, guys, it's going to be a not guilty verdict. Let's just be honest. I mean, there's no way but early to celebrate, right? But what's been transpiring in the last 2 years, right? And us finding each other and following, and how much soul and heart and time was put into it for someone we don't know. I think it's such a huge indication of humanity and what kind of people you all are. And it's been wonderful. As hard as it was, it's been wonderful to
Yeah,
see
we've been through a lot.
A lot of trauma and bondage.
All of us here. Yeah. I can't even imagine what could be going through. Yeah, this is a good comment. We will all need each other moving forward, regardless of the verdict. That is very, very true.
There's going to be a lot of work one way or the other.
Yeah. For sure. Knocking all this shit over. For sure. What color light do we want for the verdict reading? Red? What's a justice colored light? I'm thankful. Yeah, same. Thankful it's not hung. Me too. I was I really, that was probably my most likely guess would have been that it would be hung.
What about the color blue? Blue is usually for justice.
Okay, let's get blue.
Whose plan is it, though? Is it Carroll County's plan?
I hope not. Okay, this
I hope
is blue
so,
for
Michael. I
justice,
hope
not blue for
there's-
cops.
He needs to be out of there. If Michael, that's probably for you. If it's a not guilty, will they take him back to jail to release, or what? Or can he literally walk out after the verdict is read? It'd be interesting to know.
From what I was told when I asked that question, they told me that he would still have to go back to the jail to be processed out.
Yeah, because he's not on bail.
I don't like
Ridiculous
that.
either way. But
I don't like that either.
I don't think
well,
he should have to.
I mean, I just don't want him walking out the front. Like,
Right. But why should he have to go back? He should be able to have like a proxy, like his attorney.
Michael
do
said
that.
he should be able to walk out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just have him
Yeah,
processed
process
out.
If so, that's amazing. 'Cause,
what?
yeah. I said if that's so, then that's amazing. He should be able to just walk out, but who knows? You know, it's backward ass Indiana.
I think he has the right to walk out for sure. In some undisclosed location, hopefully.
yes, I think take him somewhere. If he wants to talk on the news or something, don't do it in front of the courthouse.
Wow, the number. So the gag's going to be lifted, right? Does it mean that there will be?
Yes, the gag will be lifted. The gag will be lifted, and people will be able to start talking.
That will be amazing.
Yeah, I do have a couple people that are gagged right now, that are willing to talk as soon as the gag is lifted.
Peggy says, let's continue to work together to ensure this doesn't happen to anyone ever again.
100%.
They're not going to let the media get a shot of him, I don't think, right? They should, but I'm sure they won't.
I hope it happens.
Oh, look, I just looked at our friends over there at the end by that red car.
Beautiful.
Oh, look at that. I don't think they got in, huh? Oh, I mean, maybe that's before. Discovery. I think hopefully all discovery is going to be discoverable now, truly discoverable, including the PCA, starting with PCA. All of it. We need to see all of it.
I agree.
It's a
Is that Monica
lot
Walla
of
right there?
discovery.
What?
Dr. Walla?
Is Dr. Waller right there?
That would be funny.
I have a feeling that they will be taking good care of Rick and Kathy. I don't think they'll be staying local.
They
And
should-
says, of course not. She's here with us.
Hi,
Walla
Dr. Walla.
Hi, Dr. Walla. Meow says, Walla, go the fuck home. Do we have a time that the verdict will be announced? So probably like in an hour and a half, an hour and a bit. Yeah, there is a plan, says Michael. Yeah, I would love to see him react to a not guilty. I'd love to see everybody react to that.
She could literally turn on the cameras now.
Yep. She won't. She's a bitch.
All she needs to do is take off those stupid black trash bags off of those cameras. There's tons of them. There's at least 7, I think.
Where's Judge Jessica?
Maybe she's working.
Oh, she said scary. Never mind. 3 minutes ago. I'm sorry, Judge Jessica.
It is so scary. So we won't really know what time they're gonna read the verdict, right? So until somebody comes out.
Mortal Kombat.
It's crazy that they're not telling us what time. And who announces to the media that a verdict's been reached? You know?
Yeah, who was the first to report it? Do we know?
I think just rumbling outside the courthouse on live streams and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like I got a text message directly from somebody there that there was a verdict reached. They told me that as soon as they found out, they would text me and let me know. So as soon as they texted me that they had a verdict, I texted Ange and let her know that they had a verdict. So
I hope that Rick calls Nick McClellan an asshole. Yeah, that'd be nice. Media was supposed to get a text. Max Lewis and then Bob. Yeah, I think Max tweeted it out first and then he deleted it, but Bob did tweet it out. I think Bob was the first one. And he's like there on the ground, so. God, I'm so fucking Rafael Sanchez gives me a headache.
Rafael Sanchez outside the Carroll County Courthouse. Moments ago, a family member confirming that family members have been called into the courthouse because the verdict is in the Delphi murders trial. Rafael Sanchez outside the Carroll County Courthouse. Moments ago, a family member confirming that family members have been called into the courthouse because the verdict is in the Delphi murders trial. Rafael Sanchez outside
Oh, it's repeating. I was like, we heard you the first. That's my bad. Sorry. My artiste. Teresa says, I think we might be disappointed. The system has been unjust so far. You're not wrong about that. It has been unjust. There were a couple jurors who I just can't see. I can't see them coming to a guilty verdict, especially not so soon. I think they're expecting there to be drama out. Sorry. I think they're expecting there to be drama outside after the verdict's read. They want there to be drama. Court TV said the jurors will be going straight home. Oh, yeah. Allegedly, there was a leak of an acquittal. There's no way that that would be known yet. They'll just talk big on the internet. There won't be any drama. I don't think there will be drama. The only drama that's going to be.
And we gotta remember that there's people that probably have cell phones on them, like Bob. Bob probably either has a cell phone on them or is in the court somewhere with them. So if people aren't running out here,
they have to put their cell phones in a box and you go in. You have to put it in their box when you go in. If you
well,
take
Bob's
it in
with the
there.
family.
Yeah, but they're still making them put their cell phones in the thing too. They
Oh,
don't
okay.
have their cell phones on them.
Yeah, I don't feel particularly confident that we're gonna, if it is an acquittal, that we'll know more. Like, I don't think the discovery is gonna get released right away because they're gonna be like, well, now it's an ongoing investigation. You know, so I wonder if they're gonna hold stuff back.
I agree with DB. They're definitely going to say it's an ongoing investigation.
Someone say something. I don't know what to say. We're just kind of waiting. Once I know for sure when they're going to read it,
We're in Krebin.
we are in Krebin right now.
We're all in shock. I don't think. What do you guys want to talk about? I don't know. Give us some suggestions.
Mr. Michael Osberg says, I will do everything I can to get my hands on the discovery, including an NDA. Good.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Thank you,
And then
Michael.
say fuck that NDA and publish that shit.
That's awesome. Thanks, Michael.
Yeah, Michael has been amazing for this case.
Yeah.
And all of us. And
Yeah, Fiend, apologize to Michael, dude.
Stop.
I'm sorry, Michael.
That's very adult of you, and I knew you'd do that because you're an adult.
I think that we were agreeing more than we were disagreeing.
can Michael jump in?
Yeah, the link. I think you have the link still, Michael.
It's going to drain his phone. He needs to prepare.
That's true. I can give updates on the mood and energy of the community after this verdict. Pray for me, y'all. We will be praying for you, bodybuilder, who is local. I know Courtney has the link too. I think she's working.
I believe Rick Snay was the first one that said the 3 p.m. hour was going to be the reading, so he's there somewhere.
Yeah, I saw him this morning on that feed. He was in and outside talking to folks.
What was that, Gritty? You're kind of cutting out.
I'm probably in a bad service area. Yeah, I saw Rick Snay on the feed that was outside of the courthouse earlier this morning. He was standing out there talking to folks, so he's definitely walking around out there somewhere.
Okay.
He was saying he wasn't sure if he would be able to keep the van for another day, so good news for him that he doesn't have to now.
Courtney's working. Maybe she's twerking while she works at the dog food factory. No, Courtney's working, but she's checking in with updates, like for updates and stuff here. She says hi. She sends her love.
Well, we miss you.
One more time, Gritty.
I said we miss her and we send our love to her too.
Yes, we do. Hey, hey. Can you
Hey
hear me,
there.
Michael?
I can. Can you hear
Hi.
me?
Yes, I can.
Well, I get your all's point about not believing there are 12 people who could find him guilty. On the other hand, those confessions, but yeah, there's some pretty sharp people there, but I've been saying, the guy who asked a question about the reagents used in DNA testing, I just don't think whichever way he went, he'd be moved. And, yeah, maybe you're not guilty, but confessions are a terrible thing, especially when they're false.
I agree.
I'm a little bit surprised that there were no additional juror issues that they kept the same 12 jurors the entire time.
Exactly. I thought about it yesterday. They didn't even use any of their alternates. That's a great group
Sunk
of
cost.
jurors. Can't wait to hear what they have to say. I think that's going to be so interesting. If they choose to speak, right?
Yeah, on if it's an acquittal, I mean, are they gonna want to speak?
You know,
But
I
it's
don't
so
think
scary.
I don't think the jurors are going to want to speak immediately, but if it's an acquittal, my guess is after they go home and see how their time was wasted, there are going to be some pissed off jurors. And if it's a guilty and people go home, there are going to be some pissed off jurors. I think there are going to be some very pissed off jurors.
Yeah, they're gonna be madder than a hornet's nest.
That I agree with for sure. What's this
And
guy?
for deliberation, aren't we about on time? Because I know that Bob and Vinny Politan were talking about like deliberation should last like an hour for every day that trial went. So we're about on par for that time, right?
I think
That
it's
usually,
I think when you subtract out their breaks during deliberation, that they're at exactly an hour per day.
yeah, we're exactly on par with that.
Who is that trooper? It's just who is that trooper?
Was that a 6-hour P226?
I want to know if that
Is that a
DNA
bind room? A bind room on his forearm?
And by the way, if it is an NG, I hope there is the biggest ticker tape parade in Indianapolis for the lawyers and their team ever.
There will be. I think it might take a minute, but I think there will be.
Definitely. Yeah, they've put in a crap ton of work. Like they have gone above and beyond what you would normally see, especially with defense attorneys that are appointed to an indigent defendant.
I'm so
Well,
sorry. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, but you know, if it's a guilty, I guarantee you there are going to be some amazing people all over the appeal.
Yeah, they take worse cases.
Hey, at this point, I think there's so many attorneys across the country, let alone Indiana, right? That gonna want to jump in.
I would have to think so, yeah.
What do you think, Michael? You think a big firm would, because that's kind of like what I think would be really good is like a really big firm with the resources and the in-house tech and people that can organize stuff versus having to create a team like they've had to here. Like an appeal would be, I think, a lot better.
You know whose reaction I want to see too is Mr. Hennessy's reaction after all of this. I would love to see some reaction from Mr. Hennessy as well.
He's going to have one word or two words if it's a guilty. Bullshit. And that's all he'll say. He will call bullshit. Yeah, I don't think a big firm is necessary for the appeal. I think a big firm for the wrongful conviction, post-conviction work, if necessary, would be great for the appeal, but I don't think a big firm is necessary for the... I mean, I'm not saying... I mean, big firms have like some incredibly smart lawyers, but I don't, putting the record together, putting the appendix together, reviewing the record, you don't need a big firm for that.
Okay, yeah, direct appeal, right? Like
the post-conviction case will, and that's why in the protective order it says that the defense has to cough up the discovery at the end of the case. That's absolute bullshit. Because the post-conviction lawyers, and I've told them this, I said, you have to keep a copy, and I hope they've done it. You have to keep a copy of the discovery just as you got it for the post-conviction lawyers.
Yeah, bury it in your backyard if you have to.
Because if it's a guilty, this case is going to be reinvestigated, and it's affirmed on direct appeal. I can't see a conviction surviving an appeal. I just can't.
You can't see it surviving direct, or
I can't see it surviving a direct appeal.
Yeah, because of the third party.
Look,
I mean, there's a number of different issues, but what do you think?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, there are a number of issues, but Gull made the mistake of saying there's on the third party stuff. She made the mistake of saying there's no DNA. If she had just said denied, well, it will be so evidentiary rulings are considered for an abuse of discretion. An abuse of discretion occurs basically when you just get facts crazy wrong or you make a mistake of law. By her saying no nexus, no DNA, that is a mistake of law. You don't have to have DNA to have a nexus. That's a mistake of law on the record.
Okay. And so you think that's more of a direct issue, right?
Oh, it's absolutely a direct appeal issue.
Okay.
So when they start the appeals process, Michael, how will that work with these issues? What do you foresee how that will transpire and go?
Well, the first issue, I mean, I put up the first issue, but I was wrong about that first issue. The first issue is going to be the thing I've been talking about a little bit, but not for a while. And that is, so if you don't have, God, my texts are blowing up.
Oh, I can only imagine. We can hear them. We can hear your phone vibrating.
There's a claim, and Travis has pointed it out, that if you're denied a lawyer when you have the right to counsel at a critical stage, prejudice is presumed. You don't have to show any of the different degrees of, there are various degrees of harmless error analysis. Constitutional errors have to be, state has to show that they were harmless beyond a reasonable doubt. Evidentiary errors, the defense, the person appealing has to show that the error prejudiced somebody's substantial rights. So, you want the constitutional error where possible. But when you're denied a lawyer at a critical stage, your lawyer isn't there, or, and you have the right to counsel. So it's a critical stage that prejudice is presumed. And I think the safekeeping order from Diener, Rick had the right to counsel by then. He didn't have a lawyer. They didn't even hold a hearing. And I think there's a good argument that it's an automatic do-over.
I like that.
Michael, what
I
are
like it too.
What are the chances of a different judge overseeing the second trial, which I'm sure if it's a guilty verdict, it will be overturned, hopefully. And I'm sure there's a good chance for that. Is there a good chance to get a different judge, do you think?
Yeah. I mean, who knows where Gull is in her career, in her life? She might be retiring. I have no idea. I mean, it's going to be a new trial. It's going to be 2 years, 3 years from now.
Women, 4 men, and 3 female alternates. And they have been deliberating since they got that closing arguments that were made on Thursday. And they deliberated Thursday for about 2 hours before then resuming on Friday and then coming back on Saturday. We added up until about 1 o'clock today, about 19 and a half hours of deliberations. And they had a lot of things to go through when you add up all of the exhibits, all of the witnesses, all of the testimony, and also the fact that it was contradictory. There wasn't a lot of agreement about the cartridge, about the video, about the voice, about who was the bridge guy. Just not a lot of agreement there. And so that's really what this panel has been forced to process. Who did we believe? What seems to be the most plausible beyond a reasonable doubt? And when you think about it, they have to come to a unanimous decision. This only happens if they all have a unanimous decision. So imagine 12 different people, 12 different experiences in life, 12 different perspectives, experiences, expertise that they might bring to the table. And they all have been sitting in a room together discussing 387 exhibits, the testimony of 64 witnesses. They took copious notes, many of them during the trial. We saw every day with thick binders, but they
Jesus.
had deliberation. You know, they could refer to their notes, but they also had to just go from memory and their notes. They weren't allowed to see transcripts of what people talked about during the testimony. So it was all their memory and all their notes, which is really interesting.
That's the lady that was like, "Hey, Doug Carter, let me ask you some softball questions."
And by the way, let me say something. If it's a guilty, I guarantee you that the investigation by the defense will not stop, because they've got 30 days to file what's known as a motion to correct error based on newly discovered evidence.
Like stuff you maybe discovered during the trial or after the trial?
Well, what does that mean, a motion to correct error?
I'm sorry, what?
What does a motion to correct error entail, Michael?
It involves filing a motion saying if we're dealing with newly discovered evidence. It involves saying, you know, we've got this new evidence and you should overturn the verdict and time for a new trial.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I saw someone say juries entering courtroom. Someone tweeted, but nobody's allowed to have their phones with them. So I don't know how they know. I wouldn't trust that, maybe 100%. Hey guys, relax. I think there's a very, very high chance of a not guilty verdict. So let's just breathe.
No, I like the observation that, you know, I like the observation that, you know, 12 random people on this evidence really shouldn't come up guilty. But you know, Bob's right. You never know what a jury's going to do.
It's better to be a little bit under, you know.
Well, even where I have what I think is a slam dunk with a client, I think the lawyer language is cautiously optimistic.
Cautiously optimistic. That's a good way to put it, for sure.
So I'm going to dip, at least for a while. And you all have been terrific, incredible, absolutely added interesting stuff to the discussion all along. And thanks for all the time you've put in.
Thank you for coming and talking to us.
Thank you, Michael, for everything. And you've been so amazing in this last 2 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Oksana, it's only it may seem like 2 years, but it's only been about 10 months.
Oh, whatever. 10 months. Yeah, it may feel like it feels like 10.
Yeah, I understand. Well, you can imagine how I feel.
I'm sure you've made us all a much smarter people, I think. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you for the kind words, and I will almost certainly see y'all later.
Bye, Michael.
Bye.
Goodness gracious, great balls there.
Wish TV says jury has left. I can't find that anywhere though. The jury has reached a verdict. We're waiting for the judge to announce it. Where are we seeing that the jury left?
Why would they leave if they're getting ready to render a verdict? That's weird.
I don't think that they've left. I think that they've reached a verdict. I'm not seeing that anywhere else. The verdict will be read at 3 p.m. I'm seeing, but everyone's probably inside, so. I wish Wish would leave. I think we're going to get a lot of wrong info.
Yes, we are. So, guys, if you see anything in the chat saying guilty or not guilty, when we think the verdict is coming in, I would say just wait. People are going to be trolling for sure. And
for sure,
we just have to wait until we get some confirmations. I'm not going to be saying the first thing I hear. So we're all going to try to get the information together. So we'll just hang in there together, guys. We got this. We're going to do.
Thank you, Ellen. Ellen Victoria also know. I'm watching Hoosier Cold Cases. Google Earth tutorial did not go crazy. It soothes my soul. I love all of you guys. We love you too. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being so generous, for watching with us. Y'all are the best. Y'all are the reason that we can do this. Karen Dusty says it's a great day. I just found out I was approved to adopt a precious 7-year-old Bichon pup abandoned during the hurricane. I pick him up tomorrow. It's a good day.
Oh.
Sorry about that. I got kicked off. I got a call from my mom. Today's her birthday. Yeah, today's my mom's birthday. So I've been out here while I was walking through Walmart with you guys on getting some birthday presents and stuff like that situated for her. So I got her a brand new pair of headphones.
Happy birthday, Mom.
Thank you.
So if anyone is getting updates about anything, you can feel free to put them, link them, or you can't link them, I guess. Tell us where to find them so that we can source them and share them with everybody. Anything that you're finding that's good, reliable info. Yeah, I think I'm going to go back to WTHR because they're right outside.
We all need dogs right now. Ange, where's your pup? Sleeping behind you? Sam, say hi.
Oh, look at Oksana's dog. Oksana, what's your dog's name again?
Sam.
What is it?
Sam.
Sam. Hi, Sam.
Yeah,
oh my
hi,
God,
Sam. Say hi.
Sam's
What breed is Sam?
Golden doodle, not very golden, but he's
Aww.
Say hi. Are you shy?
He's so cute.
Cute. Yeah. Yeah. Are you camera shy? I know, me too.
Let's see.
Yours is the different show.
This one? Is it this one or a different one? Which live? Not the live you are sharing. Which live was I sharing? I don't remember.
The RS one, the original one, is that the one that you were thinking about?
Maybe that's the one.
Because that one was like parked right in front of the
Catch
courthouse.
The apple bottom make them wanna bite.
What the fuck? That was weird. I have YouTube Premium. I'm just not logged in. And I don't want to log in because I don't know my login. So we're just gonna deal with it.
We're gonna wing it.
I would just like to say that,
Hey, I'm
oh, go ahead.
Delphi. Waiting on this verdict. They just let all the people in and brought the Richard Allen guy.
Go ahead, Fiend.
So it should be.
I was just going to say that,
live if you want to watch it live.
regardless of anybody's,
Hey, Bob.
I just like to say that, like, a lot of the people that are content creators on YouTube and on Twitter and that have tried to bring, like, information to the forefront, that, like, it's taken a lot of different people to keep this case, the truth of this case, like, in the light. And that, a lot of it, like, everybody in chat and everybody on Twitter and on YouTube, like, you should feel, like, proud of sticking it out and participating in that.
I agree.
I agree.
Well said. And guys, we may get clowned on. We may get memed. We may be in a montage of people laughing at us if he's found guilty. But we know it's not about him being found guilty or not. At the end of the day, it's about fair trials. Was he able to defend himself? The Constitution, due process.
Guilty!
Oh. Wait, they came out already?
Oh my God, I feel so sick right now.
Say all kinds of crazy things and look at the kind of condition that he was kept.
Okay, so everybody was in there? I guess. I thought. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on, but seems like people that were in the court are coming out. So there's Lawyer Lee and Andrea, I believe. Sounds like Brookhoff is saying that defense diaries just posted it on Twitter. Trolls coming any moment now. Okay, so
the all four counts thing is a little bit
it's so
confusing
stupid
to me, and I'd like to have an attorney like Michael explain how you can be both simultaneously guilty of felony murder and murder at the same time. It almost seems like they didn't quite understand the differentiation between the two. And it'll probably be a while, but I expect that we'll hear from some of these jurors as they learn about things that they were not privy to.
Well, I think too, in a lot of cases where people are found guilty, that they feel like they oftentimes speak out a little bit faster in the media. Some people may get interviews.
Well, maybe we'll hear from them as far as something that they thought was convincing to them, because, you know, only hearing everything secondhand, like I didn't hear the thing that was convincing at all. So maybe they will be able to speak a little bit more to that. But I think that they're definitely going to come across some information that has a few of these people second guessing it.
I know now it's not time to say that USA, but I kind of feel
How? I don't I can't understand how.
right.
Yeah, I can't understand it either. Like, I'm not processing this at all. Like, makes no sense with everything that they heard back and forth. This whole process, the things that the jury was not allowed to hear, it just irks me to no end that this is the result. This is a ridiculous result, in my opinion.
This should be terrifying for any one of us. It's crazy. If that amount of evidence is enough to put somebody behind for the rest of their life, I don't. It's they're going to come home to all the amount of information available. They're going to be terrified.
The sentencing hearing, yep, is on December 20th at 9 a.m. and it's supposed to go all day. So there's probably going to be impact statements.
I'll do what I can to get there on December 20th to try to see if I can get in for those statements and such.
You know, the lawyer, Peter Tragar, said that he's never in his career seen a case where it's not guilty after there's confessions from the suspect themselves, So all those confessions and everything, as much as I know, many of us question the circumstances under which they happened. I think for the jury, and so much wasn't allowed in this trial. I think this is pretty hectic. This is a very hectic day. You see law enforcement everywhere. Of course, security. Whew. Cynthia says, I'm so angry. No one is safe. It could be any of us. Yeah, Sherry said we heard 3 p.m. Exactly. We heard 3 p.m. Only 14 members of the public were allowed in. Thankfully, Andrea Burkhart made it in. Lawyer Lee made it in. Defense Diaries was in. Debbie's mom. That is, what is the creator's name? Aspen Connor, I think. Maligator says Gull screwed us every day she could. Yeah, the confessions. Oh dear. Let me see what you. Okay, let's see what you guys voted on the poll out of interest. What do you think it'll be? 40% said guilty and 60% said not guilty. Well, that changed after the verdict came in. But yes. So a lot of you say sad day. The Blue Rose said it's the West Memphis 3 all over again. Wow. Okay. Suzanne said sentencing. Oh, okay. Really? Sentencing is December 20th. Thank you for keeping me informed. I really appreciate it because now I'm live. I'm reacting to all this. I'm trying to follow all the feeds. Yeah, Aspen Connor. Thank you. So thank you. December 20th. Okay. Let's keep that in. I wonder if that will be streamed. Will that be streamed? Sentencing? Rainbow Rabbit Hole says, hoping we get to see the appeals. I'm sure we will. All right, Rochelle, wow, from South Africa, thank you. You said, what an injustice, G. Praying for a successful appeal, just thinking now that the real murderer is walking free. So wanted justice for the girls, but not like this. Pearl Picker says, never talk to the cops, never, right? Samantha Lee says, how can you say he confessed when he said, I might have done it and I think I did it? I am so mad, right? I understand. I mean, we talk about this for a long time, right? So I understand. Just with the jury, when the jury starts studying the case, if they do. A to Z said, folks, never ever speak to the police. This could happen to you. Sure. Odie says, this is not true justice for Abby and Libby. This is so hectic. Pam Pepper said, it is what it is. Wish it had been recorded or televised. Me too. It really sucks that it wasn't. Just over a month of trial. It was scheduled to last until the 15th. Today's the 11th, and today they reached the verdict, right? Marie said, think something more corrupt here, and he was framed for some odonistic action. JM said, no surprise. They did not get all the evidence. Michael Green says the jury was swayed by emotion and not by evidence. Linda says it was the confession to his mom that convinced me. I must say, that one, when I heard it as well, I'm like, oh dear. That one sounded very hectic.
Yeah, I feel like we're still missing a lot on what was going on with any questions afterwards or yeah, the defense team. Crazy.
Just means we have more work to do. Today's gonna suck, but when we wake up tomorrow, it's not over. We can't leave. As awful as we feel, it's not nearly as close to the other one. So we just need to stay. It's easy to leave and just think that justice just doesn't exist. It doesn't work, but we can't leave. Sorry, guys. I mean, it's insane.
Since the girls were murdered. So at this point, it's been a very long time, and it's been 747 days since Richard Allen was arrested. So justice was a long time coming for these families.
Yeah. Kyla, what about the jury? Speak to that a little bit. Obviously, their emotions have, it's been a roller coaster for them. What has it been like watching them? Did you get any indication that this was happening? Was there ever any point where we were like, okay, and I asked this to Mario, okay, this is probably going to change the outcome of the trial?
Yes, certainly. I mean, that was one of the most fascinating parts of this experience, at least for me personally, was watching the jury interact. And honestly, I mean, the jury was able to ask questions throughout the trial. And so those were some of the most fascinating points where they would ask 15 questions.
Can I read this tweet from Kit Hanley?
Yes.
It says, our at Max Lewis TV says, a member of Richard Allen's defense team said, this isn't over to Allen after hearing the guilty verdict. I think it's something important to keep in mind that either, no matter which way this went, guilty, not guilty, or hung, that it wasn't really going to be over. You know, guilty is going to end up with a very, very long appeals process. Hung was going to end up with another trial. And not guilty was going to mean that there's an open investigation with nobody held accountable.
So how quickly can they start the appeals process? Does that start until after sentencing? Can they start now?
I mean, I think what Michael was saying earlier, that they'll be starting on stuff right away.
Yeah, like what is the newly discovered evidence standard for the 30 days? Like, you know, if it's something that was discovered during the trial but not allowed to be presented or something like that, I mean, that's who knows? I heard that they already got Rick out of there. But yeah, this, I mean, we're gonna get trickles of stuff that's gonna sound good, you know, things here and there. People saying, I think this could happen, that could happen 30 days, you know, directed appeal. Just got to be measured.
I really don't know what to think about that. I don't know if like there being a pending case may have. I mean, the jurisdiction's a large part of that.
And for this case, I'm not done. I am not done, and I am not backing down. I'm not backing down because it's for every single American, and I'm not kidding you. And I mean it when I say it. It's not cliche. This is wrong. This is wrong. Is Michael Allsbrook around?
He was earlier. After he heard that it was a guilty verdict, he had to excuse himself.
Yeah, I just messaged him if he wants to come back. That he's welcome to. I mean, there's people, the local. I have locals messaging me saying they're fucking moving out of Indiana as soon as they can now, and these are Delphi people that know all the people involved in this. So, I mean, this is just.
So when we get to it, there's been some comments, Teresa, about money for appeals and whatnot. When we want to talk about that, I have something really important to discuss about that. Sleuthy, what are you thinking?
First of all, I agree with Julie, and I wish she would not cry, but I understand. I am kind of disgusted. I think probably mostly disgusted. I'm just wondering how long, and you're probably better to answer this than me. How long will it take to write up whatever they need to for an appeal? Like, how quickly can they get something in front of the appeals court? Because I do feel like there's I do feel like reversible error has been made. So I'm just wondering how quickly they would get that in front of other judges.
Yeah, and hopefully Michael will pop back in because he's clearly the most qualified person, if not the most qualified, one of the most qualified in Indiana about all of these questions. But so first of all, Barbara McDonald report, did she give the date for sentencing? Did she say the date?
Julie, did you heard the date? What was it?
Yes, yeah. Well, she gave some dates. She said, when do you want it? Oops, sorry. It said, do you want it? We have December 12th, 13th, 20th, January 2nd, 3rd, 17th, or 20th. So there's our dates to be, chosen from. I want to say there was.
What did they pick?
Pardon?
What did they pick? Which date?
I didn't actually hear the date because I was.
Okay. All right. So sentencing will be set in this. They'll pick one of those dates, December or January.
December 20th. December 20th is what's being reported by everybody.
Oh boy. Okay.
Juror 11 was the foreman, huh?
Yeah, I wish we had some kind of fucking like concept of what that means, but I have no idea what that means. It doesn't mean anything to me.
Juror
Well,
11?
just-
Yeah, there's some, I'm sure there's some people with some notes. Oh, that guy? That was the guy that didn't take any notes. He was just sitting there, like, staring ahead and smirking the entire time.
Fiend.
I'm telling you, dude. Like,
Oh my
he was like out in outer space. I thought he was on like gummies or something, or worse. Like he was. I mean, he was like paying it, like kind of paying attention to what was going on, like watching it. But, like he didn't take a single note. Like he didn't care. Like he was just had this weird smirk on his face the entire time. Like that would be the last person I would have guessed that was the foreman.
That's a disturbing thought.
Yeah, I would have really thought it was somebody that was taking lots of notes.
Yeah, I thought it would be the dude that was the big note taker, the one that they were saying was vigorously like writing everything down. That's who I would have thought they would have had to speak for all of them.
But of course it's a fucking male. Like, what the fuck? It's like a majority female jury.
I think Lana called this guy no notes.
Yeah.
I mean, I see people saying plant, but like, I mean, this was all 12 jurors and you'll ultimately coming up with the same decision.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think that's like the fix isn't, the jury, getting the jury in there. It's just the process of what's allowed to be presented and what's not, and the reality of issues at trial is that sometimes you don't get to really point those issues out until years down the road.
And of course, the decorum order went out the window again because it no longer was it 24 public that were in, or 18 or 16. Today it was only 14. Like this fucking judge, man, she sucks.
Big time.
I know a lot of people are talking about appeal, but like, I mean, ultimately, you can go up for your appeal and they just say no, especially if people are saying, hey, there's fixes in. That's the easiest thing to do is just say no on appeal. I mean, there's a lot of cases out there where someone gets convicted, they don't get their appeal, and then down the road, DNA, often DNA,
Yep.
but something, but often DNA, or confession, but often DNA, just proves what actually happened.
Well, for them, it'll prove that they were a co-conspirator.
I mean, we do know that there are untested hairs, they certainly didn't want to test them to prove that Rick Allen was involved, but They belong to somebody.
Well, he's going to be in Cass County for until his appeal, or until his sentencing. He'll be in Cass County probably for a couple days after sentencing, and he's going to go straight to a protective custody unit probably. And probably wait a year. So I'll see y'all in a year or so.
Right. Right. There's, I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a time and process to reconvene on any new information in this case. Like it's not over, but it's over for a little while.
Oh, thanks, Gigi. So
Out.
what?
Block, please.
Okay.
I don't know how to do it on my end.
So
Thank you.
Yeah,
So
the gag order.
Yeah, go ahead, DB.
The gag order thing is kind of weird because the sentencing's mandatory, isn't it?
I believe the gag order would stay in place through the sentencing, but hashtag not a lawyer.
Yeah, it says it will. A gag order is in place until sentencing.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Hi, Ham.
Hello.
Hey, Hammy.
Hey, Hammy.
Hi, all.
Our little ray of sunshine.
Sometimes.
Y'all, hi. Hammy, how you feeling?
I wouldn't really say surprised, more like disgusted, I guess. Yeah, I think that personally it's been kind of interesting to I don't know, I guess like see myself through this community over this past week. Not just because of like this, but also because of the presidential election. And yeah, I just think it's kind of interesting to see people's reactions to this, I guess. And obviously it's upsetting. And I'm trying not to come out and just like throw jokes everywhere because I think that's my coping mechanism.
It's okay. You're allowed.
You're in good company there.
Yeah. Look at who's on the panel with you. You really are in good company with that.
I would agree. Like, I'm not. I think I was prepared to hear guilty. Like I'm not. I don't think I would say that I'm surprised.
I wasn't.
I mean, I think it's still a shock to the system, but like logically, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I think that like both of those things can be right because I think like some of us have been kind of going through this mourning process, I guess, since Tuesday, where it's like I think a lot of us knew the odds that Harris wasn't going to win, right? But it's kind of like when somebody is like in hospice care where it's like you know the odds, but that doesn't mean that you don't get to be sad after, I guess, and upset by the situation. So I think the same thing can occur with like this case, where it's like we know that a lot of the odds were stacked against, and so maybe shock isn't the response, but I don't know, going through, I guess, like the 7 stages of grief, where it's like disbelief. I know, Mandy, that you said let's keep politics out of this. Yeah, just I know that this can just, a lot of people in this community just kind of wave off like, oh, I don't talk politics, or I hate all politics. But I think to some extent it does become a reflection of like people's moral values, I guess. And I don't know, it's a little confusing to me to see people that I know were pretty staunch Trump reporters now be like completely devastated by what has happened with Richard Allen, because it's like his platform was run on like full immunity for policemen, you know, and things like that. And so, yeah, I don't know. That's like my reckoning as a younger person and a person of color, which I know that there aren't a lot in this community. And those are just my thoughts, kind of processing what's going on. Just kind of seeing like this outrage now is kind of interesting, I guess, to just kind of watch.
Well, I was speaking to that a little bit earlier, and I think that there's a there's a lot of people that across the spectrum politically that were, it didn't really correlate to their stance on this case. I'm a little bit disturbed by, there were a lot of locals, and not like both in terms of Indiana, but also in terms of like locals that showed up and were part of like the sidewalk interviews, and it did seem disproportionate that a lot of them felt that Richard Allen was innocent, and I find that a little bit disconcerting.
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that?
Just that there was a lot of people that came out to the courthouse that were like Indiana people or even more local to Delphi that were pretty strongly, I mean, it seemed to be disproportionate that a lot of them felt that Richard Allen was innocent rather than guilty. I didn't see that. Like, I didn't see a lot of people going out there and being like, oh yeah, he's guilty. I mean, I see that as far as like some YouTubers, but I didn't see like the regular people going out there and being like that.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I came across more like local people that were out there that said that they believed that he was innocent. I mean, it is kind of legal for them to kick the FBI out. They have the right to decide whether they want them there or not. It's at that particular sheriff's department's discretion. I think it was a bad idea to kick them out, in my opinion.
I thought, so something I've been a little confused about is, isn't Indiana one of those states where like either local police can request the FBI or the family can request the FBI to look at the case?
I believe so, but I can double check real quick.
Okay, yeah, because I guess like that's always, that to me I don't know. It breaks my heart, like just seeing like Libby's mom out there, and it's like obviously she seems grateful for the verdict, but I know that this is one of those things where it settles, you know. And I don't know. I know that I'm pretty sure that they were able to also request the FBI to look at their case, irrespective of the police department doing it. And so, I don't know. I guess that must be hard with knowing how. Well, I guess they got a verdict, but
reply to this. Okay, so it says, yes, Indiana can request an FBI.
I guess with the gag order, we shouldn't be surprised that he won't speak on the verdict or the trial, but that guy definitely needs to say something at some point.
I don't know what you're referring to, Acorn. Oh.
Okay, the gag isn't over. It's in place through December 20th at least.
Mm.
Oh, the Acorn cop shooter, that guy.
Why is Judge Gull allowed to? I mean, does she have the authority to keep a gag order when the case has already been adjudicated or whatever the fuck? Like, how?
Maybe she doesn't want to be influenced by people talking when she has to decide on the sentencing.
She's the influencer. Yeah. It just doesn't feel lawful. Like, how can you keep a gag order in place? I mean, if she's worried about because the gag order supposedly is to keep like a potential jury pool from being influenced. Okay, well, it's over. So
Nobody smokes cigarettes.
can you say that louder, DP?
Nobody relapse on cigarettes or chewing tobacco or any other drugs.
Okay.
Good words of encouragement, DB.
Thank you.
I don't understand that. It's stupid. Just because it's a law doesn't mean it's law. It's makes no fucking sense. But the purpose of the gag was just to not influence taint the jury pool.
Well, now I don't know if that applies to the jury at all. I think once they're released, they're free. So
You think Judge Gold won't gag the jury?
Or just tell them that they are, like,
I don't
to
even
scare
know.
them.
Can you even do that? I don't even know if you can do that.
She'll do it.
Well, there's a
She'll
lot of shit
probably
you can't
it.
do.
Yeah, she's done nothing that she's done has been like, I don't know. I'm like, I really wasn't in. I'm very surprised. This was the least likely thing that I expected at this point, like today.
I agree with like what Oksana was saying, where it was just like, I personally felt like if you looked at the rules, that this would not be the outcome.
No, they obviously
Right.
didn't. Yeah.
I guess like, and I'm not saying like this chat is necessarily doing it, but I guess like the rest of the YouTube streets, like, I hope something that doesn't happen is like right now is not necessarily the time for all these really like the hottest of hot takes about like diagnosing what happened with all the data and like who went wrong in the trial and how the defense should have done something differently. And I guess like that's just something that I'm not looking forward to as kind of like the rest of or the end of this trial progresses. So I just hope that like, I don't know, that this is kind of like a safe community for that. And that doesn't mean that like we can't analyze like the data that comes out where it's like, let's say, I think somebody said like, what if it was 10 jurors that said guilty and then 2 that said not guilty? Like we're still getting the facts as they come out, but I don't know. I'm just,
oh God.
I'm not. I can't, y'all. I can't listen to Gray Hughes. I'm sorry. I love Bob, but I really can't. I really can't.
And it is a relief for the family, but I still have this scratch of reasonable doubt that I can't reach to I have the itch of reasonable doubt and I can't reach to scratch it. You know why? From day one, putting this whole thing, Judge Gold, under a shroud of secrecy, making it seem like almost like a witch hunt. The way they presumed him guilty before the trial, the way they hounded him, the way they treated him in prison, putting him away, the way they got the confession, his mental status when he made the confession, all of that, the length of time it took them to even prosecute, all of that leaves me feeling uncomfortable. Like Barbara said, like Bob just said, I respect the verdict, but there's a part of me that says that it's a verdict that could have gone either way because there could have been reasonable doubt. The way they handled the investigation, everything creates a shroud of, I'm not 100%
Go
sure
off,
they
Queen.
got the right guy, but somebody had to pay for this. It was
I'll have to get
so
that shit
heinous
tatted on
what
my
happened
back.
to those kids that somebody had to pay. And I feel like the jurors went according to that mode of operating. And I'm not 100% sure they have the right person.
Gray Hughes, let me ask you the same question because I know you
Oh, God.
1,000.
If y'all want to
Thank
listen
you.
to him, you can, but I can't. DB, I can't. Really?
It isn't going to do anybody any good to listen to the postmortems by TV. I mean, you know, people are going to be arguing about the validity of this verdict. Either, you know, the guilty folks are going to be dunking, and the not guilty folks are going to be pretty upset. And you know, Gray Hughes getting a chance to say, you know, I was right.
I 100% agree.
And you know, the only reason I'm going to listen to Bob and or Andrea tonight is not for any analysis. It'll be for a description of what it was like inside the courtroom when it happened.
Here's Rosie and Kathy.
I think that's
Or
the
Bob
system.
and sorry, Bob and Kathy.
Janice.
So we're already, you know, I'm already on the hunt, already collecting new evidence. And my guess is I'm going to be out pretty soon because I'm going to be subject to an NDA. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe they don't want me.
Well, they I'm sure they want you, Michael. You're probably one of the most experienced people in dealing with it at this stage. So, Godspeed.
But I hear it was reported Kathy was saying this isn't over, and it's not.
Yeah, Ajay said this isn't over to Kathy.
Yeah, I don't know who said. Don't know who said. Somebody said this isn't over. So.
I think a lot of them are saying
it.
Oh God, this isn't over at all. Kathy Allen
said
says
it. Kathy Allen said it. Yeah.
she's gonna get sanctioned for that by Gull probably. Fucking
what?
Gull's probably gonna be like, oh yeah, you broke the gag order because you said that.
That I broke the gag order?
No, we're talking about Kathy Allen.
Kathy Allen is not subject to the gag order. She's in there, but the gag order, Gull has no authority over the family. The families have been free. Look, Abby's and Libby's families have been hiding behind the gag order, or they've just been, observing it for whatever reason. And the same with Kathy, but they are absolutely not. They're not parties to this case. Gull has no authority over them. She signed the order. She signed the order McClelland wrote, and McClelland included the families. And it's just, I'm sorry. I mean, the law is really clear about this. I mean, she just has no authority over the family.
Osbrook, can you lay out like what the next steps are, I guess?
Well, the sentencing is December 20th, as I count the days. The 19th of January is 30 days, but that's a Sunday. So the 20th is 31 days, but that's Martin Luther King's birthday. So they've got 30 days. They've got till January 21st, 2025 to file a motion to correct error. And maybe they want to do that, and maybe they don't. I don't know. I mean, I think it would have to be based on newly discovered evidence. They might try. We're entitled to a new trial. They may try some of the appellate issues on Gull first. But there's still more than 60 days for new evidence to pop up or to be pried out of the earth. So, it ain't over. Then there's the appeal. Got 30 days for a notice of appeal from the denial of a motion to correct error. We'll see.
Do we know who's on the 3-judge panel or who they're pulling from that for the appeal?
Oh no, you know.
Is it like a rotation?
Yeah, I don't know whether it's 15 judges now in the Court of Appeals. I think it is. They're randomly assigned.
I see a lot of page 8 gate stuff going on in chat. I recreated page 8. You'll find it on my Twitter. It does not allege murder in the probable cause affidavit.
I think the problem I have with the verdict, I could have seen. I mean, I don't think the instructions supported it, but I could have seen the killing in the course of the kidnapping. but I can't see any evidence that Rick Allen actually killed the girls.
So, Michael, is it proper that they would find guilty on all 4 charges, where you've got felony murder with death in the commission of kidnapping and just regular murder? Like,
Yeah, absolutely, and they don't have to. He won't get sentenced on all 4. He'll get sentenced on 2, probably the knowing and intentional killing, and then the felony murder charges will, as they say, merge into the others. That
but
those judgments of conviction will be vacated.
how are both things true simultaneously? Like, because that's the jury's verdict, that both of these things happened. Like,
well, they were killed in the course of a kidnapping, and he killed them. I mean, I think one's a subset. You don't have to have the kidnapping for him to actually have killed them, but once you have the kidnapping, they can find that he actually killed them.
Gotcha. It's hard to believe that there's not reasonable doubt on some of that.
But I agree. Look, you're preaching to the choir on that one, but I'm trying to. So the way, if I'd been on the jury, I'd have gotten. The only way I would have gotten to a guilty on the killed in the course of the kidnapping is looked at the phone evidence and said, yeah, there were other people involved. But he was bridge guy, and he did kidnap them. And it's interesting, there was no instruction, as far as I know, that Rick didn't have to be the one to kill them to be guilty of the felony murder if he did the kidnapping or was an accomplice. And it's really interesting that, there was no request by McClelland for an accomplice liability instruction. And by the way, I was just thinking about it. The felony murder the felony murder charge actually might have been a really interesting basis to get the third-party evidence in. Look, they've even said, it was in the course of a kidnapping. There's evidence he couldn't have possibly. There were other people down there. We got to get this third-party evidence in. We'll see. I don't know how it shakes out. I don't know what was preserved. I don't know, what errors were properly preserved. None of us have heard even the people in the courtroom didn't hear the sidebars with the white noise. That'll be in the transcript. Who knows? Hard to say. I mean, I can, look at the errors we know were preserved and say, just on what we know, I think there's a good shot for reversal.
So you're the only attorney that we have here right now. So I'm going to pose the question to you. What's the status of Andrea's original action for some public access? Because as it stands right now,
Andrea's original action is going nowhere.
So the public won't have access to these exhibits that were in the trial. Just that's it.
They will unless they're sealed. The public will have access once they become part of the appellate record.
Michael, why do you think her appeal is going nowhere? Just because it's over?
There are a bunch of reasons. On one view it's moot. On another, it's she cited a criminal. She cited an old version of a criminal rule, and the criminal rule she cited no longer says what she says it says.
I want to see.
It was a good try.
I want to see the fucking exhibits. I want to see those are supposed to be public exhibits, and I want to see them.
My guess is that some of the exhibits, my guess is that the video of Rick in prison, my guess is those are going to be sealed. My guess is that the crime scene pictures that include the girls are going to be sealed. That's just a guess. I don't know.
Okay, but I want to see the bridge guy videos. I want
Yeah,
them to put
absolutely.
those out there.
Michael, I have a question for you. I was wondering, I guess, what was it that you used to do with your graduate group or your students? And then do you still do that kind of work?
I still do that kind of work, but I don't do it with students anymore.
Okay.
What we did was we looked for cases coming out of the state court, as I like to say, that were so stupid even a federal court would grant relief, which is really the only kind of habeas case you can win. So we cherry picked cases. So yeah, we were incredibly successful.
Is
We
this
won.
one you would pick?
Yeah, it depends. It depends entirely on what the state courts say.
Mm.
Basically, you have to have a case where the state court flunked constitutional law, or
Wait,
where they got some. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm an engineer. Well, I'm not really sure about this world. So right now they would submit their, hold on, I wrote it somewhere else. Their motion to correct error, and then they appeal that to the state court, or does the state stuff have nothing to do with this case? I'm just kind of confused about
No, the
like
federal stuff has. Look, there is not
Yeah.
going to be a federal case in this case for 10 years.
Okay.
Because after the direct appeal, I guarantee you the post-conviction lawyers will be tearing the ground up.
Mm-hmm.
So there will be a state post-conviction case, and it's really only after that you go to federal court. And the reason for that, and there's a reason for that, you could go after the direct appeal if there's some issue that is so clearly contrary to federal law. But you only get one shot. So if you, after the direct appeal, but before the state post-conviction case, you don't get to raise anything in federal court that the post-conviction lawyers dig up.
Okay. So when they file this motion to correct error, who is the person reviewing this file?
Go.
Oh God. Okay.
That's filed
I was
in trial
hoping you
court.
answered that.
I knew that answer already.
But it's a way. I mean, the other thing is, it's a way also to get, and it has to be newly discovered evidence. I mean, evidence discovered since trial that couldn't have been discovered earlier with use of due diligence. And look, my guess is that there are at least 10 people out there who know exactly what happened, who did it, and how it happened.
The crime?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll see. I mean, I've already gotten. There's a phone out there that the investigators need to pick up. Already got that information to them.
Yeah. I guess just my question is like, well, with what money?
With what money?
I mean, like, would like an expert then go through the phone or that kind of stuff? I don't know.
Yeah, it's part of the representation. I mean, they should get money for that.
So is there any, dang, I was not expecting that goal answer, that she's the one that would then look over that file.
Yeah, until it goes to the appeals, like the appeals court, she's
So
just
once she rejects it, then it would move to somebody else? Am I getting that right? I'm asking
once
there's
she
a way
denies
for it to not
yeah,
be.
no, once she's involved, once the motion to correct error is denied, then everything goes to the Court of Appeal. And what I really expect, I am so sad about what's about to happen on December 20th, because I am sure that Gull is going to say some really nasty things.
right.
She should just sentence him to 130 years and leave it at that. But I'm sure she'll say a bunch of stuff.
Oh yeah, she's gonna say some nasty stuff.
And I want to get this right, because I feel like this has always just kind of been an open, I don't know, I've never gotten a concrete answer on this. Is the death penalty is not on the table for this case, correct?
No,
Okay.
no, not the death penalty and not life without parole. Although 130-year sentence is what? It's life without parole.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, Michael, what phone are you talking about?
I'm not saying.
Okay, I figured. I just wanted to make sure we asked.
Wait, what do you mean, DB?
What?
About the phone?
Well, Michael said there's a phone to pick up. The
Yeah,
defense is picking up the phone.
Isn't that the one that like got handed to him by like one of the?
Michael can't say.
No,
so
I didn't mean. I was just using it as an example of, and again, it's like another tip that I got that's being looked into. I don't know that it breaks anything, but it's important enough to get and look at. It's just, I'm using it as an example of stuff that might be newly discovered evidence to support a motion to correct error.
Mm. Michael, I have a question for you. When you deal with these kinds of cases where it seems like the conviction was wrong, I don't know if that's like the right way of putting it, but do you ever then work with families? I guess I've seen some cases where it's like, I don't know what case it is, but there's like this mini documentary where it's like somebody gets accused of killing their daughter, and then after a while they realize that they were wrong, and so they help try to get them off for getting convicted of killing their daughter. So I guess like my question, I know that that's just like a random YouTube video I've seen, but my question is like, I know that the family is going to be doing a lot of processing, and do they ever get involved in saying, I think that they got the wrong guy?
Oh, sure, but not in the federal cases. Certainly in state post-conviction work. But for the direct appeal, you're pretty much limited to the record. So family input on that isn't going to help much. But I guarantee you, the investigation. Well, I guarantee, who knows? I would hope the investigation would be continuing straight through the appeal. I mean, I've said from the beginning that I've kind of thought that the burden's been put on Brad and Andy to solve this damn case in order to get Rick off, and it's kind of looking like that more now.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say, in habeas, it's even more baked in than it is in a direct appeal. And one of the complaints about me is client communication with the client's families. And my unfortunate and possibly unkind approach is, you know, I can only use the state court record, folks. I can spend time talking to you, or I can spend time doing the case.
Is there is there a flow chart out there of like the different processes to go through with a case like this? Because this is all just jargon to me that I just don't understand.
I actually do have a chart like that on a PowerPoint. Maybe I can get it to Angela or something. She can put
I
it
would
up.
love that.
Hey, I mean, you know, this really could take a while because I mean, there are issues in this case that are worth going to the U.S. Supreme Court about, depending on what the state courts say.
Young Black economist said, "LOL, Professor Michael, nice. I like flow charts and maps too."
Well, I have two. One has the basic stuff on it, and then the other has all the little sort of side hitches to it. So I'll get both to Angela.
Before.
Yeah, that's more or less. I mean, that's more or less it.
Yay! Wait, who's sharing
I
this? Is
can't
this
see it.
DB?
Oh,
Yeah.
What's that fourth? Well, so yeah, mine's horizontal. They've done it vertically. What's the last? I can't read it. What's the last line on the middle thing? Post conviction.
Supreme Court of Indiana.
Yeah, you can go to the Supreme. You can go to the U.S. Supreme Court from post conviction relief as well. And you can go to the U.S. Supreme Court. You can go to the U.S. Supreme Court on habeas as well.
So, Michael, are you still sorry, I don't know if I'm on mute. I'm not. Okay, Michael, are you still at a university?
I am. While I don't teach the habeas class anymore, I sort of answer prisoner letters with students. So there's an organization at the law school. It's volunteer and called the Indiana Incarcerated Individuals Legal Assistance Project, and people write in and legal questions, and a lot of the time what we do is we point out their habeas deadlines and why they need to get their state post-conviction petition, and if possible, sometimes people want to know, how do I get a divorce in prison? There are all kinds of questions. You know, why the law school doesn't think doing the habeas work is more valuable, I don't know, but that's their call, not mine. So I did have, there's kind of an irony. On Tuesday last week, a former student of mine, I got appointed in the case in the Seventh Circuit, in the habeas appeal, and I got the oral argument to a former student of mine. She was brilliant. I mean, just unbelievably wonderful. Don't know whether we win, but she made the best argument possible for the guy. And the irony of it is that her sister is a third-year law student here this year who would have been taking my class if my class still existed, and it is her sister who would have been doing the argument
Mm.
if the class still existed. I'm pretty certain. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know who else would have been in the class who would have been qualified, but my guess is it would have been her sister.
That's interesting.
So yeah, we in my 10 years of doing it, we got 4 people actually out of prison.
Mhm.
We got 1 exoneration. We undid about 500 years of sentencing years, and we won about half of the cases we took on in an area of the law where the win rate is less than 0.5%.
Whoa. Is there so like I said earlier, I'm an engineer. And I don't, my family also is mostly STEM. So I just don't know a lot about law stuff. Do you have any, like if you were to look at somebody and be like, you should take this class to understand this part of civics more, what would you suggest?
What's this part of civic?
I would just like if I want to learn more about the law and what it means to be a U.S. citizen.
Oh God, I don't know. Maybe something in a university's criminal justice department.
Mm.
The one thing. So before students took my class, they were taking criminal law or trial procedure, trial advocacy, criminal procedure investigation. And the one thing my class really did for people was gave them a huge overview of the entire criminal justice system. And I don't mean the prison system. We didn't really talk about that much. The prison system is obviously part of that, but at least part of the litigation.
Mm-hmm.
Litigation part really, because habeas comes at the end of everything usually, and so got to know all the stuff leading up to it first. And so I don't know. I was really proud that most of my students that the class I taught was, if not the best, certainly the most important and often the best class they took in law school. So I took that as high praise from some like really smart people.
And hold on, let me repeat this. Is you said a class in criminal justice?
Yeah.
Maybe,
so most universities have like a criminal justice department.
Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah, and a lot of people who take that, are people who want to be cops. I mean, it's different. People who want to work on the prison system, and they're I mean, there's certainly a graduate part of it too, but there are undergraduate classes in criminal justice. And I'm sure that they're like overview courses.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's almost 4 o'clock. Happy to take another question or 3. I think by 4,
I have one more question. I can ask it fast. My question is,
yeah, sure.
out of the cases that you run into, is how disproportionate is it when, in terms of your defendant being a white person versus a person of color?
They've almost all been African Americans. My first one was a white guy. I we've had a few white people. I mean, the case that was argued last week in the Seventh Circuit was a white guy in a child molesting case, where his lawyer got up, told the jury he believed the girl. Kind of a bad look. But yeah, it's mostly, the exonerations in African American. I think everybody we've gotten out is African American. So one case I had was a kid who was charged at 13 and convicted at 14 of murder. And we got him out. He was African American from Elkhart, of course. So yeah, it's mostly people of color. Had one Hispanic guy I can think of. The real split, and the split because in criminal justice, I mean, they're only about 10%, only about 10% of the convicted prisoners in this country are women, and I've really only had one woman, and I've still got her. I'm hoping the Northwestern Innocence Project is going to take over. But
Bree just said, Michael, before you leave, can you say something reassuring, please?
Let me quote
the silence. The silence is
Allen,
deafening,
it's not
Michael.
over.
Okay.
No, let me quote Kathy Allen. It's not over. I think there's a good chance that the issues we know about are going to be enough to get a new trial for Rick. And I think that there are a lot of dedicated people who, even if they're not going to get paid, are going to continue the investigation.
A question with that is the solution to get another trial?
Yeah.
Like, is that how he ends up, like, not in prison? Or is it just to look at the case and be like, there's been so many errors?
No, the reversing his conviction is going to be a reversal for a new trial. It won't be, there's only one case, there's only one instance in which you don't get a new trial, and that is the court reverses for insufficient evidence. You don't get to retry somebody for that.
I see. I did not know that. Okay. And then if there is a reversal for a new trial, does that still include goal?
Probably not.
Oh, okay, good. I was not expecting that answer, so that made me happy.
Probably not. I mean, who knows? I mean, it'll be under the same cause number, but I would think that it would come back to the regular judge of the court. Kara Winnicky might know about that better than I, but my guess is it's going to be somebody else. And again, it's not going to be for a couple of years.
I have 2 minutes. Can I ask you whether you agree with the statement that Bob and Andrea both said that a conviction would be better than a mistrial?
No, no. I don't know what they were thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, better for them, because they're not going to have to figure out what to do in January at a retrial with the line.
That's so funny, because when I said that, I was like, I totally agree with them. But that makes a lot of sense. Okay.
I don't see in what world a verdict is better than a mistrial. it is fairly astonishing. I mean, it would be really interesting to be able to talk to some of the jurors and say, what does 5:45, 10:23, and 4:33 in the morning mean to you?
Yeah.
And my guess is that, the answer would be, yeah, we don't know what the hell that was, but he confessed, and he was pretty lucid when he confessed, at least once to his mother and once to his wife. And as I've said, they didn't make the alternative arguments for why even the lucid confessions were unreliable. Don't know.
Thank you for answering all my questions. I've been having them lined up there for a second.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you, Michael.
Well, I'll hang out for a little more if people have more questions. I mean, I'm most people drink in these circumstances. Me, I just do more coffee.
Why not both?
Thank you, Michael. I'm glad that we know you, and I'm glad that you're here, and it's not over. It's just shit.
Well, and it's gonna, and I would say one thing. I listen to a lot of the lynch mob channels, because every so often people would come up with stuff that clearly showed they had inside information somehow. Gino would do that. Even Rick Snay did it. Certainly Gray Hughes. And the trial's over now. I can unsubscribe to all of those. And I would highly recommend. I would highly recommend that you avoid, that everybody on this side of the argument anyway, avoid the dunking that's going to happen. There's going to be a lot of "I told you so" and "justice was done" and all that stuff, and there's really no reason to listen to. There's really no reason to listen to or pay any attention to any of it.
Just
block. And
block,
the one
block,
takeaway I have is people can't. I mean, even now, what are you pointing to? What's convincing? I do like. I am curious to see if we hear from some of these jurors and they can speak to what was convincing for them, and maybe that will have some sort of impact. But these people that are out here in the YouTube streets or whatever, Twitter streets, I don't know what you're pointing to that is convincing to you that you didn't see it. Maybe the jurors.
Here's the deal.
Something, I don't know.
Here's the deal, Shane. If you think, and I mean, this is, I think Andrea said this. If you think that Rick Allen was bridge guy, then he was involved.
Right.
And we're going to, and if he was involved, we're going to just convict him. I mean, that's it.
Right. I mean, well, I think you also have to think the bridge guy's involved, right? But I certainly haven't seen anything that indicates that. I'm not even secondhand aware of anything the state presented that actually indicates that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I mean, I'd like to see the video. I'd like to see the transcript. I mean, I don't know. It just seems, and the thing that's been pitched as somehow a confession was, and I think it was with, I don't know, I guess it was with Holman, when Rick said, if it's my picture, if that's a picture taken by the girl's camera, that's not me. I don't know in what world that's a confession to anything.
Michael,
Right.
can you answer this question from Maria? Anyone know what his sentencing can be?
Yeah, look, he's going to get 130 years, 65 years for each murder. That's the max. 65 each consecutive. I guarantee. I mean,
Is that the max? 65 is the max, or 65 is the min?
No,
Or
65
does
is
that
the
not
max,
matter?
45 is the minimum.
Okay.
Well, and if you're Rick Allen, 45 is the minimum.
Yeah.
Do 75% of it. Sorry.
Hey, Michael. Now that he's been convicted,
You know,
is he entitled
do
to
75% of that, and you know, that's a what? Even the minimum stacked is a life sentence for Rick. So you know, it's a life sentence. I mean, that's what it's going to be. There's no question. Don't need to talk about the sentence too long.
Michael, sorry, I always have other questions. Do you know what what's his name? Rosie's like background lore is? Like, how did he go from a corrections officer to then a defense attorney?
What's going on? Am I gone?
Oh no, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you, Hammy.
I can hear both of you now.
Can you all
I
hear
was
me or not?
wondering. We can hear you, but I don't know if you can hear us.
Hello.
Well, now I can't hear Michael.
This is like when the teacher leaves the classroom and everybody starts fucking around.
Yeah, go crazy, kids.
Literally.
He's back.
Hi, Michael.
Yeah, I think an incoming call blew me off my earpiece.
Oh, I was wondering whether you know Rosie's like background lore. Like, have you known him before this trial? And if you know how he went from like a corrections officer to then a defense attorney?
You know, I had never heard of Brad Rosie. I'd never heard of Andy Baldwin. And they're just amazing lawyers. I mean, you know, given so a lot of what I do involves ineffective assistance of counsel claims, and what can I tell you, Andy and Brad just aren't ineffective very often.
So now that he's been convicted, he's entitled to different. Let's say he's acquitted on appeal, or his conviction is overturned eventually, however long that is, if he lives that long. So then is he entitled to different kind of relief or whatever because he's convicted versus acquitted initially? You know what I'm asking?
No, I don't really understand what you're asking.
So like because he's been convicted, now they can appeal it and have it overturned, and then he can do what like the Royer did in Elkhart, or like, isn't that like a thing? If they determine, because that's not.
You mean the lawsuit?
Yeah, but I mean, like, he's gonna do that anyway. But doesn't he have like different avenues of relief now that he's been convicted? Is my question.
No, it's really a direct appeal to get a new trial.
Wait,
Yeah.
I'm just going to jump in because I'm right now working on, so the Innocence Project intake is only for people who are convicted. So now that he's been convicted, Innocence Project takes cases. So if anyone wants to help me, I kind of need Richard Allen's inmate number. And in the submission, I'm going to be putting in the basic facts of the crime, where he was at the crime and what his story is, and exactly if there was any untested DNA. So I've got to go through all of the details that kind of came up in trial that we know of. But now that it is a conviction, Innocence Project should be looking at it because I know that is a condition.
Well, there's definitely untested DNA, and there is no
And that makes Innocence Project all over
narrative
us.
of the crime still.
Yeah, if there's
Typically-
untested
typically we
DNA,
would-
Innocence Project
at a
will
conviction,
jump.
Typically, we'd be at a conviction and have a general idea of what the fuck happened, and we do not have that right now. I have no idea what the state is what their timeline is of what happened, how they wrap up any loose ends. Is Rick Allen there from 5:45 to 10:23? I don't know. The state didn't want to say. Where was he at all? The state didn't want to say. I mean, it's odd the amount of things that the state didn't want to say. We don't have the answers to the crime. We don't have the answers of did they cross the creek?
Mhm.
Did what's up with throwing the clothes in the water? What's
Yeah.
up with the dragging a body? Well, why doesn't Abby grab her throat? Zero answers to anything that's actually pertinent to the facts of the crime.
And if any,
Typically, at the end of a trial with a
Mhm.
guilty conviction, we would have some of these answers. We don't have any of these answers.
and that's why I think that this is a really good opportunity to use some of those. And there's entire again, I know that Michael Osbrook, you work at IU and stuff. There are entire law schools where this is kind of what the students do. They gather together and they try and do post-conviction relief because it's been so after the conviction, I'm going to definitely go in hard with this. So if anyone wants to send me anything, I'm going to try and make it as comprehensive as possible. So
Are you on the staff in some way of the new Innocence Project?
I'm not on the staff. No, I just I know the different advocacy lobbying groups. And I also really do recommend if anyone can to submit claims with OCR if the federal prison receives any federal funding through HHS or anything. That is a means for OCR to enforce compliance with human rights. And so if they don't receive federal funding, they don't really have as much control over it. But for the most part, most federal institutions do require some degree of federal funding. So they can launch an investigation just for that. So just ideas.
It's a little, I want to say about the Innocence Project stuff. It's a little early for that.
Yeah, there's a couple different branches. There's the Midwest branch, and then there's the national branch, but then also many institutions, academic institutions have their own smaller organizations. So you can appeal to all of those.
There are, yeah, I mean, Northwestern, somebody else might take it, but there are 2 Indiana Innocence Projects. They're associated with the big, I mean, they're part of the Innocence Network, which is, originally the New York operation by Barry Scheck, run by Barry Scheck.
Yeah.
One is the Notre Dame's Exoneration Justice Clinic, EJC.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Anyone in Indiana, definitely used your academic institutions that have a law school attached. Definitely appeal to them.
So EJC has been responsible. Somebody mentioned Royer. So the EJC and Elliot Slosar at Lovey and Lovey in Chicago.
Chicago's a big one too.
Yeah, the University of Chicago has an Innocence Project, but they've been responsible. They have focused mostly, not entirely by any means, but mostly on Elkhart.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm not saying they wouldn't take Rick's case at the right moment.
Any sort of experience with the Indiana justice system kind of does help. So it is.
And then there's a brand new Innocence Project that Fran Watson just opened up last August.
Mm-hmm.
Also associated with, it's also part of the Innocence Network.
Mm-hmm.
And it has a small connection with McKinney, the law school in Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that works is that they have, so Fran for years and years and years, probably 30, ran McKinney Law School's wrongful conviction clinic.
Okay.
And then what?
Yeah, so I definitely recommend every local to use what is in your local area. I know people on the federal side don't have any promises on that, but I will definitely speak to them. I talk to everyone about this case, so I'm going to try and appeal that way. I'm not an Indiana resident, so unfortunately, they don't really think of me as a constituent. So.
But what I wanted to say was that the Indiana Innocence Project gives money to I believe this is how it works, money to the State Public Defender's Office, so the State Public Defender's Office, two incredible lawyers there,
Mm-hmm.
are now running the wrongful conviction clinic at McKinney.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're doing innocence work for the new Innocence Project and the state PD's office. Now, the state PD's office, people don't get it confused with Andy and what Andy and Brad are doing. They're appointed public defenders at the trial level. The Indiana State PD's office is a central office with about 40 lawyers that do nothing but state post-conviction work for poor people.
Mm-hmm. Right. And well, here's Richard Allen would be considered maybe disadvantaged, right? Poor. He doesn't have any means of income.
Yeah, especially once he ends up in prison and yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got PDs now. I mean,
just trying to know any sort of things that might be limiting his.
Michael, it's Hammy again. This question, can the ACLU now step in for Rick?
The ACLU. I mean, the ACLU could step in. The ACLU could step in on the prison about his treatment in prison.
The ACLU could always have stepped in. I communicated with the ACLU. It was up to Rick and Kathy to reach out to the ACLU, and I don't know that they get that information or they chose to move forward with that information, which is up to them. But the ACLU does not take any sort of third-party intake. The directly impacted party has to request it.
Or his
That's
lawyers.
Interesting, though, about it being...
The ACLU is not going to get involved in the direct appeal.
No, nothing to do with the appeal, but conditions they potentially could have been, but it's not even as attorneys. Maybe a power of attorney maybe could request it on behalf of Rick, but it has to be him directly. So I mean, unless it was him or his power of attorney, it's limited to that. You have to request it for yourself.
There are a couple of civil rights law firms I'm going to try and get Rick, Brad, Andy too about the prison stuff. I mean, that has nothing to do with the convictions. That lawsuit can move ahead.
Also, I think that anyone is able to submit to DOJ and OCR on behalf of anyone else. When you submit it, you just say that I'm filing this on behalf of someone. So any of you guys can submit with OCR, OHR. There's OCR, HHS for anything that has to do with health and human services. Kind of, sort of thinking that maybe some of the Walla's testimony might be I don't know. But there's a lot about the treatment there and the medical treatment that I would say is worth HHS, and then DOJ. OCR also investigates. They're both different. They're different web submissions, but you'll just find them on their website. Just look up OCR submission and reporting, and you'll go through a form and it'll ask you all the questions. But you guys can do it on behalf of someone else for sure.
The lawsuit about the prison and the prison officials is going to have to be filed pretty soon because there's a 2-year statute of limitations. I'm pretty certain on almost all the claims.
Wouldn't Rosie's tort notice filed in April kind of preserve that?
That's for state court. And
OCR usually does a
no,
180
I don't.
days.
Sorry, go ahead, Michael.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I don't think the tort claim tolls the statute of limitations, so I think it's running on anything that needed to be filed that still needs.
Why did he file? Then what is the advantage, I guess, of filing it?
Because Indiana has a tort. There's a statute that says before you sue a state agency, you have to file a notice of tort claim so that they can investigate it and decide whether they're going to settle it or not.
Yeah, I got it. Gotcha.
Michael, this question from sorry, I lost it. From TT, will Gold choose / appoint RA's appellate attorney?
Yeah, I saw that. She could, I expect, but my thought is that she may, and it would be the right thing to do. So maybe she won't. But the right thing to do would be to refer it to Amy Carozos, who is the Indiana public defender. She's the head of the state PD's office, to appoint appellate counsel for Rick.
So I know that now this is going to be stuck in like the court process. And so my question is, for everybody that's not in that, like everybody in this chat, is how can we best advocate for this case, or for getting maybe what we believe is getting Rick justice? How can we do that in a way that is also mindful of maybe the families being happy that they got? Like, is it just like continuing to tweet about it? I just wanted to know your thoughts on what would be most helpful for somebody like you that is actually working with the case.
I have no idea. I mean, I on the one hand, I have obviously enormous sympathy for the family, both Libby's and Abby's families, and for their loss. On the other hand, it makes me madder than hell that Becky Patty gets to say the first thing I said to Mike was, "They have our girls," and nobody's asking what she meant. And I'm sorry for the chainsaw. So I don't know. I mean, I think you just, what was it Kamala was saying? I think she was saying vote, but you know, you have a voice. Your voice is your power. I don't think there's anything you can do or say to harm the prospect.
Y'all, Boone and I are gonna go for a walk and take some time, but I appreciate all of you. I'll maybe be back later, but I'm sure that other people will be streaming. But I just want to say thank you, everybody, for watching this unfold today. It's not what I wanted. It's not even what I expected. I think that I expected this up until this morning, and I let myself get a little bit hopeful. But at the end of the day, this was always what was going to happen. And I think that we kind of knew that. And we just have to keep pressing onward, and that's what we're going to do. That's it.
Love you, Ange.
I love you all. I love y'all. We'll talk later. Thank you, Michael. Thank you,
Bye.
Hammy, Meow, DB Fiend. I'll talk to you soon.